All right, there we go.
How are we doing?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Everyone watching, we got gold breaking out into new all-time highs during the Asian session. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool to see that it's a violent move from gold recently. Remember yesterday we had a live stream and said, yeah, probably gonna break into new all-time highs. It did, but then of course it went straight down again. So we're testing the levels that we were testing in yesterday's session. Are you looking at gold today, or you get your focus elsewhere?
I'm looking at gold. I don't know if I'll get an entry, but I'm looking at gold for potential shorts if we close today, similar to where we are, or we sell off. Looking for a continuation down for tomorrow if we close nicely. It depends how we close today. If we continue back up, then I need to wait for some deceleration. But we've broken those all-time high. Well, we're broken out from that range, so now the next logical thing would be some kind of pullback. So before we either continue or we sell off again. So yeah, gold's on the cards.
Yeah, it is. But are you looking for a bit of a bigger pullback, maybe down to like 2,400, something like that?
Yeah, I'll be looking for. So obviously, currently we have 12 hours till this candle closes. If it was to close like this, the doji on the daily after breaking out above the high, I'll be looking for a breakdown retest at about. Uh, I just want to see the structure change. So I want to
Yeah.
see some kind of trend change on the 1 hour. So yeah, that would be my take until we get that confirmation that the hourly's change direction. Then I would look to enter.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned you just want the structure to change, not a specific level, and I like
Yeah,
I
not a
like that way
specific
of
price.
thinking. We're not looking at specific levels. We're looking at price to just tell us something, to change structure because the retest can happen. The retest can happen on 3,400, can happen on 3,450. Like we don't really know where that structure is gonna come in, and we can even have a move back down to maybe 3,300. It
Yeah,
depends, so it's gonna be interesting to see where that pullback is uh, what level we're gonna hit. But I do think that I mean, if the
if
momentum
it
is
was to
still here
break and
on gold,
retest that,
yeah, we or this is just the support that maybe we this is the retest. We're getting that retest right now. So we'll see, because one thing that I've seen from gold is get this structure where consolidates, and then breaks out and consolidates again, and then breaks out, consolidates, and it breaks out. And I remember yesterday saying that if we had a retest of that level, that might actually be a sign of weakness, because the way that gold usually moves on a high momentum breakout move is it doesn't retest the breakout levels. And now we're actually getting that retest of the breakout level. We can see the same pattern being on the daily, where it's like consolidation, breakout, and then another consolidation, breakout, consolidation, and of course this latest breakout, without really testing the breakout levels. So we see the same pattern here on the daily as well, where you get consolidation after breakout repeating itself. Now you're actually retesting the consolidation phase, and that might be a sign of weakness, because what I see is a change in behavior. But it is a good
yeah.
level. I'm gonna see if I can pull up for some reason I can't do a poll here today, but let us know in the comments, guys, if you're bullish or bearish on gold here. It would be interesting to know.
I just like the potential pullback play. If now we've finally broken out, had multiple days to the upside, because for the last week, 2 weeks, we've just been stuck within this in a range. But now we've had clear direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, seventh day of bullish momentum. Hourly's clearly making higher highs, higher lows. So as soon as we get some kind of deceleration at this high, it wouldn't be a long-term play. It wouldn't be something that I'm looking to hold for weeks or anything. It'd just be a quick pullback move before then we decide if we're going to continue higher or whether we pull back into that range a bit deeper. But once we get the structure shift on the 1 hour and we get some kind of trend change and entry, then I think that would be a nice opportunity.
Yeah. I also looked at the hourly here. We actually do see a did have in sort of an RSI divergence happening. This is not, it's not perfect, but we do see that we sort of have a sort of a bearish structure. It's definitely not higher highs on the RSI. So when getting that, of course, the RSI can't really go much higher, but we are seeing a weakness in momentum here. And one thing you can do with the RSI is you can add a trend line like this. So you have that trend line connecting the lows. And a lot of times you see that the momentum indicators like the RSI will have a break of the trend line before we have the break in price. Now this is on the 1 hour, and we're looking at this. I think the 1 hour trend is fairly clean, and we do see that the momentum indicators, we see the RSI is breaking down that lower trend line. We also see the MACD turning bearish, and we do have a MACD histogram bearish divergence. You see here that if you one thing I like to do is look at the histogram on the MACD, where we can add vertical lines right here on the highest of the histogram. So you see a high right there, and then the next one, obviously a higher high in price, but it's actually a lower high on the MACD. And then this latest one is much lower peak on the MACD when we break into new all-time highs. So if you compare this, the MACD histogram divergence, with the fact that the RSI is also showing a bearish divergence and breaking that trend line, I think the signs of a break in this trend is definitely there. Going to be adding some volume to this, see if we can make anything out of the volume. Yeah, and what you see right here is the fact that volume is not confirming this breakout. So what you see here is you get a nice uptrend in volume. Okay, so you get a nice uptrend in volume, a nice uptrend in price. That high. This is interesting, right? Because even if this high is lower than that high, we can look at the times where all of these highs were created. So this is at 4, that high is at 4, this is at 4, and that is at 4. Now this one is at 5. So what I'd like to do is I compare that volume spike to the other volume spikes at the same time. So we go back, it's going to be at around 4 or 5. That's going to be here. These volume spikes right here. That one and this one. Now, obviously, this one is much higher than these two, which tells me that looking at the time of when volume comes into the market, it's much higher than that one right here. But then you look at the volume spike right here that happens at the same time. It's now equal, and this one happens at 4. At 4 yesterday, we had just nothing. That could have been because of the US bank holiday, but we're seeing a structure in volume where we're now going from these higher highs. If you connect the 4 p.m. highs with the 5 a.m. highs, and then you do the same right here. So here, and then actually it's going to look like this. So you do have a downwards trending characteristics of the volume right here, and that would tell us that if you see this at the same time as getting that breakout to the upside, I would say that the volume is not confirming price, and you might have a fake out. Let's add the OBV here as well. Where did that go? Okay, I moved it to the top. Here it is. You see here on the OBV. Now, what's interesting on OBV, now this is really cool because what you can look at here And if you guys remember yesterday, I talked about the research I done on tick volume, and that tick volume on the 1 hour has like a 97 to 99% accuracy compared to real volume, but then lower than the 1 hour, it becomes less accurate. But here you have a trend line on the OBV. Okay, look what happens right here. So right here, you have a confirmed break of the trend line right here. So now I get RSI divergence, MACD histogram divergence, a slowing of momentum. OBV is breaking that trend line, which doesn't happen very often. But when it does happen, when it does break that trend line, usually it means the bears are taking over, and you have a shift in trend a lot of times. So the signs of this being a fake out is all there. But now the question is, can the OBV reclaim that trend line, start trading up again? And if that happens, maybe we'll get another push into new all-time highs. A lot of things to be watching today.
Yeah, I had a couple of things on watch, but now they're, because of the news, I think there was some news, I didn't actually see what news it was, but pound.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, there was, upon the open, it was...
So the UK 30-year, we can look at that. So UK 30, or is it GB 30 here? This is the UK 30-year government bond yield. Look at that. There's a line chart and a monthly. Okay, it's now at 5.677. It's now higher than 1998. It's never been this high since 1998. This is incredible. Okay, so yeah, UK economy not doing great. If you look at USD GBP, no, not USD GBP, GBP USD. This yeah, get that monthly rejection right here. If you go down to the hourly, yeah, this is very nasty price action right here.
Yeah, I was looking for some opportunities on pound CAD for a continuation long, which obviously didn't give me an entry, which obviously why I didn't enter, because upon the open, it just crashed. I would have looked for some kind of momentum to the upside, but so everything that I was looking at today has pretty much gone because of that news.
Yeah, let me switch over to your screen, James, and we can maybe look at some things you're looking at, and then we'll get back to my gold analysis in a bit.
Yeah. So originally, again, this wasn't really a clean setup, but if I go back to here, you can see that I was just looking for a potential continuation, just short term, not necessarily too high, but just a movement today up to the highs. So that was based on the daily. And then on the 1 hour, we had the breakout. So I was just looking for the retest, but these didn't really line up. I mean, the 0.382 didn't line up with the 50, didn't line up with the pivot. So again, there was no entry here. It was just something I was looking at last night, potentially, if we did get some bullish momentum come in and look for the continuation. And it's sort of good that we didn't because of the sell-off. But that's why it's important, even if you have a daily bias, to have an entry criteria and an entry model, because again, if I just blindly entered upon this daily close, I would have had a big loss. So yeah, there was and Euro Swiss was, again, you can see that we got a slight rejection from this area momentum, but again, we had some kind of the sell-off. So they were the two pairs. I've got these for the next coming days. New Zealand dollar, Japanese yen, if we can get some kind of, now we seem to be decelerating. It depends how we close today, but if we get some kind of deceleration, some bearish momentum come in at this high, I would take this as the lower low, lower high, and I'd look for a breakdown on these lower time frames. I need the shift, the momentum to shift. We've been trending towards the upside. If we get a breakdown retest, I'll look for the entry back down to these lows. So that's the main things I have on watching. Obviously, the gold, as we went over, very similar analysis. We've had multiple from this point here. we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th day, but good momentum to the upside, breaking out above these highs. Before we were just trapped within this range. Now we're at an area of value where we can either pull back before we look for the continuation higher, or pull back deeper into this range again before looking for potential longs in the continuation. If we see this as a breakout higher high above these highs, what's likely to happen? We form a higher low, and then we look for the continuation. So for me, for shorts, I would need the 1 hour time frame to shift. And the way I look for that is the moving average, 50 moving average, helps identify trend, obviously making higher highs and higher lows. You can see that we're in an upward trend, but as soon as we break down below these lows, below the 1 hour 50 and retest, if we can get that for tomorrow, if today's price action just sells off during Asia and during London, if we can pull back, I can look for an entry short just for a quick continuation down. So that's the main things I have on watch for the coming days or for this week.
All right, good stuff. What's the EMA you got on there?
50 moving average.
50 and that's the only one you use?
Yeah, sometimes on the daily I'll have a look at the 20. I put it on just for pullback moves. So for example, if I was looking to short gold, first target would be the 4 hour 50 moving average, because if we're pulling back, this is the first point where we potentially could make a higher low and then get the bullish continuation to the upside. So I sort of want to be out partially at this level, because if we get down to here, there's a good likelihood that this upward trend, because we're going against the trend on the higher time frames, could form the higher low from this point and then get the continuation higher. But if we don't, then I target the 20 EMA, which is the next point where the daily could pull back before again making the higher low and continuing. So, but mainly the 50 moving average is a good way to identify, along with price action. If we're above, we're in an upward trend. If we break below, then sentiment could be changing.
Yeah,
that's pretty much how I use it.
So yeah, but I do see you have one. Yeah, you got one. You had one extra on the daily, right?
Yeah, the 20. That's for pullback moves. That's just in case. Like, I take it off a lot of the time, but if I'm looking for a pullback move, that can be the second area where I like to target. So I'll just put it on sometimes just to see how close we are, or if we're rejecting it, I can make my decision whether I enter. But yeah, mainly the 50 moving average.
Sorry, I just had a message I had to answer there. I use 20 and 50 as well. I think they're great. Usually you use like the 55 and the 21, but I see that it's not a huge difference. Huge difference, really. I mean,
yeah, it's just a good way to be able to identify what trend we're in. So I wouldn't blindly enter a break and retest of the 1 hour 50, even if this momentum hadn't broken down. I'm looking for the structure to shift as well. But it's clearly, if we zoom out, you can clearly see that when we're making higher highs and higher lows, we a lot of the time pull back to this area of value before continuing making the higher low or lower high, depending on the direction. So for example, even the breakout retest here, we're breaking out and we're rejecting this area. People can use fair value gaps or order blocks or just normal support and resistance, and they're absolutely fine as well. But for me, my entry criteria would be not solely this, but a big part is clearly breaking out, structure changing, pulling back to an area of value, which I deem as the 50 moving average, along with pivot and the 0.382 and the Fibonacci levels before entering. So that's effectively how I use it. But there's lots of different ways to use it. There's lots of different ways to enter.
Yeah, I remember yesterday I was reading CMT curriculum, and they talked about trend lines and to use trend lines in on like trend line breaks on indicators, just like showed you on the OBV on the 1 hour. You know, when you kind of like, well, it's not a trend line, but like whatever, horizontal level, trend line, whatever breaks a level. And they talked about how instead of having a trend line on, you can add a moving average on the indicator and then look at the break of that moving average as a break of trend line, because, and then they said, and a moving average is basically a trend line. And then I thought about that yeah, it is basically a trend line, because a trend line just connects, bullish trend line just connects the lows, and you'll see that uptrend. But then you add an EMA, and a certain number of EMAs you're going to be able to adjust them so that they're almost going to be perfectly touching those lows as well, just like the trend line. But that's actually a really good thing that I'm going to try to do that here on the OBV. So in TradingView, let me switch over to mine here. In TradingView, what we can do, you can put an EMA on an indicator. So here you have the OBV, and instead of like doing the actual analysis on the chart, like adding a trend line like this, you can just go in and you can press these three dots right here, and then add indicator on OBV, and then you search for exponential, and you get the exponential moving average right here. And then of course you have to kind of test this. Let's make it be white, so it's some good contrast here. Then we can remove that one right here. And if we, which one should we use? Maybe the 12? No, we should use a faster one. So 9. Which one do you think? 9? Which one is below 9? Which do you usually use below the 9? I think the 9 is like the slowest.
Yeah, I don't really use it too much on what you're doing.
Let's try 5. We're going to try 5.
Yeah.
So no, actually it has to be faster. Let's make the 21. Okay, so yeah, 21 works. So then of course you have to test this, right? But when I add a trend line here, you will see that that's the trend line, and the break of that trend line and the break of the EMA happens almost at the same time. That's the power of the EMAs. You can either add a trend line or add horizontal levels, but the EMAs as as the average price of the whatever asset you're looking at will show you a lot of times the same type of ideas as having a trend line, and that's the power really of adding moving averages to indicators. And you can use that to on most indicators. You can use it on the RSI as well. And it works, and the RSI of course has already built in a moving average. But here you can see on the OBV, you can just do some test this, as a strategy. So very simple. Whenever you have a bull cross here, now bull cross would be the OBV crossing above the EMA, which is right here. Okay, so let's just say buy when that happens, and then sell when it crosses below again, which would be around that level. So you would have bought here, and then you would have sold around this area. So yes, it would be like a winning trade, not a huge one, but these small things, and to test this and to kind of try to create a strategy around this, I think could be highly effective. Yes, I do see that my screen is flashing red here. We got Eurozone CPI coming out. It's 2.1 as expected. See what we got here on the euro. Not any major movements yet. The news just came out this minute, so we'll see if we have anything interesting going on here. I wonder if gold might be affected by this move. We have gold.
Not too much at the minute.
No, not much. I mean, as expected, I guess. So it's nothing out of the ordinary. How do you usually trade around news events? Do you have any rules for major news events?
If there's like high impact news and I know it's coming out, and because I don't pay too much attention to the news, because I obviously the way I trade, it just increases volatility. So I have my direction, and there's many times where it will stop me out quick, but then it will hit. There's other times where it hit profit target quick. So I haven't found it to be too disruptive to the direction. A lot of the time, it just pushes it quicker in the direction I intend, or you do obviously get it where it goes against you. Obviously, when there's non-farm payrolls and big news events on a Friday or something that I'll decide to stay away from, because I don't want to be entering obviously when I know that's coming out, and also holding over the weekend if I know that I'm going to hold a trade for 2-3 days. Sometimes I'm not happy to hold over the weekend. I can if I'm in the trade from a Monday or Tuesday, but on a Friday, sometimes I won't. So I just take it, obviously be aware of what's coming out, but I'll mainly technical trader, will mainly look at what price action's telling me, and then again I can be wrong on positions when the news is opposite to what the technicals say. But a lot of the time I just think it increases volatility and can just stop me out quicker, or hit my profit target quicker. So yeah, I don't really pay too much attention. I'm aware of it, but yeah.
So basically, you're saying you're looking at the news as a potential catalyst for the setups that you already have planned.
Yeah, like if I'm in a position and there's some news, high impact news that's coming out, sometimes I'll check to see what's happening. But a lot of the time, if I'm in a position and then the news comes out, it would just increase the volatility against me or for me. And I've not really found it to be too disruptive to results. The trades that look good a lot of the time it just increases that chance of it going in the direction I intended through the technicals. Obviously, there's exceptions where that doesn't happen, but I haven't found it to be too big a problem where I'm looking to buy something, and then because of the news, it's completely counteracted the direction I thought. So that's how
Yeah, and
I
I
trade.
remember a while back I did some testing on this because I remember seeing that when you had like CPI, US CPI or NFP, I used to get stopped out on some really good setups, and then they stop me out, and then it goes to TP. So I thought, okay, let's test this, right? I'm gonna open up a spreadsheet. I'm gonna replay on TradingView, and I'm gonna, in TradingView you can activate this. See all the news, and I believe I might have that. No, so you activate the economic events, and then if you uncheck only future events, it's gonna obviously appear here on the chart, so you can check all your trades, and then cross-reference them with the news events and see what is the win rate of the system, and then what is the win rate of the system when taking a trade when there's a high impact news event. And from what I see, it's actually more profitable for me to trade during high impact news event than not. Because what I see is that most of the high impact news event, the numbers are reported as expected. So if the numbers come out as expected at support, most of the time that support level will act as support. It's only when the numbers are unexpected that you'll get massive volatility that perhaps is perhaps being used as a catalyst to break the levels, and that's where stop losses happens and things like that. So for me, ignoring news was the most profitable way of trading my system. So it's all about the way you're trading.
Yeah, obviously there's people that are heavily fundamental traders, take that into account, and that works for them. And there's those that are technical traders that don't take as much notice of it. And if they have a good edge, good strategy, they understand what they're doing, you're going to take losses due to news, because the news is going to be different to what, the direction you predicted. But then you're going to take winners because of the news. There's going to be times where maybe it was going against you, but the news push something higher into your direction when it was looking like a terrible position. You're about to get stopped, and then you had this major volatility that saves you. So I haven't found too much of a discrepancy between not trading news and trading news. Like I said, there'll be times where I get stopped out because of news and times that I won't. And if I have good risk reward, the winning trades, if I win, are going to be bigger than my losses. So I haven't found it. Obviously, it's annoying when you get stopped out because of the increased volatility. It happened the other day where some news come out and I ended up getting stopped out quicker. But I'm also aware that there's times where I've been in a trade, the news has come in, and hit my profit target for a 3-to-1 or 2.5-to-1, and without that news, it wouldn't have hit as quick, and I'm on to the next trade. So
Yeah. I'm gonna switch over to your screen because I got so many people messaging me trying to do technical analysis and answer these messages at the same time is making my head explode.
yeah. So is there anything that in the chat that people want to look at that I can go over and give my take on? We've gone over gold. We've gone over.
I would love to hear just the breakdown of because it's not every day I see a trader that has all the time frames up at the same time. Usually, you know, go through the time frames on a bigger chart. So kind of explain the thought process here, because I do see you have the daily, the 4-hour, the hourly, and the 5-minute. And obviously, I do suspect that you're doing like a top-down analysis. Maybe you can do that on gold, kind of like follow the structure that you would use on gold.
Okay, yeah. So for gold, I always start on the daily, and I'm solely identifying what's likely to happen. What's likely to happen in the next coming days, 1 day, 2 days. So during this range, there was nothing for me to do because I'm either looking for something to be overbought and going up for multiple days and then looking for a pullback because we know markets move in cycles, or we're looking for the pullback, the lower high or higher low for the trend continuation move. So once we've identified that on the daily, I'm then looking for some kind of decent. Once we've been moving in a certain direction for multiple days or for a period of time, like on gold, it's a good example. Multiple days to the upside at a key level at some highs. So my next thought by looking at the daily is I want to look for a DDP. I want to look for something that what is likely to happen based on the candlestick pattern, the area that we're at. What are we likely to do? That gives me my bias. Once I can identify, are we more likely to go down at a certain level or more likely to go up? So let's just say hypothetically gold closed like this with this doji rejecting the high. My logic would be DDP. So for tomorrow, I would be looking for movement to the downside. Why? Because we've had multiple days to the upside. I'm stacking these confluences, multiple days to the upside at all-time highs after breaking out of this range, and a doji deceleration, which suggests the market slowing down. So that's how I use the daily. Once I've stacked that together, I'm looking for a DDP to the downside. Now, the way I enter is I have to see the 1 hour trend change in the direction of what I think the DDP is going to be. So obviously, if I'm predicting this to go down, I need the 1 hour to tell me and show me that the market has shifted. You know, we broke out here, higher high, and then we've just been making higher highs, higher lows, which was this run on the daily. A trend on the 1 hour is a run on the daily, is one candle, each candle on the daily. So the fact that these were green bullish candles meant that this had to be an upward trend, and the characteristics of an upward trend are higher highs, higher lows. So if I'm expecting this to go to the downside, the characteristics of a downward trend is lower lows, lower highs. So my initial thought is once we've got the direction that I'm predicting to the downside, I want to see the characteristics of a bearish trend, which is a lower low formed. And the way we identify lower low is obviously a break below the previous low, or in my case, the 1 hour 50 moving average. Then I want to see the pullback to predict the lower high. Once we've pulled back to the lower high, to the 1 hour 50, I want to look for a rejection of the 1 hour 50.382. And I'm also looking at the 4 hour, because if this is in line and in line with the 1 hour in terms of if it's bearish or bullish, then that can add to my reasoning for entry. You know, if it's opposite direction to the 1 hour, I have to make a decision: is the risk reward good enough? And you're sort of stacking the confluences and timeframes together. Once we've pulled back and I'm expecting this lower high to be formed, I'll use the 5 minute just for momentum. You know, just for once we've broken down. So I'll like, obviously this is today, but tomorrow, if it's below the pivot and we break down, we'll get some bearish momentum, 5 minute bearish candle to come in. I'll look for the continuation to the downside. So that's how I stack all the timeframes together. Start on the daily, do my DDP, my prediction. What do I think is going to happen, up or down, and why? Once I've got that, how do I enter? I enter based on the market shifting in the direction that I predict it's going to go in. And then I have targets on the 4 hour and everything. I go into more detail, but yeah, that's pretty much how I use multiple time frames.
Nice. I like that. Very structured approach. I see you have is that fibs you have on there on the 5 minute?
Yeah.
Right.
Not on 5 minute, on the 1 hour I have fib. So
Right,
I have once we've got this breakdown on the 1 hour time frame, and things have shifted, I'll look for the rejection to appear at the ideal point is the 1 hour 50 moving average. So if this comes like this, I want to see price reject, decelerate at the 0.382 and 1 hour 50 moving average and the pivot at the same time. So you'd be looking for it to come to the pivot. Obviously, I'll be looking for the bearish direction. And if they all align, that's my entry criteria. Once we get some kind of momentum deceleration, my stop would go. So I'd enter around here. My stop would be above the 0.618, and then my target would be, because it's a pullback move, we're not going with the overall trend. This could quite easily reverse. I would target the 4 hour 50 moving average. That's the most optimum target as a soft target to see. So yeah, obviously tomorrow we'll see whether we get this. This could be completely out the window if we get. If this daily candle actually closes more bullish, it's not going to look. I'm not going to be looking for shorts, but yeah, that's hypothetically what I would look for.
Nice, I like that, guys. Let me know if you have any questions to James. Let me know in the comment section anything you want us to look at. You probably want us to look at gold. So if you do have any questions specifically for gold, let us know about that as well. We do have a question here in regards to EMAs and the EMA crossovers. Now, there's a very simple way to test this, and if I pull up my screen here, we can actually test this. So in the strategy tester within TradingView, now there's one thing to remember here, that TradingView data that you're getting from the strategies here are not. So you can see I got quite a lot of strategies here that I'm working on, and I do have one, I believe, that is based on, so this is the Golden Cross, Death Cross strategy on the S&P 500, which is, let's see, you can actually look at the actual code here of the script, so we can take a look and see. So it's the 20. Okay, so it's the Golden Cross, the 20 and the 200. No, it's supposed to, isn't it the 50 and the 200? I think it's the 50 and the 200, but here I have the 20. I think we can go in and it's actually, we can change that in here. So we can test this on gold and actually see, okay, is it profitable or not? This is the strategy where you can go in, we can change the 50 right here. It's going to reload, remove all the, let's remove this indicator at the bottom, get rid of the volume as well. So here we see now it says I'm getting a margin called here. That's not good. But basically, having a strategy like this, or use an indicator, it makes it easy to see the profitability of a strategy like this. So this is on the daily, and obviously you see the blue is the 50 EMA. No, the blue is the 200 EMA, and the or is it SMA? I think it's SMA because the death cross is on simple moving averages. So it's a simple moving average. You have the orange one being the 50 SMA and the blue one being the 200 EMA. And as you can see, as soon as one crosses, when the 50 crosses below the 200, it enters a short. Now I'm not really sure about the settings for gold specifically, because you can see here I'm getting margin called here. That could be because of the order size. But if you go to the S&P 400, we can actually look at, should be performing correctly on the S&P 500. So let's look at the actual strategy right here on the daily. So this is what the actual P&L of this strategy would be, and we can do deep. See, do we have deep testing here? I think we do. think that they have changed some things here since I did it last time, but we can see here that this was from September in 2004. So according to this, it has profitable trades of just 11%. Drawdown is 32%. The profit is 141. We can compare this to the buy and hold of the S&P 400. So obviously the death cross or the golden cross strategy is not more profitable than just holding the S&P 500. And the reason for this, I think we can what we have to do is, like, if we choose the entire history, so this is the entire history of the chart. This is from 2004. And yeah, as you can see here, you can also look at the S&P 500. There should be, we should have more history here, right? Yeah, so this goes back at least to, no. Well, I should find the, like, where we have the most price history, because it obviously goes back quite a lot. But we can clearly see here that it is, and here it's not profitable at all. So there's a difference between the pricing of this or something with the indicator. But I've tried this, and it's not as profitable. Now, the key to this, to make this profitable, is to, let me go in here and can remove all the crosses. You can actually do the calculation yourself. So this obviously would have been a really, really profitable trade, where you basically, you buy here and then you would have sold here. So obviously this is a very profitable trade. It's a almost 47% move on the S&P 500. And same thing here. Selling here and buying here, also profitable trade. Buying here, selling here, profitable trade. Selling here, buying here, that would be break even, probably. No, that would be a loss. But the problem comes in when you're looking at, now this price chart only goes back to 2003. I think that should be correct. But if you're looking at something like the S&P 400 has had periods where it's just ranging for a very long time. And at that point, the strategy is extremely unprofitable. So if you find a way to only take these signals in trending markets, then it can actually be very profitable. And one way of doing that could be to add the average directional index, the ADX, and only take trades when the ADX is above 20. And this is actually very easy to test. You can just ask ChatGPT to code you an indicator based on this. So, buy when this happens, but the ADX can only be above 20, for example, or whatever figure you find interesting. So now with AI, it's actually really interesting to, very easy to test these ideas.
Yeah, I didn't even know you could do that. I used to backtest the old-fashioned way, where you just put your risk-reward tool on, go back to 2020 or 2021, and just go through it individually. I didn't even know you could do that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's very useful. I mean, I would recommend that. I mean, if you don't have any coding skills at all, it's probably going to take a while, because when you do it with AI, you kind of have to go back and forth a lot with the AI. I'm going to pull up your screen again, because I've been talking a lot, and I know people want to see. They want to see your.
Someone had a view pound US dollar. Someone wanted me to said about breaking that down. So with pound, daily There's not really. I mean, again, we're ranging. We had a little breakout here. I was expecting the lower low, this to be a lower high, and then the continuation, but we still didn't break above this level. So again, it's not clear direction, but if we continue with this bearish candle today and we break down below here, we could look for the continuation in this sort of bearish trend. It's not particularly clean, but it's still bearish sentiment. We didn't break above this level. So yeah, if this closes like this today, I'd be then scaling into the lower time frames to try find an entry. Now, an entry could be hard because of this volatility. You know, I'd like to see gradual breakdown, then retest. Something like this, you can see this trade breakdown, clearly breaking down, retesting the areas, and then continuing. Obviously, I only got out for here. Another problem is if I was looking for the pullback here, we would have rejected this low. So for me, it's not particularly anything that I'd be looking to enter. But if we go to the monthly, we're just in this sort of channel. We've broken out, had a bearish engulfing, and then it's quite uncertain weekly. Again, breaking out from this high. So we could pull back before we make a higher low. And then look for the continuation. But for me, yeah, there's not really too much of anything that I'll be looking to enter anytime soon. There's a lot better setups that I'll be looking at. You know, if I scan through, I'll scan through like this and look for opportunities where things are overextended. So potentially if we get up to here on Australian dollar, New Zealand dollar, looking for the sell-off at this level. But yeah, for me at the minute, it's been a ridiculously slow year for my style in general. I've had some good results, consistent, but even the people that I know that trade a similar style to me have found it very difficult market conditions. And for other strategies, it's been good. For others, it's not. So I'm just waiting for anything as clean as possible. And that's, yeah, pretty much how I break things down.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. Anything with GBP is going to be difficult now with the volatility. Usually, what I like to do is what I like to do is when you have such a massive moves like we're seeing today, I'd like to look for try to catch that falling knife. If there's but looking at GU, yeah, we're just continuing lower. It looks very, very bearish, obviously. So not sure we.
Yeah, I just want to be seeing as clean price action as possible. Even something like this, pound New Zealand dollar. If we can pull back, I've sort of the entry's gone. I was looking for an entry once we're at this high for the pullback move. And there just wasn't really anything clean. Like you could argue here, but for my style, there wasn't a clean break retest. So there wasn't really anything for me to be able to enter, although I could see why we could sell off. However, if we do pull back to these levels like this and the daily 50 and we get some kind of bullish momentum, this is nice clean price action. You can clearly see we had a wave and move to the upside, then we've had a clean pullback. If we continue to pull back, and then we'd expect a continuation. So anything that's not clean, I just stay out of. I don't want to risk my capital on. I don't want to take unnecessary losses. I'd rather take losses on something that I knew was a great setup. So yeah, I'm happy to sit out and be patient and work on other things and do other things than look to trade every single day on things that I know aren't good quality. If there are good quality, I'll take it. But a lot of the time, even like this is going to be looking nice for my predictions. Is like clear price action. We were trending to the upside. We broke down lower low, lower high, lower low. Yeah, it isn't as nice because it's one candle rather than multiple days. However, the pullback's been nice, multiple days, slowly pulling back. And then again, if we close with some kind of doji candle or some kind of high test or rejection at the area, I'd be expecting this to be a lower high. What do we get after a lower high? A lot of the time, a lower low, or at least back down to these lows. So I'd be looking for this hourly to shift, breakdown, retest, continuation back down to the lows. So I just want to be looking for as clean price action as possible. And if it doesn't present, I don't enter.
All right, that looks good. That looks really good. So you're basically looking here on the daily for New Zealand JPY. You're looking for that retest, the bearish retest on the daily. So that's kind of like what caught your attention to this pair was that daily retest, and then you're going into the lower time frames to see if you can find like a break of structure.
Market just shift in line with the overall direction on the daily. So it's similar to some of the other styles where you hear people say about market structure shifts and like, I don't know, change of character or whatever, the terminology they use. It's very similar types of concepts, because I hear some people, especially on my YouTube channel, saying like, oh, why do you do this? Why don't you do this? Why do you wait for this? But fundamentally, everything is very similar. It's just maybe different points of entry. I get in a bit earlier, my stop's a bit closer, someone else gets in a bit later. If you have data for your entry model and your bias, and we both have positive expectancy, again, I might take a loss and you might take a win, but then I might take a win and get into the position that you're not able to get in because it didn't pull back deep enough. So as long as you have positive expectancy, I find these strategies very similar. You're looking for a bias on the daily time frame, what's likely to happen. And once we've got that, whether this is a 1 hour or a 4 hour time frame, it's still similar. This is the daily, and then looking for the market structure shift, something to suggest the characteristics of a bearish trend. And the way we identify that is a breakdown, lower low forming, and then the pullback, lower high. We're expecting, and again, you can get it wrong, but if we're expecting this to be a lower high here, I'm looking for the continuation back down to the lows in alignment with the overall downward trend on the daily. So that gives me confidence alongside risk reward. You can have positive expectancy.
Right. Yeah. I like that. It's a very structured approach. We're looking to find the area of interest on the higher time frames, and then kind of zooming in to look for that confirmation. How do you manage to trade like that? Let's say you get an entry and you get that stop loss in. How do you manage to trade? Is it like set and forget, or do you have any rules on?
Yeah, so for management, what I have is, so for a position like this, let's say this did break down. So let's say price action broke down, we retested, and let's say I entered. Let me do this. Let's say we broke down, we retested. I'd enter around here if we get some bearish momentum, stops above the 0.618 target. In this case, because it's a downward trend, the previous daily low. The management of this position, always I'm looking to see if price gets down to this previous low. So let's say we start selling off. I want to be getting at least a 1-to-1 to this low. And at this point, when we're at this low, I'll move my stop to break even, because this is the first area where if this overall trend is going to fail, so we made the lower high, but we weren't able to make the lower low, this downward trend is not likely to continue. This is going to be the first area where we're likely to come up and stop me out, and this is going to fail. So I want to be, at this point, if I'm running at a 1-to-1, 1% profit, I want to be moving to break even. What I'm expecting is price to break down, make a lower low, and then just continue, ideally, and it doesn't always go like this, but ideally just clean, lower lows, lower highs down to target. And what I'll do is I'll move my stop as this 1 hour 50 moving average trends down. I'll move my stop just below, typical how you're taught really, above the 1 hour 50 and above the previous high. And the closer we get to the target, the more aggressive I manage. So I'll manage it on the 5 minute at that point, a break above a certain area or structure. So yeah, mainly just, moving my stop below the previous daily, the previous high and the 1 hour 50, and a break. Let's say we got to about here and we broke back above the 1 hour and closed back above the 1 hour 50. I would get out for, instead of hitting full target, I would get out for, say, in this case, whatever it would be, 1.6% or 1%, or so. Yeah, I manage it, I trail it as it goes down.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So basically, trailing it down with that with that trend.
50 in the previous highs. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. It's actually a trade that I've been watching as well. NCD JPY. I'm looking at this as well. think there's someone in the chat who wants us to take a look at gold.
Gold again.
Yeah. Let's see. What are we?
Do you want to do it or shall I?
Take a look at gold here. Over. Yeah, so I'm assuming that I think a lot of people that way of trading and looking at the markets, the way that you're doing, that first of all doing that top-down analysis and looking at the the retests of the levels and everything, it's a very fundamental way of trading, and I think that's also the strong aspect of that way of trading, because you need to have a good understanding of the trend, the market structure, and horizontal levels, as well as adding a couple of EMAs as indicating the trend. So you're trading with the higher time frames and looking for confirmation on the lower time frames, just like I believe the best way of trading. So there are a lot of people trading similarly to I'm trading. This is the way I'm trading as well. So I think there's a lot of people trading similar to this, but then there's always that discretionary aspect to it, and that's why I asked about trade management, because a lot of times trade management is that biggest part of the discretionary part of the system.
Yeah, because even with every mechanical strategy like mine, you technically have a DDP and then a breakdown retest of the 1 hour 50.382. It's all technically mechanical in a way, like you have rules. However, there's times where because price pulled back too fast to the 0.382 or closed with a large bullish candle, not bearish, you decide not to enter, or you see a rejection of the 4 hour 50. So it's hard to explain, but like you see a rejection of one, but the opposite on the 4 hour, which is a negative confluence to the trade. So it's like you decide, do I enter that? Do I not? And you'll see some people that will enter and take a loss. You'll see someone that avoids a trade, even though it's technically there, textbook. There's a few negative confluences, and because of the risk reward, it wasn't good enough for them to want to take that. So I thought, once I know this knowledge, I'll just start consistently making money because I'll just enter the edge. But there's, like you say, although there's mechanical, there's a lot of discretion that comes to waiting for certain candles at certain levels. Even though it's breaking and retesting, you're still waiting for, okay, it didn't decelerate enough, or there wasn't as much bearish momentum coming in, so I'm going to sit out of this one. And sometimes you see it play out in front of you, sometimes you avoid a loss. So yeah, every strategy, although it can be mechanical, there's the trader itself that has to execute that, and there's always an element of discretion.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so looking at gold here, there's a lot of indicators that needs to get updated. I see here on TradingView to update those. But I like that when you have to update the indicators, they change to the original color and then change that. So gold. Looking at the daily here, so we got the. I find it interesting that the 20 EMA. I think it's a 20. Yes, it's supposed to be the 20. No, that's the 50. Which one is this then? Is that the 20? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so the 20 EMA have not crossed below the 50. It's breaking above it in beginning of the year, which is interesting because gold has been in this sideways trading market for quite some time. But even with that, it still had that bullish characteristics with the higher lows. Looking at this, and I think that underlying bullish characteristics never really caused that 20 EMA to cross below the 50, and now we're seeing them. We're seeing both the 20 and the 50 start trending quite nicely here. We got the if the volume can pick up today, I think this could be really good for gold. But it doesn't have to be. I mean, it doesn't have to pick up and just continue. I think the most important part is that volume is picking up and really showing strong volume on the actual breakout. which is kind of did right here, but it's not. We're not seeing any major volume spike on this breakout. It feels like this was the breakout. It's almost like this was the breakout into new all-time highs, and not that level. It's almost like we can remove that wick and treat gold as if this is the important level to be broken, and not necessarily that 3,500 level where you have that all-time high. So of course, then if this is the major breakout level, which I think it is, it makes a lot of sense to see retest of that level before continuation to the upside. But then again, that rarely happens on high momentum moves on gold. It doesn't really like to retest the. It's almost like Bitcoin. Bitcoin just continues, you know. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. So volume. Let's look at the OBV here on the daily. Yeah, on the OBV, there's no signs of any bearish developments as well. Volume, not. I would like to see a pickup on volume, but not much. I think, like I said, if we treat that as the breakout level, then volume is definitely agreeing with that breakout. So we can add something else. Let's look at perhaps the RSI, MACD. Yeah, no signs of any like bearish divergence or anything like this. But the 4-hour, I guess we could view the histogram here on the MACD a little bit bearish. We do have on the RSI break lower, but not something major. Also, you know, in an uptrend, the RSI being in the oversold, overbought territory doesn't really mean much, because it can stay there for a very long time. And just the fact that RSI is in the overbought does not give us a signal. The signal really comes when we go into overbought and then exit overbought, which we're kind of doing right here, at least on the 4-hour. So if we do see as well that MACD might drop, MACD histogram might drop below zero, and we get that bear cross on the MACD, maybe there's some signs of momentum slowing down here, obviously, and that might be the end of this local trend right here. And I would be watching a pullback to 3,420, 30, 40, something like that. Lower time frames, I can definitely see some signs of the trend kind of slowing down here. But we're still holding this level. As long as this level holds, I think the trend is still very bullish on most time frames. I think it's only when we go down to like the 1 minute to 5 minute, we start seeing a bearish structure. But even on the 5 minutes, we sort of have like a strong move to the downside, and then we start getting this. So a break above here might take us at least up to this level, or even into new all-time highs if there's momentum in this move. Yeah, what do you guys think in the comments? Let us know if you are bullish or bearish on gold. Let us know in the comments.
I think it'd be very interesting to see whether we break below that level, especially on the hourly, because let's say we have still 11 hours left of the daily candle. So if we just pull back to that level and then we get a higher low formed on the 1 hour, and we just continue making a higher high today and even close above the high, that daily candle is going to look completely different, and you're not going to be looking for shorts at that point. But again, if we wait and see, and if we break below the low and make a new lower low in the market, then there could be an argument to say that the market structure has shifted. So it's an important level that we're at. We're either going to continue with the higher low on the daily, on the 1 hour, and we're going to continue up, and get some bullish momentum come in and continue this upward trend, higher highs, higher lows, or we'll break below and the market could potentially shift. So it'd be interesting.
Definitely. See what we got in the comments. Get Void is saying, if Kim is bullish, I am bullish. Okay, so we got Kim is bullish, we got Void being bullish, we got whatever name this is also bullish. Koba says looking for a move back up into liquidity before we reach. Yeah, okay, so where's liquidity? You know, is liquidity above the all-time highs? I don't get that. Like, I don't understand. Maybe I'm dumb, but I don't understand what that means. Like, oh, I'm moving to liquidity. What is liquidity? You know, let me know in the comments. What do you mean with liquidity? I mean, I know what liquidity is. Liquidity, you know, is the amount of
orders.
Yeah, and the amount of volume in the market, and the more liquid the market is, the easier it is to get fill in orders and all of that, right? But I don't think that's what we're talking about. I think when people say liquidity, it's like, okay, so here is so-called resting liquidity, and then you also have resting liquidity up here. So basically, when you say take out liquidity, is like, okay, you take out the highs or take out the lows. So what makes this area an area of liquidity? Well, I would assume that if price comes down and we call this liquidity, there's a lot of demand here. There's a lot of buy orders. Okay, now that could also be stop orders. And then, of course, if those stop orders gets hit, then obviously there has to be another one, and you know, there has to be buy orders, you know, in this area. So I guess that's what we call liquidity. But I have a hard time wrapping my head around the whole liquidity discussion. I think it's like it's become one of those words where, like, also, what type of trader are you? I'm a liquidity trader, you know? And to me, that means nothing. I don't, you know? I'm also liquid. Like, we're all liquidity traders, you know?
Yeah.
But what does that mean exactly? So, Kobus, let me know in the comments. What do you mean with liquidity? The long wick to the left and also the bottom wicks to the right. Yeah, but that... Yeah, but that... Then you say that, you know, could you say that? Okay, so the wicks, you know, because there's no, I believe, like, we don't know that there's liquidity in those areas. Like, we can't see that. We really don't know if there's actual liquidity in those areas. Do you understand what I'm saying? So to say that, okay, we have to take out that liquidity. We don't know for sure that there is liquidity in that area just because of a wick. What we do know because of the wick is that there were liquidity here, and we had liquidity here because of the way the price reacted to the level. Do we know that there's going to be liquidity in the same way? Do we know that liquidity is going to present itself in the same way next time we're testing that level? No, we absolutely do not know that, because a lot of people, they're going to say, okay, so we have now taken out liquidity, and then boom, straight up. Well, then what type of liquidity was that? Now, you know, we're breaking out. So now not only did you take out that liquidity, you're just continuing to take out all the liquidity and moving higher. So it's not unless you have a move that's like, okay, now we're taking out liquidity and then we move down, and then the liquidity traders are going to say, okay, we took out liquidity. Okay, yeah, well, we took out liquidity on the breakout as well. You know, there's liquidity all over the place, and that's why I'm got some issues with that concept in technical analysis. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, I think people use it as a confluence. So it's like, I don't really know too much about liquidity. I've not really studied it. I obviously know what it is, and I see people just trade that type of way where they take out a previous high they say that the stops have been taken from the high or the low, and then that it increases the chance of it going in a certain direction because you've took out the resting stops. I don't know if that's true. I've not studied it enough, but that was sort of the theory of it. And if it takes out that previous day's high, then the chances are, if you've took out that liquidity, it's going to reverse. Again, I don't trade that way. I trade slightly differently, so I don't know if it works, but I hear it a lot. But I know what you mean.
Yeah. I do hear it a lot as well. Kavika says you ruined the man's liquidity strategy. No, I mean I know it's a strategy. I know that people like use it as a proper strategy, and you go on YouTube and it's like these ICT traders to say like, okay, liquidity this, liquidity that. Yeah, that's great. Like I understand that it's a really good, like it's sort of like a branding thing, right? Where I'm not gonna hate on ICT. You guys know what I know, what I like about ICT. We don't have to have that hourly long conversation again. I'm gonna try not to go on a rant here, but so liquidity is like that thing where it's like, oh, I trade liquidity. It's like, okay, what does that mean? It's like, oh, you see that wick? That's liquidity. We gotta take out that liquidity. Why not you say wick? Why not we gotta take out the wick? You know what I mean? Like we could take because liquidity sounds cool. You put that sticker on. Look at the strategy. It's a liquidity strategy. It sounds cool. It's a cool thing. It's like the flavor of the month, in the world of trading. And I don't understand what it means. It's like studying technical analysis for 8 years. I have no idea.
I think there's different terminology for similar things. Like even with my style, where I've seen people say to me like, "Oh, it doesn't work. Like, why are you entering there?" But when I compare that to say an ICT thing, it's slightly different terminology and slightly different entry criteria, but you're still looking at the same thing. A lot of the time they say it's to make a top wick, and then obviously I don't know everything about it, but like a top wick and then the high of the day. Well, effectively, when I'm looking at the 1 hour 50 and the 0.382, when you look at the previous day, I'm predicting that to be the high of the day, although I don't think of it like that. I'm looking for a rejection for the lower high, but effectively that would be that a wick up, so they would say manipulation, a wick up to the high, and then the continuation to the downside. It's all very similar concept. Slightly different, but
I'm gonna let you all in. I'm gonna let you all in on a little trade secret. A little secret here in the industry. Okay, so it's called support and resistance. Yeah. I mean,
everything evolves around that, whether it's supply and demand, support and resistance, whatever people call it. It's the similar looking for areas of value. It's all similar, just worded slightly different. Even liquidity is still support and resistance.
Exactly. It's like, oh, you're gonna take that liquidity to the upside. Oh, you mean like that level where price has reacted to in the past and then formed the wick and now it's moving down? Yeah, that's liquidity. It's like, yeah, okay, so we can look like, yeah, what do you call this? Yeah, that's price hitting a resistance. But then if price moves like this, it takes out that one. It's like, oh, now it takes out liquidity. So yeah, or price just reacts to resistance area. Like, you know what I mean? Like we can package this in such a nice, neat little way and then sell it for 5K, or we can just call it resistance. It's level to level, God, I need a break. Good thing we got Will and Richard in the background.
I'm gonna shoot guys as well. So I appreciate you guys having me on.
I'll see you guys next good stuff, James. Thanks for joining. I do always appreciate your insights here because I do really like the way you're trading, and I apologize for my uncontrollable liquidity rant here in the live stream today.
That's all good. That's why we're here, to discuss, to talk. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Cool. Cheers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, man. Take care. Right. Okay. Well, it's cool if you can I bring you guys on the background? All right, let's go. All right, we got the gang.
Chapman. What's good? How are you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, really good, mate. Really good. I'm feeling good today. I had a good gym session today. It was a nice little chest pump going on. So, mate, I feel ready for the day. Like the morning's just been chaos. Yeah, mate, literally, I was like, smashing everything, you know.
We'll smash.
Yeah, mate, literally that. You're like
Nice.
trying.
that sounded really like a sound effect. I'm like, how did he manage to get that sound effect on? That's
Me?
actually just you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just when I do voices, I can.
Oh shit, I muted you. Sorry about that. Let me unmute you again.
No, that's fine. You can leave him muted, mate. We don't really.
Speaking about voices, and I muted him. That's funny. Ugh.
I like your voice. Mutes me.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
Right,
it when
what are you?
quiet.
Right, so yesterday we had a bank holiday. Not a lot of movements. Looks like we do have not a lot of movements today, other than the pound is absolutely dying. Interesting. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to jump off, and I'll leave you guys to it, and I'll be back in a few hours. All right, let's see. I'm gonna see if I can move around the little screens here. Do we have? I'm gonna make it so that Richard's screen is on the guest scene today.
Sweet, awesome stuff. What I'll do is get my screen up now.
Will you use that one?
Can we add music? How do we add music to the stream? Is that possible?
Yeah, we can do that. Get some music on.
Oh, yeah. Vibe. Oh, some calming music over here. Get some jazz going. Get some jazz with some rain in the background.
You're gonna put me to sleep if you put jazz and rain.
Yeah, fair. Like I always I've started having like background music when I'm in the office because I've just realized that I'm just listening to my own thoughts all the time. I'm like, oh my god, I'm going insane over here. So I've started putting on. Let me actually find what's called. It's on YouTube, guys. Like, feel free to go check it out. It's called Autumn Rain Sound and Jazz Piano.
Nice,
Dude,
I like that. You know what I like listening to? Is thunder, like rain and then distant.
Like super heavy rain.
Yeah, like heavy rain and distant thunder. I like that. I like the sitting on the porch and imagine myself, smoking a cigar, sitting on the porch, just hearing that, the sun sets and there's like distant.
I'm more of a rock and metal person, so my stuff is usually like rawr. So
I've heard you.
But I'm not talking about music. I mean, obviously, I'm not listening to thunder as my style of music.
In the gym listening to thunder.
100% that there is somebody that will add the thunderous noises and thunderclaps and stuff like that to music. There has to be somebody that's done that.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Probably, I mean, yeah, like metal, probably metal. You have like a couple of black metal bands doing that all the time. I could probably.
I mean, Jonatan, you're from Sweden. There's so many like metal bands from Sweden, so.
Oh yeah. No, I'm a biggest metalhead. I definitely.
No way. I would not have pinned you for a metalhead.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's all I listen to. Like for me, I'm all about that '90s black metal. Like, because I got back in the day, I had a lot of friends in the scene. Good friends with Dissection.
I mean, I like that.
So yeah, I got
the vibe. I grew up on reggae.
Right. I grew up in times where they were burning all the churches and everything. Kind of influenced me in a bad way.
Interesting. Right then.
Crazy time in Scandinavia during the 90s, man. That was insane times.
Jonatan, how old are you if you're saying you grew up in the 90s?
Okay, well, I guess I didn't. Well, I'm born born 90, so I guess grew up is an over exaggeration. But I guess I grew up in the 90s if I'm born in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're like in your pre-teens and stuff like that, you're definitely growing up in that era.
Yeah,
I'm an 88 baby, so the 90s was also a very good.
Man, I miss the times before the cell phones, man. Like just in the moment, now that I see concerts and it's just phones. I'm like,
It's gone from
Imagine-
lighters to torches.
Yeah.
You guys had torches? Guys, we went with street lights.
Right. Street. Oh, guys, I gotta jump off. I will leave you guys, and I'll be back a bit later. All right.
All right, man.
Right, cheers, Jonatan.
All right.
Yeah,
Hey, guys. Take care.
trust us to just come in and just really lower the tone of the conversation, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, like we were having they were having like really intellectual conversations
yeah.
about the market and whatnot, and here we're like, hey guys, let's talk about all kinds of funny stuff.
Yeah, heavy metal bands.
Yeah.
Oh man, how you doing, guys? What's good? Good to see you in on another day. Void, Will, good to see you. How you doing, mate? Akram, I'm doing super good, man. I'm super chill. How you doing? How you doing, bro? Hey, Will and Rich, how you doing, dude? Good to see you in, bro. How you doing? Super cool to see you guys and say hello. Yeah, Hulk smash. Yes, mate.
Hulk smash.
That was me this morning, dude. I wasn't even feeling it this morning. I felt so weak. And like trying to keep up with my brother, who's a personal, who's a personal trainer. It's next level, man. Trying to keep up with him, and like he's got a body like chiseled like a Greek statue. Like the man's insane. And trying to keep up with him in the gym is hard. It's really, really difficult. So he just absolutely blasted me in the gym today. So I mean, I'm like, everything's an effort. I'm like trying to like move my hands over onto the keyboard. So it has to be. If I end up like
boxing this morning as well, didn't you?
I went boxing this morning. Boxing. What were we? Tuesday today? Yesterday morning.
You went yesterday.
Yeah, Monday mornings are boxing. Monday mornings, Wednesday morning, and Friday morning I box.
It's maybe why you're feeling like a little.
Yeah, probably, mate. Yeah, probably.
Is that all the swim in the ocean that you did yesterday afternoon?
Yeah. You can't beat a good swim, man. Yeah, I love the ocean. Really do love the ocean. Oh my god, it's William and his diabolical chart colors.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, you used to have like a light blue color.
Mate, my chart was ridiculous. Do you remember, like, at one point I had a pink chart? I don't know if I still have the template for it, but I had like a candy floss chart.
Gray is like... I can understand why people are struggling to see the structure itself, but for you it makes perfect sense.
Oh mate, they were the days, man. Mate, that was like probably 12 months ago, if not longer than 12 months ago. I had pink charts. So Paul, good to see you in, man. It's probably been a while. But yeah, absolutely. How are we doing, guys? What's going on? How's the market open been? Given the fact that yesterday was technically a Sunday when it comes to price action. So I'm classing today as a Monday, just because hoping that price action is going to be a lot better. So guys, let me know how the markets have been. Will and Rich, all good. Hope you guys are well. I'm super well, man. Really good. Rich, how are you doing?
Myself, I am gravy, baby. I was a little bit under the weather this morning. I don't know if I just slept poorly or what, but I woke up just feeling groggy and nasally and just not happy.
Oh, lush.
And then,
love that.
But now it's heated up. My nasal passages has cleared up, so feel a bit better.
Yeah, good man. Yeah, I always get a bit stuffy in the morning, or like late at night. I'm awful for it. Like the missus will call me, and like she'll know when I'm tired. Like if she's working till like 8 p.m, she'll call me and she'll be like, "Hey, you okay?" And I'm like, "Hello." It's like, oh my god. She's like, "Are you tired?" Literally, she's like, "You tired?" I'm like, "A little bit." Oh mate, telltale for me when I'm tired. It's so obvious.
It's like you were screaming at kids the whole day. And then your voice is like hoarse. So hoarse.
Will is more of a Boyzone fan, I guess. Mate, give me some of that JLS and some of that One Direction,
Ooh.
Nah, mate, I was more into my indie rock. Like, give me a bit of like the Killers, the Kaiser Chiefs. Give me a bit of indie rock. However, though, I was a big fan of Meatloaf. I am into my rock and roll, just not my not my heavy metal.
My dad was a massive fan of Meatloaf, and obviously, as a young kid, you would want to emulate the stuff that your parents listened to. So my dad was also like heavily into rock and stuff like that. So that's where it starts, and then from there on,
literally that.
I've never looked back.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love my like Meatloaf. For me, is just such a nostalgic artist. Just because, like you said, you know, my dad was a massive fan. You know, him and my mum went to watch Meatloaf live in concert, and he actually brought back a plectrum that they threw into the crowd. So that was
nice.
Yeah, that was super cool. So.
I have a whole tin full of
souvenirs. Oh, plectrums. You played, you?
Okay. Pardon?
Do you play?
I do. I play bass. I'm a bassist.
Oh, I was going to say, I feel like I knew that. I don't know why. I feel like I knew that you played bass.
I play bass, and I play a little bit of guitar as well, and then I used to be able to sing as well.
Yeah. I want to see that. Guys, I mean, chuck it in chat if we want to hear Richard Butler sing, everyone. Come on, let's...
Okay, so like when COVID hit, like before COVID, I could hit falsettos, like really high falsettos. And one of my favorite songs to sing was a Tenacious D song called F Her Gently. And if anybody's ever heard it, they would know.
Based on the name of the song, I'm gonna go with the solid. We shouldn't sing that.
Yeah, I won't sing it live. I've sung it to my wife. That's when we started dating. I sang that song to her. But anyway, and when COVID hit, I could no longer hit those falsetto notes anymore. Like my voice went a little bit deeper, and like I could do it.
Richard Butler hit puberty later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like what you sound like after a long day of talking and being busy, that's my voice now, like naturally.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get that. Yes.
Rahul, I would not. That's definitely not a PG song.
Oh man, I haven't even caught up with chat. Yeah, I'm literally still catching up. Pink chat, I think you need to speak to someone. Oh god, let's have a look. Let's try and catch up with chat, guys. I do apologize. I got carried away. I want to hear Rich play the guitar, mate. So do I, man. Maybe we'll get him on stream one day, and we'll get him to do smash out some chords on the bass. I used to play electric.
Yeah,
I used to play electric when I was a kid, but I sold my electric. I got an acoustic now, but I play piano a lot. So piano and
geez, nice.
Yeah. I love my piano. I was grade 1 as well.
My mom could play piano, but I never got into it.
Oh man, to be fair, there's something about the piano is super nice. Anyway, let's get into the chats. Yeah, I feel like that's our welcoming. You know, at a meeting, you always got to have that sort of. You don't just go straight into business. You know, you got to chat shit for a bit. So I feel like that was our chat for a bit. Let's jump straight into the markets. Let's see what's going on. So, Richie boy, what you got, man?
You have to pay attention. Your chart is not clear. I don't know what Mawson is on about.
You do not. You do not pay attention to your chart. It's not clear. I have no idea what you're on about, my friend. Do I pay attention to my chart? If it's showing me nothing, not at all. No. If I'm not seeing anything in the markets, I'm not paying any attention to it.
Let's look at a GU this morning. If I can just zoom out a little bit, I don't know if people can see it, if it looks proper. Yeah, maybe I need to again reset just the color grading ever so slightly.
Okay, it is good now.
Yeah.
I think it was just we forgot that we were sharing our charts and it was just looking.
Yeah, that's true.
No offense, I do have a very boring chart. Like I full on. You know, I full on admit that. You know.
GU. I don't know if you caught any of this downward movement this morning. I think I mentioned yesterday that I only trade during the London session, and I'm very, very thankful that I waited for London to open, because this tank is incredible. From the point of London opening, going all the way down, it is crazy how much it dropped. it dropped 157 pips. So if you're someone that either doesn't trade with a stop loss, or if you're somebody that waits a little while before you put in your stop loss, man, I feel sorry for you if you were on the wrong side of this trade. For me, there were two very nice 5-minute bases that dropped. So you can see where the base comes from. I like playing base and I like marking up bases. So there was one very nice 5-minute base and then a follow-up 5-minute base. I took this trade over here. I don't know if people can see it all that well, but it continued going down. It made a base and then it indicated a continuation of the drop. All my other confluences are in place. It's lower than the 20 EMA. The MACD is showing that it still has momentum going down. I entered. I got a 1 to 1.5 on this one. Lovely. So that was the trade that I took this morning. And then this 5-minute base was tested on this candle over here. This, okay, probably doesn't show it all that well, but there is a line, a wick that tested into this 5-minute, and then since then we have been moving lower. We are now just treading water round about this bottom section now. So I'm waiting for another break lower of this point before I would consider entering again. This is on GU. Whether or not we're going to get the break, I do not know, because we have the low of the day, and then we have an attempt at a low, which is slightly higher. Maybe I can thicken up this line. People can see it a little bit better. Yeah, that looks a little bit better.
It takes one trade to destroy your account if you don't use a stop loss. Are you speaking from experience? I know I would be. I've definitely destroyed
not trade with a stop loss. Sorry. So this is the low of the day so far. We've attempted to come and test this low at the bottom. We are currently just above this point on GU. So for me to say yes, we're either going to not consolidate here or we're going to continue the downward movement. It needs to break past this line. And then it needs to test this, break below it, and then it needs to decide whether or not breaking through, retesting it, and actually passing the retest, and then continuing lower. Otherwise, it's going to break through, retest, and then push up. So that's what I'm seeing on GU at the moment. Crazy downward momentum. We are slowing with the downward momentum. Yes, it's still going down, but it is definitely much slower in relation to this absolute crazy downward move that we had here. So,
dude, I'll be honest, I think I want to see buys. I'd love to see buys coming through.
If we do not break lower, do not break lower than this low point, I would say that it is more prevalent for us to have buys after a short while of consolidation. Because I think ideally you would like to have a slowing in momentum. You don't want a fast drop to a point and then all of a sudden a rejection off of that point. You want it to come down, start slowing down at your area of support, your supply demand zone, and then you want it to show that it wants to start going up, and then maybe retest, and then the second time after the retest it starts moving up, you want to see it move up with conviction. So if I see conviction going down and no slowing momentum, and it starts turning up, it's unlikely for me that is going to be a continuation, or at least let's say it's going to be just a pullback. So it's going to be a pullback, and then it might just continue back down again. So that's what I'm seeing on GU. I don't know if you agree, and if you don't agree, you're wrong.
5 minute. We're failing to break lower, of course.
Yeah.
We're wicking. Part of me would like to see it wick one more time and sweep, but fail to close and then start moving a lot higher on the 5. On the 15, we're showing. In fact, if I just bring my chart up real quick, we can see on the 15-minute that we are slowing down and we're starting to wick. So yeah, I do totally agree with you. I don't want to see this go much lower, but having said that, when I look at the 5, part of me thinks, there's people going to be buying now. So like, could we have like some form of movement where we come down, come back up, break structure, and then continue, something like that? I don't know why I made that so messy. I've literally got arrows. There we go. Something a little bit like this. I think that would be super cool. That would allow us then to potentially, baiting those early buyers in, get them in, take them out, and then continue on up. So that would be pretty cool, I think.
I know Jonatan them were talking about liquidity and what it is that they define liquidity as. What is your view on liquidity? If we're going to talk about
that's a great question, man.
Going lower before turning higher.
Liquidity is just an area where there could be a large amount of stop losses. That's literally all liquidity is for me. It's an area where potentially retail traders are getting in, or maybe where retail traders are putting their stop losses, and then it's just an area where institutions would want to try and find a discounted price before heading in the intended direction.
Do you think that as retail traders we really contribute that much to the liquidity at that specific point, or is it more?
Not really. No, not really. I think we call it liquidity. I don't even think the institutions. Again, I can't speak. I'm not an institutional trader. Yeah. But I think that a lot of institutional traders just want to get better prices for their clients, and that's all that's about. We just call it liquidity because we get liquidated. I think that's
literally.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason why we call it liquidity. I think liquidity as a concept or as a whole is just as fabricated as a fair value gap. I think it's just as fabricated as an order block. I think it's just as fabricated as the whole idea of retail trading. These markets aren't meant for us. Think about it like a shark. Sharks. Yes, I'm pretty sure it was, or the day before. No, day before would be Sunday. So I'm pretty sure it was yesterday we spoke about sharks. If you think about it like a big great white shark, what do they have swimming around them? Feeder fish. Fish that go around eating all the crap off the shark, whether that's bacteria or other, things that grow on a shark. So those little fish actually feed off of what is provided by those sharks.
The scraps,
Yeah, the scraps. And that's all that we are. We are, feeder fish to the big sharks and the big whales in the industry. So all we do is we run around looking for all the scraps that are left in the markets and hope that we don't get bitten or eaten by the sharks. And what I mean by that is hopefully we don't hit a stop loss.
That is all we can hope for, I would think. This is that.
Yeah.
We can steal that little bit that we can while the big institutions are making their move. You kind of like just siphon off of their move and hope that you're not in their way. Because if you're in their way, they're gonna liquidate you.
Yeah, absolutely. Bruno, buenos dias. ¿Cómo estás? How you doing? 100%, man. If you're in the way, you're in the way. You're either going to get, you're either going to get eaten by that shark, or there's only one option.
Yeah, I feel like the analogy has kind of like explained itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, literally. I was going to say that I don't really need to explain that. It's so self-explanatory. Louis, hey guys, Louis, how you doing, man? Good to see you in.
Hello, Louis.
William Davis, you missed my comments. Please answer. Dude, I'm sorry. There's so many comments.
I tried many times that one.
let's have
just
a look.
Above Louis' comment.
Yes, I see it. I've tried many times, but I haven't been able to pass a funded account challenge. Sometimes it's due to emotional issues, and other times it's because of trade setup mistakes. Dude, that's super interesting, man. Again, I'm sorry that you haven't passed the challenge yet. That's a very common thing amongst all of us traders. Even I struggle to pass challenges sometimes. I know you have more experience, but beginners often lose at this stage. Please share your point of view. Dude, I'm sorry I missed that comment. That's a fantastic comment, man. I'm going comment of the day to Tamil over here. Yeah, no, that's a really good question. So it's super self-explanatory. You're a beginner. It's gonna suck for you at the beginning. It's gonna be difficult. You're gonna go on that journey of wins and losses. But I'm actually going to bring it up so I can see it and actually try and reference back to it so I don't have to remember. Emotional issues, dude, that's something that you will learn. You're going to go through emotional issues. The fact that you said already that you're a beginner is absolutely fantastic, that you've been able to identify that you're going through emotional issues. That alone is a win. If you're a beginner and you're able to say and acknowledge that I am going through emotional issues, boom, you're halfway to fixing that emotional issue is through acknowledgement. So just acknowledge the issue, journal it. Why are you going through that emotional issue? What is the emotion? Is it revenge trading? Is it greed? Is it fear? Is it FOMO? The emotion is a massive umbrella term to why you could be potentially losing on your trades. So understand and ask yourself, what sort of emotion is it that's actually causing you to fail in these in the trade setup or in your account? And other times it's because of trade setup mistakes. Dude, silly mistakes. We all go through them. I've made so many silly mistakes. Even now, I actually made a silly mistake a couple of days ago where I took out of a trade early and then it just absolutely smashed up beyond what would have been my TP. I didn't actually set a TP, hoping that, because it was one of my swing trades on the US30. I'll actually bring it up here for you and go up onto the 4 hour. Just reset my chart. There we go. I actually took out around here somewhere. I'm pretty sure. I really can't remember now. But then I took out and then boom, it just started heading up. And I took out because I was a little bit afraid on the swaps weren't as good, or the swaps were a little taking me out a little bit. And I made a silly mistake. I took out too early. I've also made silly mistakes where I've entered too early, or maybe I've let my emotion get to me. So it's one of these things that they are so common in trading. So don't stress over it. It could also be a fact that maybe you're not as confident in your strategy. Make sure that you've got a solid strategy that you're confident in. You've got data backing it up, and maybe you've done some testing on a demo account and some testing on a small account, whether that's live or a small funded account. But make sure you're confident, man. Make sure you're confident, and usually your confidence in your strategy actually contributes to a massive part of your emotional issues. So make sure you're confident in your strategy, and it will help you with emotions. And if you're still finding you're struggling with emotions, dear diary it. I know it sounds so cringy, and believe me, I got laughed at by my brother when I told him I was dear diary in my trades. But dude, understand how you are feeling. Like, what's your emotions like for the day? Did you sleep well? Have you eaten well? What is your diet? Diet, I've realized over the past couple of weeks, majorly contributed towards my trading success. I really let go of myself, really let go of my diet. I wasn't as strict on my healthy eating foods and my sort of rabbit food. Instead, I was having a takeaway maybe a little bit more than I should, or I was having a couple of beers maybe a little bit more than I should. And guys, I don't drink, so you imagine what my body is thinking after having a couple more drinks than it's used to having through the course of a couple of weeks. So I started feeling really groggy. Dude, it could be the same with you. Understand what you're putting in your body, because what you put in is what you put out. Same with a car. You wouldn't put diesel in a petrol engine. So that's my little point of view on it. That's my little snippet, and that's what I would be doing if I was going through similar issues. So I hope that helped, man. I do apologize for missing the comment. What a brilliant comment! Definitely comment of the day for me.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree on that one, Will. Yeah, just it's a long process. It takes time. Be kinder to yourself as well. Let's just add that as well.
Yes.
If you're going through an emotional time, try and understand why it is that you're feeling what you're feeling, and then move from there.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, I think it's actually Bruce Lee that said your body doesn't know when you're joking. So be careful with what you say to it. I'm
Something
sure.
Like that, yeah.
Sure, yeah. Obviously not word for word. Yeah, I'm rubbish with my quotes, but I'm sure there's Bruce Lee that said something along those lines.
I think it was more on the line of your brain doesn't know when you're joking. So be kind in what you say to yourself, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. yeah, the sentiment is the same. Like,
Yeah,
keep
absolutely.
it to yourself.
Yeah, literally that. Cherry, hi Richard. What moving
Hello,
average are
Cherry.
you using?
What averages I'm using? I'm using a 20 EMA. It is a dead stock standard EMA. Nothing special about it. Just a 20.
Awesome stuff. Simplicity is key.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, the 20 EMA works quite well enough for me. So
good man.
I
That's
also
all.
have a 200 EMA as well, which I do add every now and then. But I don't really use it for intraday trading. I use it for the start of the week and then the end of the week to see where we are in relation to it. But other than that, the 200 is minimized.
Yeah, nice man. Yeah, that's awesome stuff. Pog, Mr. William, correct me if I'm wrong. I shall indeed, my friend. If I'm trying to know if a trend is exhausted, would price action be enough to make an assessment? Ooh, I like this question. If price breaks a lower high and makes a higher high, for example, is it enough? Oh, what a golden question. Top points. Depends on it. It depends. Honestly, yes, but no. So depends on what time frames you're using. So like if you're using higher time, like one time frame analysis is just not enough. No, so it's simplicity. You know, it's just you can't decide if a price is exhausting based on one small time frame. Like if I'm gonna go on to gold now, like which I am on, and I'm looking at the 5 minute, or let's say I'm looking at the 1 minute. There we go. I'm looking at the, oh my god, look at this. Price is just absolutely exhausted. Well, okay, well, if you go up onto the 5 minute, price is actually just consolidating a little bit. If we go up onto the 15 minute, price is actually rejecting a little bit. You know, price tells us a different story on each time frame. However, if you're following a trend and price is starting to slow down on each time frame as you move down, and then you're starting to see a shift in that structure to maybe the opposite side on a lower time frame, or maybe your intraday time frame, for example, like the 1 hour or the 15, then I suppose you could look at it and think, you know what, okay, I think price is exhausting here. So I think that's the only time I'd use naked price action. Well, that's why I call it as naked price action, is when you don't have indicators as help, which is predominantly how I trade. I've only recently started using moving averages, especially since swing trading. So when it comes to naked price action, I think you'd have to really take into consideration all timeframes that you're trading, especially the higher, and make sure you're finding alignment. So yes, I could be partial to say you can just strictly look at naked price action to see if price is exhausting.
But there's also something to take into consideration. It is exhausted for now. Like the price itself is showing it's slowing its momentum towards the downside, as an example. Yeah. It's consolidating a little bit. It is at an area of interest where previously you've had struggles to break through, and it's not a guarantee that now it is exhausted. It's just it might be exhausted for now. So maybe on the 1, 2, the 5, the 10-minute time frames, you're going to see, oh, it's really slowed. But if you're looking at the 4 hourly, it still looks incredibly bearish. So
yeah,
I agree 100% with what Will is saying. It's just
awesome,
it's exhausted for now, and then
This made me laugh. Would you change your background color? Would you? I'm stopping there, but there's a few more. Dude,
please pay attention, Will. Pay attention.
Mate, I'm gonna be honest with you, and it's gonna be a no. No, it's no. Sorry.
Look,
would you like the pink chart? Andrew, who would like the pink charts back again?
Yeah, put the pink charts up. But look, if the color is of such a way that people cannot see what we're trying to indicate, it's fine. I can try and adjust it. I mean,
dude, I'll be honest with you. This is the color that I trade optimally. Sorry, but like I love you guys. I ain't changing my chart color for you.
I mean, if I'm looking at my chart, it's very.
That may make me an unprofitable trader if I change my chart pattern. Like screw that. Yeah. Also, guys,
it's just like that.
Yeah. Also, guys, I just want to say as well, I did take out of my Euro JPY trade earlier on this morning. I think it was about 5-6 a.m. Okay, yeah, there you go, bang on 6 a.m. I think it's a little bit higher than this actually. I think I came up to about here. But I actually banked out 4%. So that was really, really nice. I was actually in 4 weeks on that trade. I did have the scale in. So this trade here, I was actually in for 4 weeks. And then I did have the scale in last week with you guys. And it hit a full TP at 2.5%. So
Nice.
that was really cool, guys. So I banked 4% on that trade, or those 2 trades, or that 1 trade idea. Just want to update you on that, guys. So I'm actually now flat in the market. So I'm going to be bringing up my terminal at some point over the next couple of days or weeks. I'm going to be live trading, and I'm going to actually place a trade on my MetaTrader terminal in front of you guys on my 500 account. So we'll see how that goes. So I'll let you know how that goes, guys. But I'm flat in the market now, which kind of sucks. So I'm going to see if we can get something proper in the market.
Oh, I miss those days where you used to just have your terminal up and just show exactly where you enter, when you enter. Obviously, it's not a signal service, and you should always preface, don't copy the trades.
Yeah,
So trading, because you understand the risk that you are taking. Somebody else that's watching the stream might not necessarily understand why you're putting in the risk and when you're putting in the risk. So always preface the don't copy the trades. This is purely for entertainment. That's all it is. But it's also at the same time to show, like without copying, without edits, what it looks like to trade one of Will's accounts. And let me tell you, he's in drawdown at the moment. But
all right, expose me, why don't you?
Fighting his way out of it with tooth and nail, man. He's trying his best.
Yeah, dude. Like I hit some shady drawdown. I went to about 7% down. I think I was it 7 or 8? No, I think I went to about 8% down.
Yeah.
I'm now. What am I now? I can't actually remember.
You should be roughly around 3%, maybe.
No, okay, on this account, so I'm actually break even after the 4% trade. I'm actually break even on one of my other accounts, but on the account that I was streaming on, I am now 5.2% down.
Okay, so still a while to go, but
Oh yeah, still a while to go. It's still a bit of time to go. So we'll see how that goes. So I'm only predominantly swing trading on that account. Yeah, literally 4 weeks on a trade. I know, that was crazy. I think that's actually the longest I've traded. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm trying to think if I've had any longer trades open. I'm actually pretty sure that's the longest I have ever traded.
drinking and trading. Woohoo! Yeah, that's quite the combination.
Where am I seeing that?
It's a little bit down. You can go through some more of the comments, but it's pretty funny. I wanted to show this yesterday on gold. On the 5 minute, I marked the 5 minute base, and the price itself just wicked and tested on it and then rejected. But obviously this is during consolidation. And then Tokyo was beautiful, heading up to try and catch new highs, which it did. It broke through the previous high at 3,500.2, something like that, and it went all the way up to 3,508. And since then, it has just been slowly making its way down. So there's a few 5 minute bases for me. There's also the daily open, which is an area of interest. So right now, I'm also pretty much flat with gold. I do feel like we can still try and hit new highs.
I don't know. I reckon gold's going to be hitting higher. I reckon we're going to be buying. Yeah. If anything, I'm actually considering buying gold at the moment for a scalp.
For me, not yet. I don't want to enter just yet, but I do have a feeling that we can most probably push up past this 5 minute base yet again. So for argument's sake, if this 5 minute, which is going to close over the next 4 minutes, if this closes as a bullish candle, there is a probability for a trade here. It depends on how high or how low it's going to close bullish. But let's say from this point, it'll go straight into my 5 minute base, or you can always try for a 1-to-1. So in this case, $5 to $5. But yeah, I can see gold potentially pushing higher.
Yeah, I think I'd be a little lower. I think we need to retest a little lower. But I like your entry on that. I mean, there's some tight stops though. I could not.
Yeah, I mean, it's a $5 stop, which is easy for it to come and just eat up. Yeah. But it is just an idea. It would be something in line with my strategy, which I wait for my confluences to be in line. I'm waiting for it to fail to break in a specific direction. I wanted to start turning. I wanted to start showing at least that it wants to turn its momentum. And then I'm looking for my bases to be created. And from my base, I'm looking for a continuation. So for me, if this were to close bullish, it would be a nice area for an entry. I've already had a trade today, so I'm due one more. If it's a win, then I'm done. If it's a loss, then I need to go and find another trade in order to do my best of 3.
You need, or you're going to be happy if you do?
I'd be happy, but I still need to follow my strategy. I still need to follow.
Need a trade.
Need it. I need it. I
must trade.
But if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to force it. That's the thing. It's like if I don't see a setup, I'm not going to force it.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, that's amazing, mate. I mean, I would have been had I have been trading gold, I would have been tagged in, but I think we can test it another time. I think like this would be why I'm looking at 1-to-1R. So again, I'm a little bit safer than Richie V. Richie V's a little bit more risky than friskier.
Friskier, definitely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe I should be careful calling him frisky.
We can talk about it after the Discord about how frisky I really am.
You're gonna show me.
PG.
Moving on to gold buys. This is where I would be buying from. If I was to be buying gold, but I'm a little bit worried about the way that the candlestick characteristics are looking. We got a really nice big buy candle up, which is cool to break structure. We got a nice big breaking close above, and then we sort of farted about a little bit. So I'm like, I'm umming and ahhing. It's almost like what you called your 5 minute base. So that's that sort of like consolidation zone. That's that sort of umming and ahhing area where I'm not sure if I want to see like one more test of it. So I want to see like one more and then so no more umming and ahhing. It's like and then a definitive decision on a buy structure up. So I think that's what I'd want to see.
You see, for me, I've already have the moment. It is on that big white candle. Yeah, okay, well, come to my chart. Like this movement here is the
okay, really? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, okay.
Because
what about the candles after?
Say again.
Doesn't worry you a little bit? Like the candlestick characteristics after, they're very sort of, weak to the upside, I think.
They do show some weakness, but if I were to just go from this little area here, where over what was this, like from 10:40, so for the last 2 hours almost, we have not really broken lower and closed lower than this little box. Yes, we have the point down here where we've had the new low for the day, but if I just have a look at this area, it's struggling to push lower. You have this massive volumetric candle. It attempts to go a little bit higher. You can almost say that it tried to break this high wick. It did fail, but it eventually got it. And then it attempts to go back into the zone and then confirms that it wants to start pushing out. Like, for argument's sake, that would be the entry point for me. Not necessarily a $7.50 trade on gold, but maybe a bit less, I would attempt to at least test this 5-minute area of mine. But in that case, I would then also reduce my stop loss, and this would be my scalp if I were to scalp a gold trade along with my strategy.
Ooh.
So I think you're mostly on the 15, and then sometimes you check the hourly as well, and so on and so forth, where I'm solely on the 15 and the 5.
Yeah, fair.
And I get all of my breaks and retests only on the 15 and the 5. So in this case, this is like a micro break for me because it's attempting to go higher. My confluences are aligning. The price is above the 20 EMA. The price is showing on the MACD that it wants to start moving up, or at least that it's starting to gain a bit of momentum. And then I will just try for a little buy, like from where I am now. That's something that I would have done. I would caution everybody to, not don't follow what I'm doing, but just this is how I would have approached it.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
Magum, am I saying that right, dude? I so back when I was streaming with LLTF, I used to try and pronounce people's names, and guys, I admit I butcher them. So I do apologize. I will start trying to pronounce your names, guys, and I will probably butcher them. So I do apologize and do correct me. So Magum, how's the swaps? I'm assuming this is in reference to the EJ trade. I actually had positive swaps. So yeah, that was really good. I was over the moon with that. I mean, US30 really hammered me on the swaps, especially weekend holding. But no, EJ was really good. I think I actually had like positive $2 or $3 swaps.
You were very fortunate with your swaps, I would say. Very.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, definitely.
Because it's not often that you get positive swaps.
This is interesting. Hi, want to buy a unique pet product?
I'm gonna say no.
How unique? My dog is a special boy. He deserves the one of one. Dude, what, like I've been asked all sorts on stream. I've never been asked if I want to buy my dog or like my pet a unique product like that.
My question is, how would you get that pet to South Africa? And if I don't like your answer, I ain't buying.
No, it's a pet product, not the pet. You're not buying a pet. I hope that's what
you
you
need. A pet product, like if it is like,
it could be like a doggy bone that says The5ers on it for my dog. I mean, guys,
okay,
get on this.
But now you need to ask the question: is it because you don't like The5ers that you would rather have your dog destroy the insignia, the logo?
Oh yeah, well, I hadn't thought about it like that. I mean, not patent. Don't cut that idea, guys. Can we
Yeah.
guys, cut this. What? We're live. What do you mean? Hey guys.
J. Smith Richard has to be from South Africa. Yeah, that's the wife.
Hello, wifey. Butler Enchante. Hello. I've only seen you in the comments. And what I mean by that, I've met you in the comments. So this is me. Hello.
Yeah, she's hard at work.
She looks
but
it.
It's very nice of her to jump in and just show.
If this
support.
is what hard at work looks like, but laughing.
Yeah. I mean, we're hard at work as well. I mean, look at us.
Wait, we're hard at work?
Or are we hardly working?
Yeah, I was going to say, we're working hard or hardly working. Nice to meet you, Alex. How about a rabbit? Dude, am I really misunderstanding now? I thought it was pet product, not buying a pet.
Unless Divine Davis thinks that pets are products. I don't know. Henry, not financial advice. Definitely not. This is not financial advice.
This isn't any advice. This isn't financial advice. It's not life advice.
This is not advice.
No advice
Point.
here. This is literally do not do what I just did.
Yeah, we're just speaking freely. That's all we're having a conversation. It's just like, theoretical. All of it.
How many pips is your stop loss, Richard?
Usually for GU and EU, it's 10 pips, and for gold, it's $5. And then for UJ, it's 17.5 pips.
Nice.
And I always at least try for a 1.5 RR. And then sometimes if the market moves nicely, I can get a 2R as well. So yeah, that's usually what I go for. And the reason why I go for 1 to 1.5s is just it's a higher hit rate.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I love the way you've traded. Like, you've sent me some of your screenshots, profit shots, and even your profit and losses shots. Dude, they're exceptional. I've looked at them and I thought, oh, I don't know if I could trade that way. You know, like
the funny thing is you do trade like that.
Yeah. Oh, the fundamentals between like how me and you trade are almost identical.
Yeah, we're very, very similar in the way that we view the market and what it is, but our risk management is very different.
If we actually look at so if I bring your chart up, you know, and then we have a look at if you go into gold for me real quick. So, you've deleted it. I was going to say, if you go up and draw that chart, or draw that buy order up that you were.
Oh,
yeah. So this is what you were looking at, and very almost identical to what I was looking at. So if I bring my chart up now, they're very, very similar. The only difference is I think I was a little bit lower, and my TP and stop loss are a lot wider.
Yeah, you're aiming a lot higher than I am.
But other than that, the fundamental, and I don't mean fundamentals in news driven, I mean the fundamentals in the base layer, like the structure of how we see the markets is so similar.
Yeah, but you also do something that I really admire, and it's your low hanging fruit idea. It's like I
leave my low hanging fruit alone, okay? This ain't that sort of stream. My low hanging fruit theory is it's really sort of skyrocketed my profitability. Like I was profitable, but like the minute I introduced the low hanging fruit, like it just went straight up. Also, who's
the one coming with new windows now?
Yeah. Before I lose this comment, I love this comment, man. We mead. Oh, I said it again. we need more of this live trading room. This is good stuff. There's a lot of bot live trading channels. Yeah, man, absolutely. Well, you know, you don't get anything like Will Davis and Richard Butler, guys. You know, this is pure, raw, organic stuff. So the quality I'm not sure on, but you know, we're here.
But the quality is there. We're good dudes, I think. The thing that I think Will and Richard Wells did with the LLTF stream was amazing, was the fact that they traded an actual account. Yes, it was a 5ers account that they were trading, but the prop firm didn't matter. It didn't matter that it was a prop account that they were trading. They were trading an account only on stream. So they entered trades on stream, they closed trades on stream, they analyzed it on stream. Those were all stuff that you could see happen in real time. And I think a big problem that you get in the industry is that a lot of people do pretty much what we're showing right now, the trading view charts, and then they say, ooh, I just entered this, but you have no confirmation that they've actually done what they said they've done. Where Will and Rich actually showed it, I'm entering, this is where my entry is. Obviously, didn't always work out, but that's the reality. That shows the reality of trading as a day trader, as a retail trader. So, yeah,
dude, I miss trading with Rich, man. Like, he's the only person who's ever managed to bait me into absolutely anything. Like, I remember coming on stream once, and we were chatting, and he was like, Will, I bet you I'm going to bait you into buying the DAX. And I was like, mate, you'll never do it. I was like, you'll never do it. Half an hour into it, he was like, oh, so I really want to try this thing. And, oh, mate, he took me for a ride. He's like, I really want to try this thing. So, Will, like try it out with me. So what we're going to do is, like, if you move over into the DAX, and I'm not going to get you to place a trade or nothing. So, anyway, then I went over into the DAX. He walked through, like, some analysis on the DAX. He goes, just go onto, like, a 0.01 and just click buy for me real quick, and I'll show you what I mean. And then I did it. He goes, told you I'd bait you in. I was like, oh, no. Literally nearly rage quit. And mate, he's the only person who, I don't know how he does it, but he's got a way of smooth talking into my terminal. So
it's because you hang on every word that he says, that you're
he's so engaging. I'm like,
yeah. And it's just hanging on his words. And then the next moment, you're undressed and you don't know how it happened. And you're like,
whoa. Hang on a minute.
And that smooth voice of his as well. It's just like...
He's smooth. He ain't that smooth.
Well, I mean, he's the first person ever to get you to, buy into a trade idea. So, I don't know, maybe he's got smooth.
He's a smooth operator. No need to ask. Smooth operator. You guys do not want to hear me sing. That's one thing I really can't do. I can trade, I can stream, I can do all sorts of extracurricular activities, but I cannot sing. So I shall pass on horrifying you guys with that one and move on to Pog's comment. I have a problem with retracements. I lower my stop loss to positive, but sometimes it breaks structure, so I get out on profit, but then it comes back, break a structure on the higher time frame and continues, and I miss out. What can I do?
Interesting.
So yeah, that mate, that's really interesting. That's super cool. That mate, that's a good problem to have. That's a really good problem to have. So first things first, man, give yourself a pat on the back for having a positive problem. What I mean by that is your analysis is correct. You're finding that you're taking out early, but you're actually, if you think about it, your trade analysis is played out. So it's fear. That's what it sounds like, man. It sounds like you're afraid of what's potentially happening. If it's consistent and you're able to actually look at it and think, right, okay, I'm hitting my TP more times than I'm hitting my stop loss, and I'm confident my strategy works. This works well for me. I'd set and forget. And then if you're thinking, okay, yeah, but I want to make sure that my stop loss is break even, which you've said here, you have a problem with retracements. You move your stop loss to positive, which I'm assuming is break even or profit. So what you do then is you can look at it and think, right, okay, when I get a break of structure, you look back. So if I actually look at this and let me get a better chart analysis on the euro. Try and find some better analysis over here. That was the stop loss. Sucks. So there we go. So if we have a look at this price action just over here, guys, so we're going to take this into consideration for Pog. Is it Pog? Pog? Dude, again, I'm going to butcher your name, and I do apologize. So let's say, for example, you bought here. So, you got a nice little buy position here. Your stop loss just under here, and your TP's all the way up here. Actually, no, just to make it easier analysis. There we go. So you bought here. Your stop loss is on the low here. Boom, there we go. So what you can do is you want to move your TP to break even as quick as possible. Agreed? Yes, fair. Awesome stuff. So what you're going to do is, let me just move that out the way. There we go. Move this back. So what you're going to want to do is move your stop loss to break even. You're finding that you're struggling with actually watching the markets. You're afraid and that you're seeing potentially a break of structure. So what you do instead is you have alerts. Now, there's these fantastic things on TradingView. Not sure if you heard of them. They're called alerts. If you check into the right-hand corner here, or the right-hand side of the chart, you can click it, add alert on Euro USD. Boom, there we go. I've now got an alert. You can actually tailor the alert. So you can put the message as, Euro USD set BE. Okay, I've just cap locked it. Okay, there we go. So set for break even. So now when that hits an alert, you can actually go, okay, I'm going to move this now to break even. Then you can move to break even and you walk away. So set and forget. That was very much how. Okay, that would have actually been a losing trade. So I do apologize for that bad example. But that's how.
Not a bad example. It's an actual example.
Yeah,
you're going to lose trades, man.
Yeah. Can't win everything. So that's potentially what I'd be doing if I was you, Pog. I'd be looking at setting and forgetting, and then I'd be drawing out my structure points with the trend line. For example, we got a high here, we got another high here, and then or a low here, and if it breaks structure here, then it's showing strength. At that point is where I'd move my stop loss to break even or in profit. Boom, that's where you put your alert. You hit your alert, fantastic, you move to break even. Then what you do, you walk away. You put another alert at your TP and you walk away. Then there's two options. It's stop loss at break even or it's TP, and it removes the emotion. That's potentially what I do. But again, dude, like I said, test it and see what works for you.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% in agreement there. I follow a set and forget strategy because when I started trading, I struggled with holding my trades to fruition, and I would enter a trade with my idea in place, and then while the trade is going, I would get afraid, like, oh no, it's going to hit stop loss, and I would have like a very negative emotion attached to trying to manage the trade after entering the trade. So the thing that worked the best for me was just doing my back test, finding the most let's not just say the most profitable way of trading for me, but like rather the idea that the style, the stop loss, the take profit, it worked out better for me in back testing. And then when I tried it forward testing and just entered, set and forget it, and then pay attention to something else completely, I started getting more profitable trades. I started losing less. Because the funny thing is, if you're trying to micromanage a trade while it's running, you can see, it's starting to reverse now.
What? How'd it go?
It's starting to reverse. It's reversing. It goes into your drawdown. It's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pips into drawdown. And then you're going to start getting disheartened with that specific trade. And you're going to think, you know what? I'm going to wait for it to hit break even, and then I'm going to close it. Comes to break even, you close it, or you might close it for a little bit of a loss. And lo and behold, it starts going in your direction. So I think I mentioned this yesterday, but being in drawdown has a profound effect on people, especially if it's over a longer term. So you sitting there watching your trade is potentially causing you to feel like, okay, I need to micromanage this trade. It's a little bit of drawdown. Oh, it's bad. Okay, it's going towards profit. Okay, I need to lock up profit. And then you lock it up for 1/3 of the amount that you normally would have. Congratulations, you have a winning trade. But the problem is you are cementing a bad habit. And this bad habit is that you're trying to micromanage your trades because you're afraid of losing. So the fear of loss is dictating how you're managing your trades.
Yep.
Try a set and forget, like Will explained, and have reasonable expectation of what the trade can do. So if you want to have, for argument's sake, a 5 pip stop loss, try and do 1-to-1s just to get the feel for taking your trade and leaving it and not touching your trade after you've entered the trade. Don't try and micromanage the trade. Enter, set and forget, go touch grass. Come back after half an hour, and see how it went.
Yeah,
and if you start getting results, then you carry on, and then you can start adjusting your strategy to the point where, okay, I tried 1-to-1s, let me try 1-to-1.2s or 1.25 or 1.4s or so on and so forth, until you get to a point where, okay, you're comfortable with it. And then you just...
Yeah, or to the point until you find that it's you're lacking in optimization. So the optimization goes, I guess, so you got that sort of curve where less optimized, most optimized, and then you're starting to drop off. You may find, exactly. So you may find that your 1-to-1, 1 to 1.5, 1 to 2, 1 to 2.5, 1 to 3, and you're starting to drop optimum. So it becomes suboptimal. So what you can do there is actually think, okay, wow, I'm actually losing a little bit more than I was gaining here because I'm trying to chase higher than a 1 to 2. That's when you can start thinking, okay, my optimal trading condition is a 1 to 2R based on these values, And that's literally called testing. That's literally
back testing and forward testing.
Yeah, the whole point in trading. That's literally what life as a trader is. It's all about finding what is optimal for you. And dude, I'm 7 years in, and I'm still trying to find what's optimal. I don't get me wrong. My optimal looks like this. Oh no, maybe it's a bit more. It's like I'm finding little bits where I'm like, oh, I'm most optimal here. But then if I add a little bit, then now I'm less optimal or I'm suboptimal. It's like, oh, okay, right, okay. What have I done to change it? Okay, what do I need to do to change it back, but maybe even make it better again? So always try and default back to your last best position, like your last best optimal position, and then be like, right, okay, that's the base mark. Let's add something. Okay, now I've dropped below the base mark. Let's forget about it. Let's remove that something that we added. Go back to that base mark. Add something different. Okay, now you're a little bit better. That's the base mark. So you're always improving, and every time you get better, that is that is optimal. That is the base level. So you want to always improve on that and not drop below. Also seeing here, 2A, thanks for the stream. Will join more, but I am off. Need to go chill. My training goal for the day has been hit. Dude, that's is nice. Awesome. That's awesome. Congratulations, man. Go chill. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we shall see you tomorrow.
I see it. He just said on gold $5. My gold SL is 30 pips. Sorry, no idea what I mean by $5. It says nothing about size. The two-way guy that just left now. Okay. I think it's the same idea as in pips. It's about 50 pips.
Yeah, nice.
But then the pip size doesn't matter. You're still trying for a 1 to 1.5.
Yeah, absolutely. Risk matters.
Yeah, I just look at the price and I see, okay, the price is 3481. I'm going to have a $5 stop loss, which is 50 pips in this case. It's 3476 as an example. So I don't always use the pip value as a means to say this is my risk. I know that if I'm on $5, my lot size calculation is 1% or 0.5% or 0.25%. Yeah. So that physical number, the pip or the pipette value doesn't really matter to me always. It's more the idea of before I've entered the trade, I've already calculated what it is that I need on my lot size. That's it.
Yeah, so it's all about structure and risk. So you're going to move your stop loss to where structure says that your trade is invalid, and then you're going to risk the correct amount according to your strategy. So yeah, it's all about structure and risk. Pips and pipette and all that good stuff, for me, doesn't really matter too much. I'm not too fussed.
Yeah, I think talking about pips is just sometimes it's easy for people to understand, because when you learn trading, they talk about pips, which is percentage in point value. So it is something. It's a descriptor. So you don't have to use it.
Yeah, the only time I hate talking about pips is when we're moving over assets. So you gotta then, I know what it looks like when I'm doing a 10 pip, 5 pip, 20 pip, 25 pip stop loss on EU and GU. The minute I do it on Euro JPY, I'm like, what's that look like again? I'm trying to calculate.
I know that the UJ or the yen pairs is 0.65 of the value of 1 pip of the dollar. So you just need to work out your risk. Life.
Also, I'm seeing. I really want to bring this comment up because dude. Let's motorcar. I'm gonna hold you to that one. Hey guys, I just bought gold on the 15-minute. If I take this trade, I'll buy the beers. Motorcar, beers on you, man.
I hope he didn't take our trade idea, because that would be.
No, that's a fair point. Yeah, because I don't actually know where. Oh, actually, I mean, to be fair, do not copy our trades. But if you have done, you're in profit.
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, you can go to my
Just
chart.
put it this
and-
way, if you have taken my trade idea, you're braver than I am because I haven't taken this trade idea.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
You know, so I mean, do what you will, but
Yeah.
it's at your own risk because I have not taken this on my account.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man, that made me laugh out. Thanks, guys. What do you think about gold, please? I think it's going up. I have drawn a trade idea out. I haven't taken it because I don't really trade gold, and you know I'm not overly confident. I'm not hugely confident with my idea on it, but I mean it seems to be doing good. Yeah, it seems to be good. It seems to be doing good. We have got a special guy in the background as well. Are you ready to take? You ready for us to take you on? Sweet, awesome stuff. So, guys, without any further ado, in fact, do you reckon I can? Should I try and do it? Like, let me.
You want to do a drum roll?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna try and do like what Jonatan did for me. How will I do this? Right, without any further ado, we've got dun dun dun. Yeah,
You did it. That's awesome.
Come on.
Nice work. Hey guys, how you doing?
Yeah, good man. How you doing, Griff?
Yeah, I'm good. Nice to see you both.
And yourself. How's the day been treating you?
Oh, good. I've had a very productive morning. My mother-in-law took my newborn, so I've been able to do some backtesting, do some video editing, and now I've got the live stream. So yeah, it's after this I'll be done for the day.
Awesome
Straight
stuff.
away.
First things first, congratulations. And second thing is congratulations on getting rid of it for a day.
It's not easy, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I bet.
I tend to have it all night, so I think I've said this before. I'm very active in the Asian session these days because I'm just not sleeping.
Is that why you're like trying to get your baby to fall asleep? You're just like, I may as well just put in a trade.
Check AU.
The missus are like, oh, the baby's crying again. I'm on it.
Yeah, especially when I'm in a trade because I'm like, I'm up anyway. I wanna chart watch, you know.
Yeah, man, I was chart like I couldn't. I really struggle with my sleep at the moment. I was up to like 3:30 a.m. so like peak Asia session. I was just there watching my my EJ trade, and it was like moving up slowly, and I was like, do I take it now? Then it moved up a bit more to like 3.5k, and I was like, do I take it now? 3.5k, 3.6k, do I take it now? And then it like pulled back to 3.4, and I was like, I'm taking it now. I was like, I'm off to sleep now.
No.
Yeah, I was like, technically, I shouldn't be watching this price action. Like, I shouldn't be aware that this is happening. So I just put my phone down and tried to sleep.
If
Yeah,
you're a
it's
swing
honestly-
trader and you need to watch the trade permanently, I think you should rather not be a swing trader.
Yeah, literally that.
It's honestly such a good like mental exercise to not check the charts because I'm trading like exclusively the 1 hour time frame, so I have no reason to look at the charts between each hour. So I find like if I'm in a trade or if there's a trade setting up and I get the urge to check the charts, it's a really good like it's a good like mental fortitude builder to be like, no, I'm not going to check the charts. And over time I've just gotten really resilient at, I guess it's discipline, right? building your mental.
100%. Yeah, it builds up mental robustness to actually step away. You know, I think that's what a lot of traders struggle with. So the ability to not go,
Yeah.
and just look at the traders, it's difficult, man.
A lot of trading is discipline to not do something, which is really unusual, right?
It's more the idea of what are you going to do once you've entered it? Like you watching the trade is not going to make it go up. It's not going to make it go down. You've done your part. You've entered the trade. You've set your stop loss. You've set your TP. Step back.
I think I remember reading, I can't remember what it was. It was a super successful trader, you know, who just has million dollar positions every day, sometimes tens of millions.
Oh, you read my book.
Yeah, I thought the name was and he was saying that the biggest skill he needs as a trader is the ability to be able to switch off and spend time with his family without thinking of the millions and millions of dollars in floating positions, without checking it every second, to be able to just switch off, be with your family 100% and not be thinking about work in the background. I can definitely work on that a little bit, I think.
Yeah, 100%. That's why I like
easier said than done.
Yeah, that's why I liked when I was streaming. When I was streaming with LLTF, I moved from opening a trade at like 8, 9, 10 a.m. and then holding it till like 3, 4 p.m. because then I was always actively checking it. And I went into like a bit more of like a scalper sort of position. I mean, my win rate went down. Wow, that's a tongue twister. My win rate went down a bit. And because I was just taking profits a little bit too soon. But by the afternoon, by 11, 12 o'clock, I was done for the day, So like I'd go out for lunch with my family, I'd spend time with loved ones, go out and do activities, go to the gym. It was super chill, super, super chill. And it's the same with my swing trading now. I've been in a position 4 weeks on like 3 accounts. So 4 weeks over 3 accounts. Dude, I wasn't doing anything. Like I was drawing up and doing like a little bit of intraday trading here, there, and like drawing, like forward testing. But I wasn't doing anything like overly stimulating to the point where it's taking me away from my family time. Because like that's my massive why in trading. Like why are you trading? And it's for freedom, for family, and to be able to not have to work. Like you imagine if I'm going to be like walking around, like you imagine walking around the shops with your missus, or you imagine walking, like going into a restaurant and you're there like constantly on your phone checking the charts. It's just not a good feeling, and it doesn't look good either. Like if you're not 100% active in your relationship or in that moment, then you may as well just not be there.
It's about being present. When you're trading, be present. 100%. When you're not trading, be present in that moment.
Yeah, exactly. Wise words. Very wise words.
The Power of Now is a good book for being present. I think by Eckhart Tolle. I can recommend that book.
I've seen it. I've never read it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was reading it and I was like in the garden and I was like, right, I'm going to be as present as possible right now. The concept is like the past and the future don't exist. They're just like concepts. The only thing that exists is the right now. And when you really get into that, I feel like everything just gets better.
Dude, that's insane. That I love that sort of ideology as well. That's super cool. I'm going to try that.
Yeah, it's a great book. It's definitely a life-changing one if you can really get it ingrained in your head. Because obviously we've spent our whole lives with a concept
looking forward to something or regretting something, or
exactly.
I
removing those completely, you become a lot more powerful.
Mate, I rate that a lot. I'm halfway through The Psychology of Money at the moment.
I've heard of that one.
Yeah, that's a really good book. Like, it's one of the only books at the moment that's managed to grip me from chapter 1. Like I've looked at it, I'm like, nice. Oh my god, I can't put it down.
It's great when a book can do that.
Yeah,
I'm not reading any books at the moment, so I cannot really participate. So send me some ideas, and then I can actually start reading a book.
Atomic Habits, James Clear, one of the best books going.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you know the worst part? I read that book, I finished the book, and I didn't fully grasp the book until like a few months later, when I started actually actively trying to change my life. And I thought,
you actually
oh my god, this is chapter 3. Oh my god, this is making habits attractive. And this is making it was just so much.
It's blurring them. There's two good books I've got that I can recommend.
One is Blurred, and the other one is Power of Blurred.
The 48, the Blur and the Blur. 48 Laws of Power and the Daily Stoic, which is great because it's just 365 meditations and you can just read one a day. It's really great. You can. It's a good one actually because I'm sure we're approaching Q4, and then it'll be January and you can just read a page a day.
Mate, that's sick. I love that.
Yeah,
I like that. The Power of Stoic.
I like that. I've actually looked at starting to write a book, based on like motivation, discipline, psychology, and patience. So I've looked at something like and it's literally gonna be a really, really short book sort of thing. It's like a chapter a week sort of book, and it's literally just trying to keep people motivated and keep them in the mindset of discipline and trying to achieve their goals. You know, it's not going to be one of those sort of, oh, read this book and you become a millionaire. It's going to be like, read this book and stop being a bitch. You know, one of those sort of books. Basically.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one page.
yeah, that is a chapter. It's called Stop Being a Bitch.
You know, that reminds me, is a funny story. One of my friends, he was doing his dissertation in, I think it was in psychology. It was like the final exam, and it's like this exam counts for like 60% of your grade. It's like a big deal.
Oh wow!
And the question in this psychology exam in his final was like, what is confidence? I think it was something like that. What is confidence? And he wrote one line, "This is confidence," and he sat there for the whole 2 hours with just this in his exam. He got full marks. Pretty cool story, because they
that's wild.
Like, I think everybody tries to quantify it. They try and like make it this grandiose thing when all it is just an action. It's just, I'm confident.
Yeah.
Look, I'm going to get good marks just by saying the words confidence, and it's the action and the words that align.
Yeah. It's like perfect. It literally is. That is confidence.
It's literally the same with trading, though, isn't it? You know, it's you get people trying to write some massive dissertation and overcomplicate it. Same with your trading. You get people trying to do this massive analysis with all these indicators and making it look all sexy. But you know, some of the most profitable traders I know understand that simplicity is key.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I mean, that's why our charts look the way that they look. We're trying to emulate the idea of simplicity.
Hashtag naked price
Reduce
action.
some of the noise. Just get it away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see your charts as well, Richard. It looks like we've all got fairly simple charts compared to a couple of the people that come on the live stream, which is nice. We're all cut from the same cloth.
I was going to say, Griff,
degree.
let's get your chart up over here. Have you got your
Oh,
screen
am
ready?
I sharing it? Let's see.
I have no idea.
No, I wasn't. Now I am.
My charts is, I have a few indicators that I have on it, but in general, the strategy is very, very simple. So Will's as well, he's also got one indicator on his chart, but his strategy is also very simplistic in its execution. So, and I think that's important. It's like, so long as your strategy is simplistic in its execution.
Yeah. I agree. I don't know if you guys can relate to this, but I find that simple is always best. And I think to get a simple strategy, it has to be complicated first. I don't know. Would you guys agree with that? Like your strategy becomes complicated first to then become simple.
You can't just go out the gates and go straight into simplicity. You know, you got to learn the difficulties of overcomplications before simplifying it.
Yeah, it comes with experience. It starts off complicated because you lack the experience and you lack the refinement. And once you've refined it, you realize, I actually don't need this, or I don't need that. And it will become more simplified as time goes on. Yeah.
Sorry, mate. Was there 48 laws of power?
Yeah, sorry. I can see a couple of people are asking for the name of the book. I'll type it in chat now.
That's literally what I was doing while you guys were chatting.
Yeah, 48 Laws of Power. It's a great book. 48 Laws of Power. The other book I recommended previously was The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. Power of Now. And then the other one, which was like 365 meditations. I think it's just called 365 Daily Meditations. Something like
Power
that.
of Stoicism. The Daily Stoic book by Ryan.
That's it. Yeah, those are three good books I can recommend, and all recommended for trading specifically. Yeah, it's great we've all got simple charts. I mean, have you guys heard? I don't know if I can say we might be having some kind of competition.
Oh yeah. I saw in the group chat. Mate, I saw on that earlier yesterday, and I was like, dude, I'm so keen for this.
It's so funny because I've done these competitions before, and like quite often I find that it depends who you're trading against, but quite often you can just take no trades and win, because most people end up over trading, trying to make it entertaining, trying to make it exciting, and quite often the 0% ends up coming near the top of the group.
It happens very often because I feel like people are like trying. They're trying. It's just like the moment you try.
Yeah, it's a great little
Yeah,
social
it's
experiment for trading psychology.
But I
100%.
love this idea that Jonatan has, because it's a bracket format. It's like top 16 goes versus top 8 versus top 4 versus top 2, and then eventual winner. I think it's brilliant.
I wonder who's gonna try and compete with me for the top place.
It's probably going to be LJ. Everybody seems to think it's LJ.
Yeah,
All
LJ
right.
is good.
Talking about simple charts, our charts are simple. Look at LJ's chart. It is the definition of chaos.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was saying we have such simple charts.
Yeah. And then he is like very, very profitable. So I don't know, maybe there isn't much of a correlation between
maybe.
and how crazy your chart is.
True. I guess it depends on your level of understanding. So maybe
Yeah,
LJ is just
I mean,
maybe that's simple to him.
Yeah. I mean, fair. Like, I mean, I've spoken to LJ a few times, and it doesn't take me long to understand whether a trader is a trader or whether a trader's full of garbage, And it takes me about 5-10 minutes of talking to someone to be like, oh yeah, you know how to trade. Like you do know what you're on about. Like, I spoke to LJ a couple of weeks ago in a stream, and I was like, oh, this dude really knows trading. I was like, this guy really knows his stuff. I thought, yeah, fair play. Like,
And he's a good-looking dude as well. So, like, can you have everything?
They say
where's
God
he
with two
lacking?
hands, like God gave hands and feet.
How can you be so good-looking and good at trading? It's unfair.
Richard, I'm assuming your wife is no longer in stream because I mean, LJ, are you hearing this, man? I think you got an admirer over here.
Clip it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the results, because I wonder do you guys know like what kind of time frames and stuff we'll be looking at? Because I exclusively trade on time frames, so I'm gonna need to get training on the 1 minute, I think.
I'm pretty sure I heard Dirk talking about the 4-hour time frame.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, part of me hopes it's scalping because I can like switch my scalper brain on. But if it's gonna be like 4-hour, then like I could be waiting weeks before getting into a position, let alone getting out of one. I was like, oh no, who knows where this could go?
Yeah, I think it's the idea of taking your strategy and like reducing it down to a lower time frame and see if it works. But the way that I assumed it was that he spoke about 1 hour trading, as in you have 1 hour of trading.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what it is. I'm assuming it's
necessarily an hour time frame. But he will clarify, and then we'll see. It's going to be very interesting.
Definitely. I'm gonna have to get training. I don't think I've ever even clicked on the time frame below the 1 hour.
Oh my God. Can we get a montage of Griff like proper getting into his trading with some Rocky music in the background?
Don't make me do it. I'm gonna click on the 5 minute.
He runs upstairs, clicks on the 1 minute, runs downstairs.
Oh man, I love that. Mate, that'd be a hell of a montage. That'd be sick. I don't know why. I feel like it'd be so funny to watch, but I feel like if you're not a trader, you're just gonna watch like you're an absolute nutcase.
I think maybe what's it called? Mike and LJ, they've been trying to influence me onto the lower time frames for like months and months and months now. So maybe this competition trading lower time frames will permanently damage me. Maybe after I'll never trade the same way again. I'll just be thinking about scalping.
With resisting their temptations.
Yeah.
Right, we need to get Richard Wells over here, guys. We need him to smooth talk Griff into like the lower time frames.
Oh. Yeah.
Louis saying LJ is very fundamental. LJ is very fundamental. Like,
he is.
He was going into the fundamentals, and I was like, whoa. Like, damn, I gotta like switch my brain on here to really try and keep up with LG's fundamental side of things over here. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it requires a lot of thought. I feel like trading technicals is a lot more feeling based. I don't have to use my brain quite so much.
Yeah.
And it's a lot more intuitive.
Yeah, exactly that. No, but
don't you just get depressed when you look at all of the fundamentals and you're like, wow, this world of ours is so screwed? But when you look at the technicals, you're like, oh, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
you just end up shorting everything all the time. That's all you need to know
Yeah.
about fundamentals.
The US stock market is screwed. The UK stock market is screwed. The UK government is screwed. Oh my god.
Wheat, corn,
Yeah.
coffee. I'm gonna sell it all.
Climate change, agriculture screwed.
Guys.
What is farming? Why do we even bother? Oh mate, can you imagine? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
technicals. They're definitely the more jovial over the two between that and fundamentals.
Yeah, I'm definitely more of a technical guy. I'm more of a visual person. You know, looking at fundamentals. I think you're gonna have to be looking at a lot of numbers. Numbers is fine, but a lot of headlines and things.
Yeah, it's definitely like if there's a news event that comes out, I do take note of it because it's like, okay, I don't want to trade during news because volatility can screw my trade or whatnot. But in general, I am way more of a technical trader than I am a fundamental. But I do take note of it. I make sure that I'm up to date with at least some market movers. Oh, okay, cool. So CPI did this. This means this. This means that. But I don't incorporate it into my trading plan specifically.
Yeah,
That's way more informed by the movement of the price. So
yeah, I don't put too much weight on it either. I mean, the attitude I've always had towards news trading or trading around news was that I don't consider it in my backtesting, so I'm not going to consider it in my live trading
I mean,
either.
yeah, fair point, I suppose.
That's
I mean,
true.
you can, get the filter where you acknowledge the news during backtesting. But yeah, no, I've never really thought about it like that. You don't look at news when trading back or when backtesting. Why are you going to look at news when forward testing or live trading? So I've never thought about it like that, man.
Yeah, that's been my. I mean, we can call it a justification. That's how I justify.
I'm not saying it's right,
yeah.
but mate, I mean,
sense.
Yeah, it is.
So, guys,
I think
it's
just another confluence. There's always another thing you can add in. Like I can add in moving averages. You can add in volume analysis, fundamentals, fair value gaps. Eventually, you're just trading 30 strategies on top of each other. So you just got to pick like 2 or 3 confluences and ride with it.
Literally that. I'm going to talk about what Pog was saying earlier on. He was mentioning about his sort of breaks, his structure side of things and his emotional side. So this is perfect example here. So Pog, I don't know if you're still in, mate, but you were talking. I've just seen you are still in. You were talking about like sort of breaking structure and the sort of high time frame, low time frame sort of thing. Here we've got the entry break above. So we've got confirmation, we've got confidence, we've got consolidation, and then we've got another break and close above. This is potentially an area that you'd think, okay, I'm going to move my stop loss up to a point of break even, and then, or maybe slight profit. So there we go. And then you would have nearly hit your break even stop loss here. So I don't think you would have quite hit it yet, but this is a fine example of just dealing with your strategy and being confident in it. I wanted to bring this up because the examples, I couldn't find a nice one, but this is textbook. We've got that perfect sort of higher highs, higher lows. We're not breaking structure. I mean, probably on the 1 minute we've broken structure to the downside here, but on the higher time frame we haven't. It's literally just set and forget. If I wasn't watching the charts right now, I'd still be in this trade. However, if I put an alert here at this stop loss, then you'd be able to think, okay, cool, boom, hit stop loss, move on, break even, as if the trade never happened, or it continues up, break structure again, and then you hit TP. You have 2 options and 2 options only. You don't have to worry about all the psychological exposure that you've got here. I just wanted to talk about that a little bit we've already spoken about it, but I wanted to show a proper example of a live trade of that happening.
I think there's also an interesting thing to just mention is when you look at your win rate, or you look at let's say specifically you look at your profitability of your strategy. What did you take into consideration to determine its profitability? So if you're looking at entering a trade and you have a 1-to-1 risk to reward, and then you do your back testing, you've got your strategy. The strategy itself is not the point that I'm trying to allude to. It's the win rate and what leads to the win rate. So you have a 1-to-1 and you're getting 60% win rate. Congratulations, you are a profitable trader. Okay. But that back test that you did was on the assumption that you left your trade to either hit TP or to hit stop loss for the 1-to-1. So when you do your back testing and you have partials, a partial win 3 pips, a partial loss, those are still seen as wins and losses. But the aggregate profit that you've made is a lot less. So your profitability comes down even though your win rate stays the same. So when you look at what it is that you're going to backtest, try and replicate what you backtested for your forward tested trades. So if your forward tested trades is still 1-to-1s, leave it to either reach TP or stop loss, and then you will see, yes, my win percentage and my profitability is in line with what I've tested. Because every single time that you close a trade on break even or slightly into profit, it counts as a win, but it doesn't count towards your profitability.
Do you count break even as a win? I count as a loss.
No, I meant like if it is slightly in a win, if it's like the back tester, if you're testing it on MetaTrader, the back test will see it as a win.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair.
So you'll see a profitable trade because it ended in profit and not in loss. Is what I mean.
Yeah, fair. Nice one, man. Any luck with your trades? Any opportunities?
No. I haven't looked at anything else. The gold one that we were talking about earlier, I just left it here just to kind of see what it was going to do. Pound is still going down slowly. It hasn't come to test this 5-minute base of mine. It's still drifting around the previous supply zone. EU the same. It is just slowly consolidating in this area. I am going to have to wait for it to decide to break either lower or higher before I can decide to enter again. So as of right now, we are at the 20 EMA, and on GU we're also just around about the 20 EMA, but not really showing any directional movement, just a bit of consolidation. So for me, I'm sitting on my hands.
Yeah, GU's worrying me a little bit. So we've got this area here on the pound. We have had the sweep, but we've also had a break and close below. So now I'm thinking, okay, we've got a break and close below. Could it come up to this sort of area here, sort of consolidate around, maybe wick around, play about there a little bit, and then move down? Or is this going to be a sort of higher time frame? No, it's not, even on the 15. Okay, we do wick on the hourly, but the hourly just is a relevant price action. Relevant price action for this move. So are we going to start breaking above? I'm not going to buy unless we get a break above this sort of market structure shift area here. However, I'm interested in potentially selling if we can consolidate, wick about, and then potentially move down from here. So that's what I'm looking at on the pound. On the euro, I'm literally seeing nada, nothing, absolute bugger all. Well, not until a breakout of some form of side. If you were POG, you would have hit a break even. So you would have hit your stop loss at break even on this. I'm still in it. I mean, it is, like I said, it's drawn out. It's not actually taken on an account. But we'll have a look. And that's about it, to be fair.
Yeah, I think that gold one was anyway just for visual representation, not that we were actually
exactly.
trading it. It wasn't an actual trading plan, yeah.
No, it was literal visual representation, as you said. What about you, Griff? Anything?
Yeah, there are a couple things I'm looking at. I think AU, we've got an opportunity to go short based on my flag entry model. All I need is just a break above this flag high and then a retracement candle. So very simple. I like price action because we've got this ascending channel breakout. So this is high probability price action. The first retrace candle here, it's a little bit aggressive. I'm not always a big fan of that. And this is also a single candle impulse. So I need to be a little bit careful that we don't see any kind of shift to the upside. But yeah, as long as we break this and we reject nicely, and as long as we don't have any big candles within here, I'm probably going to be taking a flag here this afternoon, which would be really nice because it's been like nearly 3 weeks since I've taken a trade. EU as well.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, the markets have just been.
I feel you.
If you zoom out, you can see the 3 weeks. There's not been really any trends for me to take. It's just been quite sideways. This is a nice move down though, similar to AU. I think if we get like a strong move down like this, I might consider my continuation entry model, which is just like the break and retests. I think you were looking at on gold, kind of similar. Yeah, because this is like an ascending channel, nice breakout. We're getting a slowdown, so I wouldn't take a flag, but I would take a continuation because that would show a continuation that that momentum wants to continue. So yeah, those are the two things I'm looking at: AU, flag, EU, maybe a continuation. It's not as nice as AU. And GU I would have considered a continuation as well, but we've just broken and retraced like you've shown on your charts.
The momentum is really not there at the moment. And I mean, you usually see this as well after having massive movements. There is a short period of consolidation, no momentum. The market is kind of like coming to terms with what has just transpired with this massive move down. Takes a little bit of time and then it decides. So yeah, just wait for it to pick a side.
Yeah, it's often the way it goes. I'm just waiting for impulsive price action, waiting for the potential beginning of a trend. But like literally nearly a year now, we've been starting to get a trend, and then we retrace with volatility, or we continue trending so quickly that it doesn't pause enough. We don't get enough of a pullback for me to get an entry formed. So yeah, it's been a tricky like several months really this year. I am having to explore like some different entry types because I mean I was doing this with my Discord. Like if you go on the DXY and you zoom out really far, maybe go on the weekly time frame. If I mark off the years here, you can really see what I'm talking about. So there's 2020 to 2021, 22 to 23, 23 to 24, and 24 to 25, and then now 25 to 26. So my most profitable years in recent times was 21, 22, and the beginnings of 23. And then since then, you can see we've basically just been flat. Like I draw on, we've been moving sideways here, and here we were moving in a big uptrend. So naturally, as a swing trend trader, like I was making like 80% a year in 21, 22. And then in 2023, I made 40%. No, I made 60% or something in 2023. But then in the last 2 years, I've made like, in 2024, I made 20%. And so far this year, I'm only up about 10%. And yeah, I think for anybody that's like in a similar position to me, where you're a trend trader on the higher time frames, it's just a matter of waiting for the market phase to turn around again. Because the markets are ranging like 60-70% of the time, right? Yeah, that's my position. I don't know how have you guys been finding the market recently? I don't if you're trading on the higher time frames.
The past 2 months have been absolutely chronic. Like they've been absolutely crap. But earlier on in the year, mate, I was smashing it, mate. I was smashing accounts out left, right, and center. You can
see it here, big trend.
Yeah,
in the early part of the year.
Yeah, literally, it was super cool, and I thought, happy days. This is awesome, man. Like this is brilliant. I'm loving this. If the year continues like this, I was like, I'm gonna be peaking, and then nah.
Nah. It started turning against you.
I think it was like July. It was like June. I was like plateau, and I was like, oh no, I don't know if I like this. July was just. I thought, there it goes.
I was doing really well up until February. And then from February, something just absolutely kicked off. And it absolutely shafted me. I've lost a fair few accounts, challenge accounts, since then. That just it's one of those things where if you don't adapt, you're gonna die. And the market changed, and I just didn't adapt early enough, and it affected me mentally. So psychologically, I was like, "Oh no," and I'm losing my edge, and it was tough. And now it's gotten to the point where I feel like I've gotten the change that I needed to do in my mind in place for me to start being profitable again.
Yeah.
So
that's really interesting.
The resilience wasn't there, but it's back again. So
I think every trader and their strategy has to go through that phase at least one time, where you have to face these difficult market conditions and you have to be adaptable. Because like at this point, when I was most profitable, I was taking really like valid average setups that I wouldn't take anymore. And that's because the last 2 or 3 years I've been trading, the market conditions have been so rough, I've had to adapt to become extremely conservative, hence why I take so few setups. And like the way that I trade now, I could achieve like 80% of the results I had in 21, 22, but taking like 20% of the trades. So like I've eliminated loads of my trades and I'm getting the same percentage. And that's how I've learned to survive. Obviously, throughout 2023, it was pretty tough because you can't foresee the changes you need to make. Like it was a learning experience of failing, losing challenges, like you say, having losing streaks. But then since 2024 and 2025, I've been surviving, but yeah, it's very interesting to hear, similar experiences, because at the moment I'm like, my strategy just hasn't been working as well as it has been in the past. And I'm having to look at new entry types.
Yeah, I don't know any traders that have year on year just amazing results. Their seasonality in the market, and yes, there will be times that you're not going to make money, and it's a reality that I think a lot of people are unwilling to face.
I agree. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, sorry to interrupt you. I was going to mention EA traders, people that trade with robots. It's why that is kind of like a flawed system. Like everyone, it's like, my trading strategy is so mechanical, I'm going to turn it into an automated like EA. And like when they backtest that, it doesn't work. Like it works for 2 years, doesn't work for 2 years, works for 2 years, doesn't work for 2 years. Because there's so few strategies that can survive that seasonality you describe. So yeah, really interesting.
It's definitely a thing of if you're a trader, adaptability is one of the biggest things that you're going to have in your arsenal of tools that you're going to use. If you don't adapt, you're going to have losses, and those losses are going to be aggregate, and they're going to compound, and at the end of the day, it's going to affect you psychologically. In your case, you've adapted. You've taken what you've done over a long period of time, and you've come to terms with the fact that it's not as profitable percentage-wise the last 2 years. Now you're in your third year where you're not reaching 80% profits. You're still reaching 60% as an example, but this year you're on 10 at the moment.
Yeah.
The point still stands that you've needed to adapt on the fly.
Mm-hmm. I have,
and
that's not
a
easy.
lot of people are unwilling to do that. And when it comes to the EA stuff as well, they look at their EA and they say, oh, it's so profitable, I'm going to run it over the next 10 years. And then they see a curve just like trending down for 3-4 years. Can you survive 3-4 years not getting an income?
Yeah. And it's interesting because the advice is, follow your plan, stick to your plan no matter what. But your plan does have to be a little bit flexible. I feel like you can't be 100% mechanical and mindless. You do have to be aware of the trades you're taking and adapting like month by month. You're always lagging though. Like, it's always reactive. You can't adapt for something that hasn't happened yet. So, you'll have 2 or 3 consecutive months of losses, and you'll take feedback from those trades and you'll adjust for the future. But yeah, you have to, like, failing is kind of unavoidable. You have to learn from failure and adapt based off of it.
It's part of the process.
100%.
Yeah. It's not spoken about very often, I don't think, changing in market conditions, because this has been my biggest challenge over the last 2 years. And I've just been trading the same strategy and adapting it, but now the results, like I'm not I feel like I could be using my time a lot better by just having a secondary strategy which maybe works better for these market conditions. And then if the trending conditions return again in the future, I can use the strategy that works best for that. But obviously identifying when the market conditions changed,
not adding
not
weapons to your arsenal.
Sorry?
It's about adding weapons to your arsenal. Like
Exactly.
You said. It's
Yeah.
about
I don't know.
adding
Maybe this trading competition will help.
Yeah, I'll get some new ideas.
Yeah, inspired. Grab some inspiration from some scalpers.
Oh no.
Griff
thing
will be
is
on the
with-
1 minute before you know it.
The thing that you just mentioned now, I think, is 100% true. A lot of people don't want to talk about this because it's not pretty. It doesn't sell. It's it's not like this grandiose thing. It's raw. It's ugly sometimes. But the thing is, it's the reality, and the reality is that it's not all going to be gravy. Sometimes you're going to have some dirt on your food. I know that's a horrible analogy.
I prefer the gravy. I prefer the gravy, to be fair, mate.
Yeah, everybody prefers the gravy, but unfortunately, you can't always have gravy. You might love the middle portion of the bread, but you hate the crust. Sometimes you're going to have to eat crust.
Yeah.
And the thing is, because it's not pretty and because it's not the thing that sells, people don't want to talk about it. People don't want to talk about the uglier side of trading, the downtimes, the psychological impacts and all of that stuff. Or at least they don't want to always acknowledge that is something that they're going through. Like Henry's saying, it's raw. It is... It's sometimes it is one of the hardest things that you can go through, but it's also one of the most gratifying things you can go through because you're learning something from it. And when you come out on the other side of like massive drawdown, you're better for it. You've learned something, hopefully.
Yeah. Hopefully a lot of people, I feel, maybe they just experience the drawdown, blame the strategy rather than blaming themselves for not being adaptable and flexible with it.
Yeah.
And then maybe they quit. I think if you can, just in life in general, if you can always find a way to kind of not blame yourself, but just take accountability for everything, you'll always become a better person. And
I agree with
trading
blaming
too.
yourself. Accountability is blaming yourself. As long as it's positively blaming yourself, then there's no one else to blame.
Yeah, in trading, you always have to blame yourself,
Yeah,
which is
100%.
fine.
Like, there's no point in blaming, your next door neighbor's cat. Sorry, but it's your fault. Everything is your fault, both all good things and bad things.
Wow, that is so pessimistic. Glass half empty.
It's not though, because every single profit that you have achieved and every single payout you've achieved, every single funded account that you've achieved is your fault. We've made it negative. We've made your fault a fault of your own. We've made it a negative thing. It's yours. It's your doing. It's your fault that this is
like a
happening.
little god complexy, don't you think? It's because of me. Everything is because of me. It's a little egotistic
I mean,
about it.
as long as you guys equal. Go on.
I think taking accountability is not egotistic.
Blaming neighbors.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to say, as long as there's an equal and opposite, but it's yin and yang at the end of the day.
Yes.
You've got to take the rough with the smooth. You've got to take the ugly with the pretty. You've got to take the bad with the good and the good with the ugly. As Clint Eastwood would say.
Life is cycles. It's ups and downs.
100%. You cannot enjoy the good unless you've endured the bad, because otherwise you will not know what good is.
Yeah, it's all reference.
Yeah, 100%. 110%.
Sam used a good word for what you guys are describing, which is trading is full of dichotomies, I think is what that means. Just two things in contrast of one another, like we're talking. Everything is in reference of one another.
Trading.
So, dichotomy, a division of contrast between two things that are represented as being opposites or entirely different. Yeah, 100%.
Diametrically separate or diametrically opposite to each other.
Yeah.
It's the perfect word for what we're talking about.
Yeah, quite literally that.
Dichotomy of trading. Who's going to make that course?
The course of dichotomies.
I'll give it a go. I'll jump into any opportunity. Let's see what we can do here. Quality, mate. That's. Oh, there we go. There's something. I'm just gonna bring my chart up real quick, guys. We're seeing a little bit of something going on here. Not with GU. The pound is still flat. EU is starting to move up ever so slightly. I mean, we're wicking a little bit. Okay, we have. Come on, we haven't broken that 15. Oh,
we are above the 20 EMA though.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd like to structure break as well.
Yeah, it is starting to show the willingness to want to start moving a little bit away from
100%. So if we can get a nice break and close above now, I think this blue arrow is going to play out quite nicely. I think I can safely get rid of this red arrow, but I'm going to leave it there for now because we are still within the trading range. Gold is looking pretty nice. Back up into profit, which is pretty cool. Big wick up here, which I don't like. I'm now going to move my trading range down to here.
Strong 15-minute candle, though.
Very strong. Yeah, we've had a strong 15-minute candle here, so that's quite nice. But it has wicked on it. It's got a wick on top, which I'm not overly pleased with, but I'm not displeased with. So I don't mind it too much. But oh god, what have I done? Come back.
Good thing your stops weren't at break even. Good thing your stops weren't at break even.
Yeah, literally.
Like you were saying.
Yeah, literally. That would have
Griff,
been
I wanted to ask you. You only use the 1 hour time frame as your confirmation and your analysis. Do you take into account the full move, the candle body, or just the wicks? Like, without like going into too much in depth with your strategy, but do you take them into consideration for breaks? Do you?
Sorry, there's a police car going past. Yeah, I consider the entire candle, if that's what you mean. Like when we're breaking, are you talking about like when we break a high or a low? Like, am I considering the wicks, like the bodies? Yeah, I'm considering all of it to build a picture of what's going on within that candle. You have to if you're only trading the 1 hour, because I'm not looking on the lower time frames, I'm not looking on the higher time frames, so I have to make sure that I'm considering each candle really carefully in its entirety, all 4 elements of it. For example, if you have wicks just barely breaking higher than each other, like a wick and then another wick just going higher and then another wick just going higher again, like what Will has on his screen now on the around 11 a.m., those wicks just barely breaking higher. On the lower time frame, that's a descending, for example, when you get a slow down like that. So this is kind of how I'm using the 1 hour as like an all-encompassing time frame without having to drop down. It means that I think there are a lot of benefits to multi-time frame analysis, but I feel like this strategy, just with the 1 hour, it's like all-encompassing. I have a good top-down view of everything. There's no confusion by lower time frame saying one direction, higher time frame saying another direction. It's just the way I've always done it, and I'm super familiar with it. Sorry, I don't really know if that answered your question.
No, I wanted to basically know. There's a lot of people that would say you only take the candle bodies into consideration when confirming a breakout. So it needs to close above a point. Or if it's wicked and you have a very large wick and a very small body. So it's more the candle characteristic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm absolutely considering the wick as well in the break. Yeah, because say we break and we have a large wick, that's showing on the lower time frame that we've broken and we've started to retrace, which is bad. So I'd always prefer to have a smaller wick. So I'm definitely considering that along with the break.
All right, cool. No, that's
Sorry for the long answer. I wasn't sure 100% certain.
No, but I could have rephrased the question a little bit better, obviously. But yeah, you answered what I thought. I
got to consider the wicks.
So, yeah. The Panthologists. I'm situated in South Africa. I'm a South African trader.
Couldn't you tell from the accent?
No.
Well, you're from Wales originally?
Indeed.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Oh, you? No way. We're too.
Yeah, I was born and raised in Llandudno in North Wales.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, far out. That's sick.
Is that the one with all of the L's?
It does have a couple L's.
It is a couple L's. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh,
thing
mate,
is, I
I
think
drove through
people
London
want me
the
to
other day.
talk like this. This is the accent that they're asking for. Is a lot of R's and a rolling.
Yeah,
Yeah, they want that.
I could tell Will's from South Wales. Are you able to speak Welsh? Siarad Cymraeg?
I can understand it,
Yeah,
but I can't
fair play.
speak it. So I went to college in Carmarthen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I went to a bilingual, predominantly Welsh college. So I can speak Wenglish, you know.
Wenglish.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I can speak pretty good
Masterization of
Wenglish.
Welsh and English.
Yeah, it is literally that.
Yeah, they do say
My
Wenglish.
Wenglish is pretty good, but
Oh, that's great.
mate, that's big. I didn't know you. So are you still in Wales or?
No, I'm in North London these days, but I have
Oh,
bought a house in Wrexham, so I'll be moving there in a couple months.
Yeah, nice,
We're
man.
renovating it.
Mate, that's awesome. That's sick.
Yeah.
Another Welshman on stream.
Yeah, how funny! They've got two Welshmen and a South African on the 5ers live stream. Random.
Yeah.
Very random.
That's
And then
sick,
every
man.
now and then we have an Englishman, and then we have an Australian.
5ers is global, international.
Yeah, international.
Yeah. Now we just need an American trader, and then
Yeah.
finally.
I mean, I feel like he'd be very tired during a London session, but you know, right, we give it a go. we can see what we can do.
Yeah, true. Now 5ers is back in the US. I'm sure we will probably get some,
true that.
some
Yeah.
Americans on here.
Yeah, Louis, my granddad is from Rhondda. Oh, Louis, Rhondda guy. Woof.
Woof.
Proper Valleys commando, is he? Love that, mate. So, Louis, where are you from, then, man? If your granddad's from Rhondda, mate, that's people in Rhondda don't really venture too far out of Wales.
Yeah, I think Will and I are the only people that have gotten out of Wales. I'm assuming you're out of Wales.
Literally that.
The first
word is
ones this century.
Yeah, mate, they're gonna write books about us.
Yeah, most people they're born and they die in the same town and they never
Mate,
leave.
literally that. 100% that, man. I mean, Pembrokeshire's a little bit better, given the fact that it's a very touristy destination, but like Llandudno and Llandyssil, Llandovery, anywhere with a Llan on it, it's predominantly like it's sort of Narberth way up. It's very Welsh.
Yeah, then no one's
So-
leaving.
Yeah, like there's a lot of time like they don't really venture out of their hometown, let alone their country.
Yeah. There's an American in chat, Scripted Signals.
Yes.
He said he
there you
joined,
go.
but he's still working his full-time job.
Yes, American here. Would love to join New York, but I'm still working my job, not trading full time yet. Bro, we got you, man. 100%, you got this. We got you back.
Euro bias is short. How are you waiting long? Well, biases change, don't they?
Indeed. I'm waiting on long. We're going to see what's happening, but we'll see. We'll see. This could, the overall bias here is definitely short.
Yeah, it is. But
We have got Samir, you good? Yes, no, yes, no. I don't know if you can hear me.
I think he's got you muted, Will.
Doesn't
Doesn't want to listen to you.
Shall I do one of my sparkly entrances again?
Catch him off guard.
I was going to say, that's what I don't want to do. I don't want to catch him off guard. He's there picking his nose, waiting to come in stream.
You see the shot, and he's like,
Samir, you good? You ready? Do you want me to bring you on? Okay, sweet. Okay, awesome stuff. So without further ado, we're gonna add in Samir, guys. So hang on, let me time this perfectly again. Oh, do you reckon I can do? I can do a drum roll this time.
Oh, exciting. Wait.
Oh, that was pretty good timing.
Yo,
Hey,
Yo,
Samir.
what's up, man?
oh, hey
How are you
guys,
doing?
how are you doing?
Good,
I'm
man.
good. I'm good.
This could be chaotic with 4 people on stream. We're gonna duck, dive, and dodge.
I wonder
and-
how many we've had on before, like all at once, what the maximum is.
I think they were 5 or 6 people like 2 weeks ago Friday when they had their little
Oh man, that's chaos.
traders live stream one with Mike.
I think yesterday the room was empty. I saw the stream here and there. I don't know if later on anybody cashed up or not.
I have no idea.
It would be crazy to get everyone on all at once, one time.
I was
Just
gonna say,
no charts, just fill the screen.
I've seen how many people are in that group. Like, if we fill, like, there's no like screen share. It's just gonna be like completely lit full of us. Can you imagine trying to have a conversation though?
Chaos would ensue, and I would thrive.
You take the floor, Richard.
Yeah, literally. I mean, okay, we're just before I shoot off. We're getting some really cool price action coming through on Euro now. So I'm gonna see. I may take this. We'll see. We've gotten a really nice break and close above now. Just above here. So if we can get a pullback, I'll probably be looking at entering long on this. And we'll see. I'm gonna keep this here. I'm not sure whether I'll take it on my personal account yet. I got a couple of bits to do on my my life admin side of things after the stream, so we'll see. I'm probably just put a small position on, see how it goes. But guys, I'm gonna shoot and skedaddle, and I shall see y'all tomorrow. So guys, thank you so much for keeping us all company, and I shall leave you in the very capable hands of Griff and Samir. So guys, thank you so much. And I shall see y'all tomorrow, same time.
Thanks, Will.
Peace, guys. See you later.
I'm also going to jump off that gold trade one that we had, or that we marked out. Not that we were going to take it. Would almost have hit TP, which is kind of nice. But yeah, other than that, I am flat in the market. I've had my trades. I think I'm also just going to go and eat something and touch grass.
Sounds good. Thanks, Richard. 1 p.m. is my queue as well. Do you have anyone else joining you, Samir?
I think Victor will be here, as me and Victor are almost like we do it at 5:30. So let's see if he will be here in some time. So we just gonna be waiting.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Are you able to? I wonder if I stop sharing my screen, will you be able to bring yours up?
I don't have the rights to do these kind of things. Maybe.
Yeah, me neither.
I can only see exit screen. That's it. I think, yeah.
Okay, no worries, no worries. I'll stick with you a little bit longer until Victor arrives. Have you been looking at anything in the charts this week? Anything in particular?
Last week I didn't really trade it much because there was my withdrawal date. So now all my withdrawals are cleared. So we're gonna start fresh. And today, as I'm indices NAS 100 trader, I'm looking at NAS 100 right now. Maybe you can open up your chart so that NAS 100 you can open, as I cannot share my screen. So right now we are going right like in a
NAS 100
downside. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring it up. I've got it up on my because you can't bring up your screen. I brought it up on mine for you.
Yeah, so that's why you can get my point of view. I'll just share what I'm looking for, and I will be trading actively this week as the account is fresh. I want to secure some payouts, maybe 1, 2, 3%, whatever this week is gonna give me. Maybe negative some 1, 2%. It is also fine, as we have trading is. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. We just have to control our losses. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So right now we are really going impulsively to the downside. I think I will be looking for buys once the NYSE is gonna open, which is 7 p.m. my time. What is the time right now? It's 5:30 right now, almost my time. So we have plenty of time right now. I can see the charts here and there, but my strategy, my plan doesn't allow me to enter on this particular time. So I have to wait either way. In the morning, I was looking at sells actually, but as you know, I have a plan, I have a strategy. I cannot break my rules. So it would have been a bad win actually for me. In the long run, I know it was gonna hurt me, I would have built some wrong expectations. Okay, I can trade this time also, but I know it is not going to work for me. So yeah, I will be trading. I will be looking for buys as I'm a liquidity type of trader. So once these some lows on the left hand side, if you can pop out maybe 1 hour chart
One
as we
hour.
are
Yeah.
doing very impulsively. So we have to look back. I normally don't look back because right now the price action is forming in that way. We have really no other option. So if we have few lows. I want these to be liquidated during NYSE and then the structure shift and then some kind of FVG, then I will be taking my trade. I think today we have a good momentum. We can secure some 1 to 2 or maybe 1 to 1. Let's see. So yeah, I will be looking for trades today. NAS 100 only 7 p.m. my time, which is NYSE open. I think 9:30 Eastern time. So yeah, let's see how it is gonna go.
Nice. Is this the main instrument that you trade? Do you trade any other instruments, or is NAS 100 your go-to?
I think the moment I switched to NAS 100, my payouts went more consistent actually.
Yeah, it's a popular symbol. I really like it because it's very it has some very strong trends. I'd say it's quite an impulsive pair. Well, symbol. You can hear I'm a forex
Yeah,
trader calling
exactly.
it a pair. Yeah, aiming for 2-3% is definitely the move, I think, because
Yeah, the moment I
I'm
switched to it, I think I'm not really bragging, but I have never gone without a payout. These bi-weekly payouts, okay, these prop
Mhm.
firms provide 5ers, okay. I have never gone like without a payout. This bi-weekly, it has been almost like 5 months maybe. So the moment I switched to this NAS 100, I think it has been almost 5 months. I'm securing something, maybe
Yeah.
1%, maybe even few $100. I am securing something, so I am happy with it.
Yeah, that's fantastic because my approach is the complete opposite. I'm taking like 2 or 3 massive payouts a year, whereas you're getting more consistent, smaller payouts like 1-2%, which is fantastic. I think I definitely need to switch to that approach, to be honest.
Yeah, I was trading like almost 26 pairs,
Oh, really? And now
and
you've
I
switched
was
to just
blowing
NAS?
accounts here and there. I still remember. Now, the moment I switch to NAS, I see less setups. I see more clear mindset, you can say.
Yeah,
And I'm not really saying you have to switch to NAS 100. Try to switch to maybe 1 or 2 pairs. See
yeah,
how
yeah,
it goes for 5 to 6 months. Okay, you will your stress level will be less. I know. Like I think on Tuesdays I don't really trade that much, but as this account is fresh, so I would like to risk some money today. Not that much, the risk that I cannot control. I will like to risk some amount that will not bother me that much. So I will try to, you know, look for something like that. So yeah, I think I will encourage everyone who is watching this stream, try to switch to 1 or 2 pairs or indices or whatever you want to call 1 or 2 asset. Even I myself was like used to believe, what kind of bullshit is this? What difference it is gonna make? I myself was believing that like in past, but I think the moment I did this, the stress level was less and the clarity was more actually, and the results was, I think the result will be same only, to be honest, even if you follow that strategy or whatever you are doing. So the mindset, the clarity, the stress level, these things will be you will be in good place, I think, once you
So guys,
do this kind of thing.
Hey, Jonatan, how you doing?
Hey,
I'm
Jonathan.
good. What's up, Griff? Thanks for staying. I had some issues here with the streaming platform.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Hey, it's good to see you. I've not seen you for a little while.
Yeah, good to see you as well. Good to see you as well. Excited about the trading competition.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be completely out of my comfort zone, trading completely different time frames, different. I'm gonna be making up a strategy as I go along, I think.
Yeah, no, I think most of us are going to be completely out of our comfort zone. I mean, trading lower time frames and have that time pressure. It's probably mostly going to be luck.
Yeah, I was telling the others earlier that when I've done this kind of thing before, I find that just taking no trades and staying at 0%, often you come out on top because people just end up over trading.
Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to wait till the last minute, right? And then you can place a trade,
Yeah,
looking at
exactly.
Yeah.
what the. But then
Today I
what if
was really gonna
everyone
place a
does that?
trade. Today I was really gonna place a trade in London session. That is not according to my plan. I was almost gonna press the buy, but then my past history, it just that flashback came to me. Then I was like, no, I cannot do this.
Good. Well, I'll be shooting off, guys. I've really enjoyed chatting with everyone, and nice to meet you, Samir. I've not spoken to you before. It's good getting to know your
Yeah,
strategy a little bit.
nice to meet you, bro.
And
Take
yeah,
care.
Jonathan,
Yep.
I'll shoot off. I'll see you guys all soon.
Definitely. Thank you, Griff. Take care.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right.
All right, Samir, what are we looking at? Let me see if I can get your screen.
Yeah, I don't have
up
any
here.
rights
I
to
will.
do that.
I'll get that shared. Should be good. Get rid of Griff.
All right. This is the pair that I trade. So yeah, I'm just looking at buys, but my time is not right now. I have to wait for NYSE open. Then only I can take action. I just want few lows to be liquidated during that time. Even if it liquidates now, I can't really take a trade because that's not really my plan. So I have to wait either way. So then we will be having this low if this low is taken before NYSE. And we have like many scenarios, so we have to act accordingly. Like let's say price liquidate this, and during NYSE price is here, that this low will be my go-to liquidity point. Then I will look for buys. I just want a smaller move, maybe 1 to 1, 1 to 2, then I'm done for the day. And I will be trading actively this week. Last week was not really that much active for me because I just wanted to secure my payout, as I mentioned earlier in the stream. And yeah, we have a couple of scenarios right now. So either way, we're gonna wait during. We have to see actively in NYSE only. Me actually, I don't know what like our viewers' strategy is, but my strategy is like this only. And during NYSE, I have to mark my highs and lows, whatever the ranges are right now. If you ask me to do analysis, and if this price was close to NYSE, I would have marked this low right here. I would have waited for it to get liquidated. Then I would have gone to smaller time frame. Then I would have waited for the structure shift and all. Okay. So yeah, let's see how it is gonna do. And we have a decent pullback range actually. So we definitely can secure 1 to 1 or 1 to 2 today. I believe that.
You're looking at you're looking along
That's fine, is it?
short, or you're looking to.
I'm looking at longs right now because
Okay.
I don't think so we can make a range to the upside. If that was the case, then I would have definitely be looking for shorts. But we have, I think, we have 1.5 hours. I don't think so. In 1.5 hours, we can make a strong high like this. Of course, anything can happen, but the likely of that thing to happen is really less. So I will be looking for liquidity to the downside so that I can take longs.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. So you're looking for like some reaction here at this level. You're looking for perhaps you're looking for confirmation in terms of like a break of structure, something like that.
Yeah, I want some kind of fair value gap, some kind of structure shift, and once price close above these areas, then I will look for entry. I'm just looking at I don't really use this SM actually. I will be plotting the event tab so that I can mark my session highs and session lows. I'll show you the trade that I took. I don't know why it is showing like that. Anyways, so my point is once we are coming close to the NYSE open, the actual NYSE open, I can't even place a trade 1 minute before the NYSE, even if the setup is forming. That is not my strategy. So once let's say we liquidate this, and this was actual NYSE, and now we are having this fair value gap. Right now we are forming. I'm just assuming, giving you an assumption, an example. So once price close above this and then it retest, then I will take my entry. It will be something like this. Then I can target for 1-to-1 as it's Tuesday. Tuesdays are not really good for me. You go for a big target. I just want my 1-to-1. Normally, my strategy is 1-to-2s only, so I have to take 1-to-2s. But I know Tuesdays are, kind of rocky for me. I've seen my data, so yeah, man, I have to be a little careful today as per the targets. But the impulsiveness, this price action, the volume, it is looking really good. So yeah, I would really like to trade today.
All right. Yeah, I like that. It looks like we got the. What
Yeah,
time frame
we
is
are
that?
breaking.
50. It looks like it's not moving. It looks like you're in replay mode almost. Nothing's happening. Look at the Nasdaq here and there. That's a powerful move to down. So let's see what I'm
It is moving very
currently.
slow, actually.
One of my EAs currently short on Nasdaq. Did manage to let me see. Am I? Yeah, it's probably
Yeah,
gonna hit
we
that. So I got the TP. I got the TP on probably where you have that lower red line right there is where I
this
have.
one. It's a kind of support or liquidity area, whatever you guys want to call it.
Yeah, I got a TP down there for that short on Nasdaq. So far looking good. I like what I'm seeing here. Pretty cool. Yeah. Gonna close just close the
Victor
USD.
didn't come today. So is he supposed to come today?
Which one? What do you mean?
Victor.
Yeah, Victor's gonna
The
come.
master Victor.
Yeah, Victor's gonna come on a bit later, talk about order blocks and Quasimodos,
Yeah.
the usual.
Analysis is like spend like an hour for an analysis.
Yeah, that dude, he goes deep into the charts.
It's good
Yeah,
if it is working for him. It's really good,
yeah, and it does work very well for him. He's
Yeah.
definitely one of the best traders I know. I mean that guy's making money. He doesn't even need to be here in the live streams. It's just he
Amazing.
really
Yeah,
good,
seems
really
really
good trader.
like almost my every stream has been with Victor only. So yeah. I think once I did in London session, but nowadays it's only New York session.
Right.
Quasis. Yeah, he talk a lot about quasis and all.
Does I got a question here saying if profitable you sent the EAs that's the one you have created for myself and I use them myself, so I'm not renting them out or selling them or anything like that. That's for I mean, if you have a profitable EA or profitable EA portfolio, like the potential of that just running in the background and making money, connecting into all different prop firms and personal accounts, there's no like you don't sell that, you don't sell that, you don't rent that out. If you see someone selling an EA, yeah, it's not profitable, okay? Because if it's profitable, you keep it because it's a gold mine, it's a gold mine. You don't give that away. I'm gonna quickly switch over to my screen, see if we can find anything interesting here in the markets. Let me share my screen quickly. Oh, okay, I can't. I don't know why I can't share my screen. That's frustrating. You can't see my screen, right?
No, I think you haven't shared it yet.
I have it. It says that I'm sharing. Okay, I'm just gonna reload my my screen here. I'll be back in just a bit.
Please advise swing trading strategy. Swing trading, there are many strategies. So it depends, how your journey started, what kind of price action you look at, like how your eye sees the charts. You have to make your strategy around that only. Because at the end, it is gonna be risk management only. So the sooner you realize, it will be better for you.
The question here, please advise swing trading strategy. Okay, so let me see then if I can share my screen now. Yeah, okay, it's working now. So
Yeah.
I think a swing trading strategy is okay. So a specific swing trading strategy that when I was actively trading more and not doing the algorithms, I was trading a specific system. I'll show you what that looks like. So first you have the 20 and the 50 EMA. Because here the 20 is the white, blue one is the 50. And then what you want to do is you want to add the stochastics RSI as well. Go into the settings, and I want the stochastics RSI to have the upper band at 70, the lower band at 30. Make it normal line. Yeah, you're here. But you can't see yourself. Well, okay, that's weird. You're not on the live stream, because I'm looking at the live stream, and you're not on YouTube, but you're in here. This is let me see if I can change to Griff, and then I'm gonna change back to mine. See if it makes a difference. Yeah, it should be you should be back now. All good.
Yeah, now I can
Right.
see.
So the swing trading system. What time frame? 4 hour. So the way I did this was I wanted to see. Yes, for swing trading, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I got the 20 and the 50 EMA, and I got the stochastics RSI. Now, what you want to see, go to maybe Euro NCD. I think this could be, find an example here. I think this is a good one. So what you're looking for is a trend. Okay, you're looking for a trend, and you're looking for a break and retest of a horizontal level. So say you hit a resistance level right here. So when price breaks above that level, you want to look at the retest of the level. Now you want the retest, say the retest is going to happen somewhere here. You want that retest to happen on the 20 EMA, with the 20 being above the 50. So the 20 above the 50, you're in an uptrend. You want the retest of this horizontal resistance level to be on the 20 EMA, and you also want it to be on either the 50% fib or in the reload zone around the 0.618. So let's see where we get that retest. Price comes down and it hits the 20 EMA. It hits the 20 EMA and it hit that level that just got retested. Now for confirmation, you want some type of bullish candlestick. This could be a bullish pin bar, a bullish engulfing, or just a rounded bottom in a sense. And you want that to happen. You want the confirmation to happen when you have the stochastics RSI below 30 for a long. And it's exactly the same thing in reverse for a short. So next candle, now see that you have the stochastics RSI below 30. You have a bullish reaction to the level. This is where you enter. So you enter on the close of that candle or on the retest of the 50, because a lot of times the 50 will be retested. But let's just assume that this is the trade. Stops below the low, and you need TP at the last local high, which is the FTA, the first trouble area. This is the trade, and this is the system. And what's interesting about this is I've actually coded an indicator that replicates this exact system that I did use when I was trading actively. So if you add that, you can remove all the indicators. And then I'm going to be adding that indicator right here. The RL said slingshot. It's not available on TradingView. It's an invite only, but you can see right here that it's got the 20 and the 50, and it got built in the RSI and everything. And let me see if it actually adds, if it has any signals on this specific. Yeah, so you can see here, for example, all the short and the long signals and everything. Let me see if I can find a good example of this exact setup. So you see that this long setup right here is based on the fact that price comes down and hits, got a breakout. It doesn't hit the breakout level, but it's based on the fact that you have like a bullish candle here coming from the reload zone with the stochastic RSI. So I'm using an indicator like this as a market scanner. So it's highly recommended that if you have a systematic way of trading and you're able to quantify all the details of your trading system, then try to put it into an indicator. Now, of course, this is not going to give you an exact signal because it's not really a bullish engulfing candle, but the theory is the same. And now, this is basically the Henry says the indicator is not currently working on TradingView. I will update your permission to that. Probably just that's just something. And for those wondering, I did run a community back in the day, and I did have like a subscription-based access to the indicator. That community is now shut down, and no one can access the indicator anymore. Only the ones that had access in the past. I might release it for free in the future. We'll see. But for now, you can access it because I've shut it all down. But this is basically the setup, right? So it's super simple. Like it's very, very simple, super simple. It's combining, trending, market structure, candlestick formations, and you got that horizontal break and retest, the fib, and the stochastic RSI. It might look complicated with all these different things, but it's actually super, super simple. And I've tested it across all Forex market, and it has around 60% win rate. One thing to note though, when trading like this, it's very subjective. Very subjective to your way of analyzing, depending on the levels you choose and the structure. Everything on the 4 hour, you can do this. I would recommend just go into 4 hour. It's going to be much simpler to trade this if you just focus on the 4 hour. But when you start to get an understanding of the system, you can then look at everything on the 4 hour, but then when it's time to enter the trade, you drop down to the 5 minute. And what you do down here on the 5 minute is you try to look for a break of structure. So here, for example, you see price now comes down to your area of interest, right? So it comes down here, it forms a double bottom right on the 0.618, and this is how you get those, like the win rate is going to be super small on this, obviously, but this is how you get those crazy high risk to reward. So what you want to do is you want to put the fib, so you have, usually what you have on the low time frames, you get like a double bottom on the 0.618, and you want to put another fib on this move, like that. So you fib the lower fib within that bigger fib. It's like fib inception, and then you put your entry on the 50% fib, stop loss below here, and then you treat it like a swing setup like this, and then you'll see that probably gonna get filled right there, and then that's the low, right? You're able to get in much earlier on a move like that. And you can also see here, no, actually that doesn't make sense. A lot of times you can also put your entry on the retest of the 50 right here. So instead of entering at market on the candle close, you can just put it at the 50 for better risk to reward. But trading like this, combining swing trading with lower time frames, like looking at a swing trading level, and then you drop into lower time frames to find confirmation with a breakout structure, that is super effective to get those high risk to reward trades. So there you have it. That's a swing trading system that actually works. One of the reasons why it didn't work for me in the past is basically just because of Trading psychology. I had too little time to focus on trading in the way I wanted. I had too many other business venture that I was focused on, and it basically started affecting my trading too much. And I decided that I'm just going to go into algorithmic trading instead, because my strength are technical analysis and not trading psychology. That's definitely one of my weaknesses.
That's really good strategy, actually. Kind of trend following. So yeah, trend following works if you are having few confirmations, as you mentioned, these levels, EMAs, and yeah, I think it's good. If you
Yeah, it's
guys are
definitely.
watching, definitely this is a trend following system, and trend following system do offers a decent returns. If you of course focus on risk management as well.
Yeah, I think trend following is.
It's easy
It's
also, like you don't have to take reversals or whatever.
Yeah, it's more intuitive in a sense, because it's easier to understand the overall trend and to kind of make sure that you follow that overall trend. Samir, I gotta take just a few minute break, okay? So I'll be back. I'll be back in just a bit, okay? I'll go over to your chart here. Right back.
All right, let's take your questions. Chat is great. Just need to be picky with the signals. Yeah, exactly, bro. You have to be picky, like this London session, I was gonna take a trade actually, but then the flashback came to me. Then I was like, no, I have lost so many challenges, I have lost so much money, I cannot do this again. So now I can make mistakes, which is according to my plan, according to my strategy. I can take a loss, it's okay, but I don't really want to give that chance when I take a foolish loss which is not according to my plan, or when the mistake is not according to my plan, you can say. Okay, what do you plan around news in NAS, as we cannot trade news in prop firm nowadays? So I don't really trade news. Back in 2021 or maybe 22, when prop firms allowed it, so I used to gamble actually. My mindset was not really good back then. So after that, I never really trade, you know, news actually. Sami, show us your last week trades entry. Okay, I secured 1 to 1. I don't know where it was. I think here. Um, Let me go to the 5 minute actually. Okay, let's see. I have to find where I took the trade. Okay, I think here I took the trade. Yeah, around this low. Okay, so now we have a low, right? As my strategy is based on daily highs and daily lows. So let me explain you this trade I took. Before that, I also like to put this session break on my chart so that I know what was the last day's low or high. The last day low was this, all right, the daily low. But if you see right behind this, we have this major liquidity zone. So instead of taking this, can't we take this? Because it is a little bit more low risk, you can say, because we have the low right here. Like, what's the distance? It's not even that much, you know. We have only 50 points distance. So why not to reduce our stress and just mark this low instead? Okay, first I did this. As my strategy is again liquidity points, I marked this low as my liquidity point. And now what I did, I just simply got to 1 minute. And now what we need to do, we have to wait for the price to close above the fair value gap and retest that, or the structure shift. Structure was shifted right here. All right, as you can see, we broke, and once we kind of wicked above, I just took my entry right here, basically at the retest of this zone. I placed my, once the price was moving here, I placed my buy limit right here, and my stop loss was something like this, 30 points, and I was targeting 1 2 1 actually. Yeah, something like this my trade was. I was risking 2% actually on my live account. I secured 2%. I don't really want to risk that. So yeah, I just secured 121. Actually, my 121 was hit at this candle, and once it started to go down, I just closed my trade at this, little bit lower than this once it started to close. But 121 was hit eventually. 5ers plan for India. Yeah, we are planning big things. We are, we are going to be establishing 5ers for Indian community, so that even like 5ers is really, according to me as a trader, it is the best prop firm. You can test it, test the service and see yourself. You will know why I'm saying this. Test the service. I will not say this, but just test it, okay? Then you will know like why I'm saying this. Euro USD, let's take a look at Euro USD. Euro USD. You wanna, let's do this intraday analysis as the intraday perspective. If you see, we are ranging on on the daily, I think. Yeah, we are not even breaking to the upside, not breaking to the downside. So right now we are in the no man's land. More about your strategy on NAS. It is very simple, bro. So I will tell you. I will get to this question. Just let me finish with this. Hope you will get my point when I will share my views on this one. Anyways, so we are rejecting from this resistance right here. All right, and we have a support right here. So right now we are in the middle. So what you want to do? Either wait for price to get to the support, or I will not even suggest to take this support, because we can break easily. We have this liquidity point, we have these areas. So I think the retest would be good, price breaking and retesting some kind of areas. Then you should take a trade. Euro USD is really in the middle of the range. I don't think so you should do anything right now at this point. If you was planning for shorts, this is resistance area, you could have taken shots at this retest, then it was good. Now it is really in no man's land, to be honest. You should not be looking at that. We will go to other pairs also. Just hold on a minute so that I can give you some entries maybe today. So let's come to your question, Michael. So NAS 100, what my strategy looks like. First of all, my strategy is very easy. I have shared a couple of times. I just wait for some liquidity points, and once it's done, I just need to wait for a structure shift on the smaller time frame. Can be on the 1 minute, can be on the 3 minute. I normally trade 1 minute with NAS 100. Once the NYSE is open, New York Stock Exchange is open, then only I try to execute on this pair. Other than this, you can't really take a trade, okay? First thing is that, and second thing, I have been trading this NAS 100 from almost like 5 months now, 6 months now, only this pair. So I have came across few days that are kind of losing days for me. Like, let's say my win rate on those days are maybe 20%, 30%. So I have eliminated trading those days, and Tuesday is one of those days. So what I can do on Tuesdays, I can target less. That's what I can do. So even if you copy the strategy, so which is you can if you follow this to the T, you are gonna get results. Okay, so it is already breaking this low. We are not even, let me see the time. Okay, we still have 1 hour for the NYSE open. So this low is of no use to me right now, because it is liquidated before the NYSE. I don't want to mark my range before the NYSE. So let's say we have a new range on the NYSE. I will give you a few scenarios right now for today's trade. Let's say we have price started to go up and we have a new low right here. Then your liquidity point will be this. Okay, your liquidity point will be this. Then you will wait for the price to liquidate, and then again the same thing. We have a major low right here. These two lows are major lows. Okay, so now the point is, do you want to risk your money on these kind of setups when the low is right here? So instead of that, you can just mark your major low. If that doesn't liquidate, no trading day for you. So that's the same thing that I'm gonna do. My low is here, so if these lows are not liquidated, then I will not be entering in the trade. So my plan for NYSE will be simple. I want the price to go even more down. It can happen later in the NYSE, like in the after the lunch break, so I can see the charts then. Once it happens, I will go to the 1 minute. Let me go to that low. Okay, I will go to the 1 minute, then I will find my fair value gap. Let's see, the fair value gap is here. Okay, I will wait for price to close above the fair value gap, then, or the range, whatever the range is here, then I will just place my buy limit on that area. Okay, my stop loss will be this. If we have a good targeting range, we have good highs and lows. Let's say this is some kind of high that we have, and we have 1 to 2 there, then definitely 1 to 2 will be done. Okay, so this is my strategy: liquidity, structure shift, taking the entry on the retest of the structure shift. You can even target 1 to 1, that is fine, because 1 to 1 do get hit 70 to 75% of the time. You just have to be patient to follow the strategy. Okay, so Euro USD, as I mentioned, it is in no man's land right now. It is in the middle of the range. So if you try to enter in the middle of the range, what you're gonna get? You're gonna get chopped. Maybe you can win, but I don't think so. You should trade this way. Anyways, let's give you guys few setups. I have to add a lot of pairs for that. I don't normally do that, but just for you guys, let's see what setups are forming. I'm just gonna add every forex pair. All right, almost done. So one by one, I'm just gonna go to these pairs. If the setup will be there, I will give you the call. Okay, like this is the setup that is forming potentially. Okay, this is the high. Okay, we broke that. We missed that entry. I think we are already moving so low. I'll go to the 1 hour. There was the FVG. Price closed below. We have 22 minutes left for this 1 hour to close. So once this 1 hour close, you can take your entry. You can place your stop like 28 pips. Target 1 to 1. This is the first entry for you. Okay, so this is kind of the analysis that I look for. What is the view on USD JPY? So as AUD JPY, I'm on sell, so I think the USD JPY is gonna be the same. Aussie NZ, I don't really like this pair. Still in the middle of the range, no man's land, nothing. We already swept these lows. I would have planned for buys, but now we have no range right now, so no setup for me. Okay, we broke this high. A liquidity point for us, maybe. Let's go to the 1 hour now. The fair value gap is way too low. We cannot take these kind of setups. I'm coming to USD JPY, just hold on. CHF JPY, nothing, just going straight up, nothing. EuroCAD, we have this low which is swept. How much percent returns do you expect and actually get from your trading on monthly basis? What should be traders' expectations? I think whatever you can secure, it is a good amount. If you talk about realistically, Some months you can get 5%, some months you can get 20%, some month can be negative or like 5%. So you have to be prepared for everything. So we are sweeping this low right now. And if you wanna, know the average or whatever, so I think even if you can make 1 to 2% bi-weekly, I think that is fine. We have closed above this fair value gap, so try the retesting that, but the way the momentum, it is looking very tough for me, because look at this impulse. This was not kind of a pause right here. There was no pause, no trade. We want some kind of reaction on our area. 2% a week, 8% a month. I don't think so. Some weeks can be negative actually. So 2% bi-weekly is good. You want 2 weeks, 4% a month, 3% a month, 4% a month. It is a good, I think, goal you can have. He was asking for USD JPY, right? I'm just gonna go over USD JPY right now. Oh wow, it is really moving good. Amazing, breaking out of the range finally. But this can be the liquidity point. Let's go to weekly, because I can't really understand this on the daily. Okay, prices retested this area, now trying to go up. Yeah, it is bullish actually. We have closed above this, going to the 4 hour. 4 hour. We are way too high. Who was asking that actually? HK118. HK118. If you would have entered buys at this consolidation break or whatever, it would have been fine. But right now we are at the resistance. So you can play for sells maybe, just for a pullback, but the impulse is way too big. It is way too big. I don't think so. You should play for sells also. You should wait for the breakout actually, and then wait for a pullback, then take the trade, okay? So USD JPY, it's the waiting zone right now. Sami, where you from in India? I'm from North India actually. NAS 100, my pair, which is, it is also moving very aggressively to the downside. Let's mark some support resistances actually. Okay, we have a area right here. We have a support right here. We have a small area right here. Let's mark it like this. Hey, why are you seeing too much charts? Is it okay? I'm not really seeing too much charts. I only see NAS 100 actually. For you guys, if there was any entry, I added these pairs. I only trade NAS 100. Oh wow, we are moving way too good, way too aggressive. I think today it will be a good day. Good, bro. You're from Mumbai. Let's go. You can ask anything, guys, about trading strategy, life. This live streams are for you guys only, to make you better in every aspect of life, not just trading. Even me personally, I'm very positive guy. Whatever my circle, I want the best for them actually. For you guys also, I feel that way, that's kind of energy. Do you have a girlfriend? let's just not go too personal, bro. I can answer that, but yeah, I think you should have other priorities also in life. This trading, you should do other things also. This NAS 100 is going really good, man. I really like this. I want some kind of reaction and liquidity, and then we are good. But still we have 47 minutes left for the NYSE open. Until then, I'm helpless. I can't really do anything. My trading strategy doesn't allow me to take a trade before that. If you want me to go do any analysis, I can do that. but I can't really take a trade, man. I'm trying to get tight entries only with the best accuracy I can. Do you think it's good? Because I don't feel like one-to-one risk to reward will do the trick for me, because I don't. Yeah, I think it's very everybody's mindset is working in some kind of different way. Our goals can be same, like everybody wants to be profitable, we want to make money, but the route, the journey can be a little bit different. Okay, and if you feel like high risk to reward is good, I think it is going to work anyway. If you if you are a good trader, if you follow everything to the T, then I think your results are going to be some kind of similar only to one-to-one, one-to-twos guys, or your high risk to reward system. Maybe you can make a little bit more, but I don't expect like a huge difference. For an example, the one guy who is targeting one-to-one, one-to-twos, he made 50% on an year, and you made like 500%. I don't think that is going to happen. The result is going to be somewhat same only. So if your personality is that you want to target more, go with that. Just train your mindset in that way, okay? Of course, it is going to take time. And yeah, again saying, it works. The high risk reward system also works. If you want to go for 1 to 5, 1 to 4, 1 to 3s, 1 to, I don't think so, 1 to 10 can be, repeatable most of the times. So yeah, you should, I think 1 to 5s are the most you should go for. Can you see Euro USD, please? Okay, we just saw, but we'll go to it again. There is news at 10 a.m. USA on US. Would you wait for news? Let me see if there is any news actually. I didn't saw news, man. Thank you. GN. Speak Hindi for 1 minute. Anand we in NY. See, we are in New York session actually, but we are not the New York Stock Exchange session, okay? Yes, I can speak Hindi. The Sage, no in 45 minutes. Can I trade SMC with US 100? Yeah, you can trade with any strategy. It is gonna give you results only. It's just you have to trade that strategy for a longer period so that you know what you have to subtract, what you have to add. For me personally, now I'm trading this strategy. I know Tuesdays, Thursdays, these 2 days are kind of off for me. So if I want to take trade on Tuesday, I should keep my target less. So these are the things that you will come to know. Okay, can you please trade with can you show a trade with entry that you were taken this week with example? I just shared with NAS 100, but I would love to do it again. It's okay. Okay, we are 7:30. We have a news, right? Which time frame for gold currency pair? I think gold is very volatile. You should trade bigger time frames only with gold. What time is the? It's 9:30 Eastern. I don't know in which time zone you live in, but if you talk about Eastern time zone, it is 9:30. If you talk about my time zone, it is 7 p.m. actually. I will show you the example. Wait. Do you trade stocks? I don't trade stocks. I trade this NAS 100. It is kind of indices. Stocks also works, price action really works good on stocks also. Okay, I have to show you my trade, right? So this was the daily low. All right. This is Monday. Actually, I didn't trade it on Monday. I took a trade on Friday actually. So this was Thursday's candle. These are my ranges for Thursday candle. This is the low of the candle. This is the high of the candle. So my strategy is like, I want to wait for the liquidity push. So we liquidated this low. Now let's go to the 15-minute or 5-minute just straight, because we know the daily ranges. We know where is the liquidity point. But if you see, we have a major liquidity wick right here also. So instead of taking this liquidity zone, why not to play safe and just mark this low instead? So I just deleted this zone. I wanted to play safe because this is end of the week. I want to secure some percent on my account. So I just wanted to play safe. I was like, let's just wait for this low. Okay. Once this low was gone, if you see this wick, this, I got to the 1 minute chart. Okay. The 1 minute chart. Look at this beautiful consolidation, first of all. Isn't it very catchy? To me, it was okay at that point of time. So once price broke this area, I just waited for a retest. I took a trade. My stop loss was below this low. I targeted 1-to-1. I was done for the day. Actually, my target was this FVG right here, if you see. So I was done for the day. This was my trade. And yeah, I took the chance. And yeah, if you want to follow this strategy, I think you have to give it like 4 to 6 months. You have to observe it very carefully. Then only you will come to know what to add, what to subtract, how this thing works. It takes time. Oh, we have Victor here. Everybody's waiting for you. So let's go. What time? Yeah, I just shared that. Can I show a trade? I just showed you right now. What is it? Trading expectancy. So I think I take maybe 10 trades a month, maybe 9 to 10 trades a month. That is the frequency, I think. It was a really good trade to me. This liquidity trade. Mine is 1% per trade. You mean the risk? Yeah, I also risk 1% per trade. So yeah. So Victor is here. I think your
Hello.
mic is muted.
No, it's not.
Hey.
I haven't said anything.
Yeah.
How
I'm
are you
like,
doing? How is
I'm saying I'm
everyone
good.
watching us?
How are you?
I was listening to you. You have a very relaxing, voice. I like that.
Oh, thank you. Nobody said this to me. This is the first time I'm hearing something like this. Thank you.
How was the day for you? How was the chat so far?
Chat
I
is
see.
good.
I see. We have our gang in the audience as usual. Love it when you guys are
Yeah.
all in here. What is are you in any trade, Samir? I know you're trading NAS, which may or may not be your trading window. Your window hasn't started yet, right? Your trading window.
Yeah, definitely. I want to wait for NYSE Open, which is gonna happen in about 38 minutes. I have to wait. I can't really do anything. I don't want to take unnecessarily losses. I am very afraid of that. If the loss is in my plan, that is good. If it is not in my plan, then I am not really good.
Yeah, that's totally. I think it is. You should have a healthy dose of fear.
Yeah.
I don't know. Fear.
Yeah, it
is
was.
the.
I
would
mentioned.
say.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, in the earlier stream, I mentioned I was about to press a buy button in London session, this NAS 100 push that we got. But I was like, a flashback came to my mind. I am doing a wrong thing. Then I just closed the window. My lot size was also ready. And then I was like, no, I cannot do this. Yeah, the example is me's example in front of you, all the viewers. So, these type of things is going to happen to you regardless. So you have to, build some habits so that you can control this.
Yes, totally. So I was gonna say the as a hold on, I'm gonna be right back. Just gonna take a second or maybe 5. Hold on. I think that was a bit more than 5, but Here I am. Yes, I was saying that you said you fear not following your plan, or not following the trade plan or the strategy. And I think obviously that's a very, very good thing. And even though it sounds like your fear isn't like a positive emotion, I think it's still very, very good, right? It's the same thing that you want to have when you're, let's say, operating in an operating room as a part of the surgical team. You gotta have a healthy dose, ample of fear of making a mistake, right? A certain level of respect that you're dealing with, in the case of the analogy, with an actual person, life. It's their life, their health, and to the same way you should treat your account. We as traders treat our account as something very, very precious.
Yeah.
And if you're backtesting, it doesn't matter. You make a mistake, you can go back and undo it or correct it. If
Mhm.
you're but the more as traders, and you already are, this is your a significant activity for you, then you want to treat it with the utmost respect and fear, for lack of a better word, because it's very important to us, and we know how important it is to follow the plan, so we can expect what we have tested before. Otherwise, why are we trading, right? Why are we testing if we're not going to be doing what we're supposed to be doing when the time comes to trade? What's the use then of having data that we are going to deviate from, and because it's not going to be applicable? So it's I love it how you say you fear not following the plan.
Yeah, exactly. Because I've done this like almost like for
You're muted.
3.
Or
Am I? Can you hear me
did
now?
I lose sound, perhaps? Hold on.
Okay. So I was saying I have
I think
followed this kind of habit.
let me double check this.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, mic check.
Not able to hear you, so
Let me do this again.
there's no way I can hear you. Hold on. I will put things back to where they should be.
Hear me, chat? I don't know if there is problem from my hand. Okay.
All right.
Thank
I should be
Kevin.
able to hear you. Yes.
Okay.
I'm
you hear
back. Go ahead. You were saying?
I
Yes.
was saying follow this practice of breaking my plan or whatever for almost like 3 to 4 years. I don't want to experience that now. I am feared. I don't want to
Mhm.
experience it anymore. If the mistake, yeah, I'm gonna make mistake. I know, but it is in my plan. It is in my time window. Whatever I have decided for myself, it is okay. I can accept that. I can accept that
Mhm.
loss, accept that mistake. But if I'm making the mistake, which is not in my plan, and I have not planned for it, I am feared of that actually now. I can't lose more accounts. I can't make more mistakes. I want this thing. I do this thing professionally. So I am afraid of all these mistakes that I can commit, without which is not according to my plan. I'm really feared. Something happens in my heart, like anxiety. I can't take that. I have followed this path for 3 to 4 years. I can never look back.
The thing is, at least to me, I treat, my trade plan isn't exactly like uh the holy scripture, right? It's not like it's written in stone. I understand that it's imperfect. It's not always the best plan or thing to do. It's just the plan that I have so far. However, I have learned from experience that if I don't uh, um, if I don't follow my plan, I will. Could you say something?
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna. I think I lost. I lost my sound again. Hold on. Having difficulty here. Things. I suppose you guys can hear me, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Otherwise, switch back to a analog line, not wireless. But I think we can do. Not sure why this keeps happening, but we'll manage. Now that I know what it is, I can fix it very quickly when and if it happens again. Okay, so I was saying let's see here. I'm supposed to be able to hear you. Anyways, I will continue.
We can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, perfect. I was gonna say that I know my trade plan. It's just my current state of the best conclusions and directions that I have put together based on the current data. Now everything keeps changing. Everything is dynamic. The data is not fixed, right? The data we keep collecting data constantly, so the data changes. So in time, the rules may adapt to the changes in the data as well, right? So it's not static, right? I understand that the trade plan longer term, if you guys know what I mean, is not as static as this rule, this value, and forever this is what I'm going to be doing. But right now, it is, even though I know it's dynamic and it can change, it's variable. It doesn't change from one day to another, not even from one month to the other, but more like one quarter perhaps. And not every quarter I make changes. I shift some things. I understand that even though that's not written in stone and it's a variable, slowly moving variable, in the current time, that idea does not help me. I've learned this, the hard way, that I need to accept it, even if I don't believe it completely. I need to. Even if it's not true completely, I need to believe it, that I need to follow this plan to the T as much as possible, as much as humanly possible. And that is my best course of action to maximize my profit. That is the experience, that is the lessons that I've learned from everything so far. And so in the current time, I will act as if I believe this is, the 10 commandments, to say, even though I make mistakes all the time, right? We all make mistakes all the time, but I still want to start from that point where my trade plan is, quasi holy, so to speak, right? And it's something like, when us law-abiding citizens, when you have a situation in front of you that you're not gonna break the law on an obvious thing, and that's the kind of reverence that I want to have for my trade plan. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter where I am. I'm not gonna be doing a crime, right? We are not, right? Typically, we're not gonna be doing that, right? That's the kind of rule. Obviously, we're not perfect, but that's the way. And so when you say fear, that's the same thing. When you're driving, you're very aware of the rules of engagement, rules of traffic.
You're really, the point that you explained, I really like it. You really explained it in a very deep manner. As you mentioned that the rules can change as per the circumstances, as per the data. So yeah, I agree with you completely. Even nowadays, I have added some support resistance also, to just increase my win rate, maybe to increase my kind of perfection of the entry area. So yeah, you are actually right. You just have to be, I think, these kind of habits, these kind of awareness, as you are in the journey, as you face few things, they are gonna get in you automatically. So you can't really skip any step in this journey. So right now,
Mhm.
uh, we are having many viewers, so every one of you, your journey, I don't know in which phase you are right now, what problems you are facing. So once you overcome it, then yeah, this this development stage, it is gonna stay like forever only. Like you have to but automatically this thing will get in your mind. You will adapt, your body will adapt, your mindset will adapt. Okay. So yeah, I really like the point that just Victor just mentioned.
Yeah, and so the bottom line is I treat my trade plan as something highly important in my. It's not just a guide. It's not just some guidelines that I need to more or less follow. No, it's something I need to be very aware of its limits, and I only need to operate within the trade plan, and that's something I can see that I have seen that very clearly in my performance. Whenever I start doing things that are slightly different, it affects my my performance a lot. So I want to, that's not something we want, of course. But the market has been very busy today, especially pound pairs. Have you guys talked about?
Let's see, I haven't seen any pound pair. Let's do a
Maybe
random pair.
look at perhaps GU. Um,
Oh, wow,
is
the momentum is really good. Actually, I think I
yeah,
was planning. Yeah, we took out this high, and this was according to my strategy. Actually, if I was looking at the charts, really good move. But
nice.
right now, we are at the no man's land. What you gonna do after this huge impulse? If you was somewhere in the pullback areas, then it was fine. Was there any news today? This is like 1 p.m. my time zone, like almost near London session.
There was. I'm not sure what caused it, since I don't make that link all the time to any the driver. There was some news though that the I think the yield on some bonds were reaching all-time high or something like that, to that effect. And I believe that
Okay.
spooked investors, and in having pound denominated assets, perhaps, or in any case, it's not a good thing for pound as a currency.
It's really good momentum. Yeah, I don't know what
Yeah,
caused it.
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
as you
There is
mentioned, I think can be
you
the
can
reason
also
we
see
are
it
kind of
on yen pairs as well. I'm not sure if it's
okay.
which one it was in reality.
I know,
But
like
you don't
big
like
terms of.
yen pairs?
I was trading yen pairs back in the days. Euro JPY, I made decent profit. GBP JPY was okay. So yeah, yen pairs really move good actually.
Yeah. And if you look at the pound CAD, the move is even more pronounced. So it's been very. I have been trading on a different strategy. I've been trading many pairs today.
Really good momentum.
Yeah, if you look to it just
Even if you
fell from the sky basically like a brick.
yeah, even if you follow support resistance, it was a good area to sell actually.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
indeed.
follow quasis, but if even if you are following some simple basic things that everybody's told from the day one, this is support, resistance, whatever. Basic things also work sometimes, and yeah, they have their own probability. You don't
Yeah,
have to,
this is the news that I thought, and our viewers, they think the same. It's the UK 30 years bond yield that is its highest since 1998. That's some time ago. So yeah, that's something for sure. These are the fundamental drivers that can be very dangerous for if you're only technical a trader and you have a setup before this news comes out, and now that is the moment where true mature traders would shine, because they would realize that this is something different, right? There's a moment for technical analysis to catch these moves, perhaps. But if you happen to have a setup that is against the direction, and that can happen to anyone, you have to be able to recognize when these moves are something has changed so much so that whatever the probabilities you had at the beginning of your analysis have now completely changed, and you should perhaps just take the loss if it goes against you, and not try to to offset this or to fix this, or do anything crazy about it. Because, for example, on pound CAD, the pair is it's what I think 6 hours now since the move started, perhaps 7 hours, and it's done in that 7 hours something like 250% its daily ATR. So that's huge. Twice, almost 2.5 times what it usually takes a day to do. It did it in 7 hours. So not only the daily ATR, but almost 3 times that daily ATR in 7 hours. That's huge. That doesn't happen every day. And these moments, you have to recognize that something has changed, fundamentally, literally, and you need to adjust for that. I'm gonna put some music in the background, if that's okay with you, Samir. Let's see what we have. So, let us know in the chat if you guys are trading any specific pair, how you have been faring in this high volatility environment, where yesterday we had Labor Day, very slow day, there wasn't a lot of movement, and today we have much more than what we missed yesterday. This is way more than what we had not done yesterday on a typical day. Let's see if I have someone is asking, pound CAD is extended twice the ADR. Yes, it's actually a little bit more than that. It's 2.5 if you measure it on the ATR. And the ATR already corrects for gaps, and it did have a gap on from the start. Not to get into the technicals of the formula of the ATR, but in any case, ATR is already correcting for these gaps, and it's 2.5 on that D1 ATR, which is very similar to the average daily range, right, which is the ADR as mentioned here. Thank you for that, Kavika. Let's see, we have someone asking here, hello, could you consider possible purchase on pound dollar? I'm gonna switch to, or maybe you can, Asimir, maybe you can see, would you be interested in buying pound on pound dollar on 1.3342? Let's see where that is. That is
I would definitely be interested, because we have liquidity this low, and we are on some kind of support and resistance level also. So now, as for the entries, where I would want to enter, let's go to the 30-minute actually. Let's see if we can close above this fair value gap actually. If we can close above this fair value gap, small retest, then I think you can secure some percent. Let's say you can target this fair value gap for 1 to 2. This big fair value gap.
Nice. That's a nice trade right there. Very easy. Very straightforward.
15-minute. Yeah, if you wanna, on the 15-minute also fair value gap is on the same level. So let's just consider the higher time frame, which is 30-minute. But it should be an impulsive close. So if you're dying here, then I think it will be a problem. But yeah, definitely the buys are making sense actually to me, as per the areas and as per the liquidity points. And yeah, liquidity to the downside, what confidence we have to go up. We have some kind of support resistance right now, and we have some liquidity point. And yeah, that's it. Now we just have to wait for some kind of entry criteria to take place, which is right here. I mentioned it just have to close above this fair value gap. Once it retests, you can place your buy limits right here. You can place your stop or something like this. Just target 1-to-1 as your first target. Okay, now I think 1-to-1 will be done in no time. These kind of setup do plays out because 70 to 75% of the time. So we just gonna wait for the impulsive close above this. I don't know. I'm really interested in these buys now. I might can take this on my one account. So we have to wait for 15 minutes actually for this candle to close. If you are trading the 15-minute, then also you have to wait, man. We still are not closed above. So 15-minute wait will decide if we are closing above this or not. So yeah, and yeah, buys does make sense. Looks clean, and we have some kind of dying momentum also, if you can see. Okay, which is also interesting. So yeah.
In terms of the quasis and order blocks, and for my opinion, I will have to switch. Are you ready with your thoughts? Then I will switch to mine. Let's.
You can take control. It's okay. I have to see NAS, and I have to wait anyway. Okay. Wait for like 15 minutes. Let's see what it's gonna do.
All right, so on the higher on the daily time frame, without going to the monthly and weekly for a complete top-down analysis, we are within a. We can already see that we are on a higher time frame. We've gotten in. This is not the first time, right? This we already had interaction with that order block. I mean, that weekly huge big order block already had a little reaction coming in back. That's something to be to understand on the macro level. And on the daily time frame, we are actually squeezing a structure, a bullish structure. And when I say that, it means that to me as a swing trade, it's not interesting for me to go long at this moment. However, if I do get a reason to get in and it goes in my favor, I can hold it at the end of the day, and this closes as a big wick. That could be something that so it's something I can keep pending. I'm not going to be acting. I'm not going to enter based on this. It's not a confluence, but it's just something I want to know. If it comes back and leaves that wick by the end of the day, then I have a reason to hold this much longer, because I would then understand that this bullish order block has stopped price and is likely to reverse price. But that's something, a little bit in advance without getting to the trade actually. So that's something I want to be. It's a squeezed bullish order block, which I want to certainly take care of. There's another reason though, that this is per my rules. I will not be considering this a fresh order block anymore. Why? Because these three candles were the in instant reaction or immediate reaction, immediate retest, and this was the first retest. And yes, you can see we closed one candle completely off that order block, meaning that this current candle I would consider then a second retest. And by that already tells me that they have lesser probabilities, and I will just not trade it as a daily, even though I do see that it is a squeezed daily order block. It cannot be a daily signal for me. On the daily, on the H4, we did have a very nice order block. Quasi, and the quasi was this quasi that failed. A lot of the times I show you guys quasis that did work out. This one is the one it happens all the time. It failed. Price did not reverse using the structure it made before, and that's very common when you have fundamental drivers. Fundamental drivers, as I said at the beginning, when you have these things that change, almost everything in a big way, price will tend to be less reactive of these structures on the lower time frames, even on an H4, right? You'll need something much bigger for that to react. Where we are currently, I do see some reason why it is moving there, and that's the H4 order block that we have to the left. It is, you might think, well, that's not very significant on its own, and that's true. The order block, because there is an order block there, is not what makes it significant. And not, I wouldn't, from all order price action that is to the left, it does not mean, to me, I would not consider this to be very significant. However, if we consider it on a much higher time frame, what we see is that there's actually a bigger quasi, right? There is an H4 order block here, as you can see. Let me point it out with this is the neckline, meaning that's the left shoulder, that's the downtrend, that's the head, it breaks the neckline, and the 50% retracement is right there. And in this area, we have one order block on the H4, which is an entry, and we have another one, which is in here that, let me mark it correctly, so you guys know what I mean, right? So you have one order block here, right, in that big quasi, which is H4. It's actually an entry order block on the quasi. Okay, so and we have another one, which is right here. Let's see if I can get it. Yes, it's the one you see down there, right? And so I'm gonna take it out right here, and okay, so that's the one, and we have another one here, which is the third one. That's why I actually, not that's why, but that is a reason for me to not consider it an entry order block, but just a regular order block, meaning I know it's there, price may react from it, and I could take a trade from it, but it's not part of my main strategy. My main strategy tells me that it shouldn't have that many structures in that many entry order blocks on the quasi. If it does, then it's something I should not be trading. Nonetheless, we can see that the market is reacting on this quasi with 4 entry order blocks. That's the only thing I can see on this right here. On the H4, there isn't anything in the recent price action to look for. On the 2 hour, that's the same thing. On the 1 hour, same thing as well. So there's nothing in recent price action to confirm that we have reason to, or we have basically reversed or broken some structure. We haven't. There isn't anything yet. Maybe it will still have, we can think differently in a couple of in an hour or two, but that's not the case yet. So to me personally, my hands are bound. If I can't see it on the H1, H4, I'm not gonna be trading it. And the order block that we are currently reversing from is not significant enough for me to go for a long, basically to look for a long. And when I already on the hourlies, I cannot convince myself of taking a trade here. I'm not gonna go to the minutes because it's only gonna trigger me to wanting to trade. Simply, I'm not gonna do it. So yes, I see that the market has. Let's look at the ATR to see how extended we are. I'm pretty sure we are. Looking at just the candles, we can see how extended we are. Let's measure it, right? So today, the high of the day and the low, that's 209. I know, obviously, that is more than twice the ATR. So we're super extended. But even while we are heavily extended, it's important to read price action before taking a mean reversion trade. Otherwise, you're gonna be squeezed and pushed a lot for a long time, and you're just entering randomly or with little confidence is not the way to go. The ATR is a good reason to take a long from here, in my opinion, but it's not enough, right? So let's go to let's see if I can get some reasons. Not that I will be trading it, but let me see if I can find some reasons to build anything here. Right, so I'm gonna be, to me, it hasn't broken anything yet. Right, and that's the first structure right there. Actually, we can change that into an hourly. That's the obvious area that will be the first place to stop price, unless we have an actual reversal. Do we have anything here? No. So even on the 5 minute, you can see it. There is no quasi, right? The neckline would be here. So to me, it's too early, way too early to do anything about this. I would want to see something, I would want to see either it breaks this and then come back down and then do something like that, which may or may not happen. Or it has to create, let's say, an H1 order block and then come back. So even without taking this high, an H1 order block and then come back down and then give me some kind of a setup in that order block for that move. But so far, there is not enough reasons for me to take a long. It's obvious. I do see that it was and has been very extended, and is likely to revert back to some kind of a mean. But it's not enough for me to take this trade. I would be cautious about that trade. It does look interesting, and I do see. Let's see, maybe on the 1 minute we can find something. That will not satisfy my. Let's see if there is a reversal or not. Actually, there was a very beautiful quasi right here. It didn't have the reasons to go long, but this is exactly what I would be trading. Right? See the quasi, the neckline, left shoulder, the head. It goes up. Actually, you had two times to get in. If you didn't get in the first time, right, you could have gotten in something like that, and then target either the top of this level or something else. And if you didn't catch that, you had a second time to do so, and target the same or that high or whatever makes sense for you. It does make sense on the H1 on the 1 minute, but I don't take the minutes just like that. I need something on the hourlies to support my idea as well. Otherwise, it's gonna be not as probable as in hindsight it looks great, but there's so many of them that don't work on the 1 minute. 1 minute has a lot of noise. I know to not follow that unless I have alignment. That's very important to look for alignment. Someone is wanting to check the 3150 level. Let's check that. 3150, this level. Okay, so all the way down here. I don't have anything specifically there. We do have a entry order block on the daily, so the whole area is interesting for me. And on the lower time frame, we do have another order block, which I talked about, but it's part of 4 order blocks, so it's not a valid quasi for me to take an entry. That's why I only have it as H4 and not as a possible entry area. So I would not be basing any trades based on that order block. I could have it as a target or build some other kind of entry, maybe a scalp on it, but not on the main strategy. Yeah, that's it. I think this move is I'm not convinced it's over yet, even though it was very extended. I'll have to see. I want to see the market actually convince me by breaking these levels and either continuing right away or reversing back to something that makes sense for me to trade, and then I can get in. But I'm not gonna, it can just as easily just continue lower into those levels, and I don't see anything here to trade. If anything, you could consider it reacting to that swing low that was taken out and is now perhaps a level of a little bit of a resistance. We'll have to see. But that's on the GU for me in any case. On EU, there was some nice similar as well. Let me mark that on EU. We had on the, let's see if it was on the visible on the daily. Yes, we do. We are currently in a fresh order block on that daily. So this area is very nice for a long as a swing trader where we are currently because of that order block. On an H4, we had a chance. I was looking to trade this. We had a chance to trade. To have a signal from this area. As you can see, we have multiple structures here indicating this would be a possible area to get in. But market showed us that it does not want to. That's not enough. So everything we have in here is basically has been invalidated. It didn't trigger me, so I didn't lose anything. I was just watching. Let me mark this. Let me move this away. These are already no longer valid structures to trade from. So the next area for me is much lower below these areas for a possible. We'll have to see. I'll have to see how the market reacts when we get there, and if it does give me those quasis, then for sure I will participate. But I'm not eagerly awaiting necessarily an entry. It has to be very clear to me that it's there. Otherwise, I'm not gonna force anything any other way. That's on EU. Already on H4, I can see that it is something I'm not going to be trading. That H1 as well. That was something that I was looking for, but it broke it very clearly and broke actually all structures. You can see this move broke all structures with heavy selling, and I don't see price reversion yet. It could. Maybe this is the bottom, but I'm not convinced. It doesn't break. To me, it needs to break this high before I can start considering a possible reversal. But that's not the case, so I'm gonna, as long as it stays below there, I'm gonna assume it's gonna go sideways and perhaps even continue into some structure before it can actually change again. So that's my view on EU. A little bit different today, not the usual top-down analysis, but I think that's the most relevant part for our viewers. Let's see, Samir, what are you seeing on NAS? You were saying you were waiting for NAS to show.
Yeah, we have liquidated one low actually.
Okay.
And now I'm just waiting for.
Can we show your screen?
You have to add me actually. I don't have the rights. I think.
Go ahead.
It's a very big FVG. If we have to close above, my stop loss is gonna be like 70 points. I don't want this much stop loss. Let it liquidate this low also, then we have a smaller stop loss. That will be a much greater move actually. We want 70 point stop loss. If I keep 70 point stop loss, then I have to take 1-to-1 only. I don't want that. I want at least 40 points or something like that, so that I can secure, like 1-to-2 maybe. I want it to liquidate once again and then give me a fair value gap, so that then we will have a good range to go to the upside. Right now the range is, we have this barrier right now. We have many barriers actually. So let it clear this low also, which it just made. Let's just wait for it. I don't want to take 60 point stop loss. If it has to go up, then be it. I don't want to be involved in this. Yeah, it really looks good for the buys right now. We are on some support areas and liquidity areas only. But as for the entry, I want little bit better entry. That's it.
Okay. You want a better entry, you said, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't we all see this happen all the time? As Sage is explaining here, someone gets stopped out on break even, and then the market continues after taking you out to your targets and beyond. I've seen that so many times.
Yeah. See now, even if we closed above this FVG and we retest it, this is my entry signal actually. But I don't feel like taking this trade because we have a very big fair value gap and this is happening above the liquidity area. I wanted it if it would have been something like this, that would be more interesting. So that is just a little bit, experience you can say.
Mhm.
As per the rules and all, this trade is valid actually. But that gut feeling, that confidence, I don't want to take this. I feel like this low is gonna go and we're gonna tap the major support or major liquidity zone. So I'd rather wait for that. Why to risk, the account when
Yeah, I
when
totally
we have
get
the
you.
better liquidity point? We can miss the trade. It's okay, but you know why to take unnecessary stress when you have a little bit of even 1% doubt in your mind?
Yes, it's totally is so. It's I know it sounds maybe it doesn't sound as exciting to some, but I would rather miss a trade than taking one that is not according to my
Yeah,
plan. Any time of the day I will take that. If there's anything that makes it just a tadly, slightly unattractive, then I prefer to just let it go. All right, so let's. I'm gonna take a look at gold. I'm sure people in the audience are gold traders. If you're not,
really
let us
good.
know.
My entry would have been here actually because the FVG closed here. So it is way too high. I will never take this trade. The strategy is telling me to buy, but entry is off. So yeah,
But it
let's wait
is
for
moving according to your reading, just not as an entry.
yeah, it is moving, but I I'm not in because I don't like it. Yeah, we have
It's showing a very
today.
beautiful
It will be a
outside
no
bar.
trading day maybe. Let's be it then. I don't mind that. I don't want to take the trade that I'm not having the gut feeling or maybe the confidence. So I don't want to be in that place.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay. All right. So I'm going to check gold. Have you been looking at gold lately, Samir?
Gold, I haven't really traded gold in a long time actually.
Okay.
Let's see if gold is doing anything.
Gold.
Gold is on a
Gold.
bullish trend, man.
Mm, it's
This is the high
above.
that we just took out.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Um, I don't think so. This strategy will work good on gold. The continuation thing is very good when this kind of trend is going on. So I think you should look for buys only. Whatever continuation you are getting, you can take buy right now also actually because we are in the 50% zone only. If I just see it, yeah, you would have gotten a little bit better entry around this 71 area. But I think gold is on a bullish trend also. We have seen 70% of the time when this type of move is there, we do make new highs. So I think even if you want to buy it right now with a big stop loss, I know stop loss is a little bit bigger, but it still makes sense. You could have gotten better entry at somewhere this 71 area.
How's that area called to you?
There was multiple confluences if you want to consider this area. First of all, we have kind of a order block right here. Let's see on the 4 hour actually. 2 hour. Okay, we do have this single order block. We just liquidated that. It doesn't mean it is invalidated. We just liquidated that. It is a part of a liquidity, you can say. We tapped this extreme support. I will not call this an order block. I will demand area or the just support area. And Fibonacci, of course, the 71 area is good for gold. I've seen a couple of times. We did a backtesting session also a little bit. I think 1-to-1s are easily done if you enter blindly on 71% with a decent breakoff structure and impulsive move.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Yes, on the hourly as well, I don't see any break of structure, bearish break of structure.
Yeah.
So indeed, I think it is a good call to actually.
Last one advice is yeah, I want this low to be gone. Then only I will take my entries. This major low gone. This is also a support. Then it will be an amazing entry to me. Let's see if that happens in the stream. Then we can take the trade live here. So until then.
So you until what time would you wait for that setup to trigger before you said
it is okay?
No longer
it is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11:30. I think 4.5 hours when the NYSE starts. Then only I think that is the time window that I have, because then the market is about to close. Then according to my time zone is 12:30, 2:30 the market close according to my time zone. So as we are moving closer to that window, then it is becoming more risky. I think starting from NYSE, 4 to 4.5 hours are good to just scroll the charts here and there. Even if as we will end this stream. So after that, we have 4.5 hours window. I can scroll my phone here and there. I can see if this low is gone. If it is not gone, then it's okay.
Mm-hmm. All right.
It is moving really good.
Yes, it is really very, as we know, gold, right? Very volatile, taking highs and lows. Does not surprise me.
Let's see what gold is doing actually. Gold is not really my friend actually. Gold betrayed me many times, so I don't trust gold now.
You say it like someone who, like if it were a person.
Yeah, exactly.
I have bad dealings with gold.
Exactly.
I don't like his manners.
Gold don't pay me on time.
That's a good one. I think that
Yeah.
that would make that would amuse a lot of people as well in the audience.
Yeah.
Because your experience was probably very similar to most others, which is that gold is not to be trusted, is not a trustworthy counterparty to any dealings.
Yeah. Exactly.
I wouldn't enter into any agreement with gold. He will not keep up his side of his agreement.
If gold is offering you something, you have to stay aware. It can be a trap, You have to be very cautious.
Yes. Gold, very attractive, but very seductive, but very treacherous.
Yeah.
All right. Gold, do you have anything? Do you have anything anything in your, would you be interested in taking a long in gold? Because I'm looking at this, and on the H4 it is reacting from a nice level gold. That is, would you, if you were to check gold, is there something you say, hey, I would be able to take a trade if this and that would happen, or has it already happened? What do you think?
I know this kind of when gold is on trend, we have seen many times people try to short it. Even I myself have done that in past, but doesn't really work well for me. So I think you should just look for buys, whatever opportunities you are getting for buys. Okay, so let's see if we can. First, Fibonacci entry is already missed, so now we cannot discuss about that. The Fibonacci 70% area rejection, beautiful rejection. You can take entries right here. Even if you plot the SMA or EMA, whatever you want to call it, 50 SMA it is. So you can place your stop even below this and target this high. So this entry is missed right now. If anybody wants to enter buys on gold, then I think this FVG is the place that in 18 seconds actually this candle is about to close, and I think the news is also there in about 15 minutes. So you can place your stop loss below this low 160 point. The candle has to close above this FVG actually. Then you can hope for the volume to push the price in your favor. Actually, when you plot Fibonacci, your target is in the middle, so let's just keep that as a target. We didn't close above this FVG, so now your entry might be very choppy if price decide to close way above this. We closed in the middle of the FVG, so now we don't know if this candle is strong.
News is out.
Yeah,
I think
it's in 15 minutes actually. I think 7:30 my time zone it was. Let me see once again.
It's at the end of our stream, basically.
15 minutes. Exactly. In 15 minutes there is news, but this was you can take the trade at the retest of this actually. Once the news, it is gonna wick or make a wick or something, you can place your buy limits here. Once it closed above this in 15 minutes, place your buy limit, stop loss here, and your first target is 1-to-1 as per the FVG strategy. This was a good entry actually. Now you missed it. It will be just 50-50 chance right now. Here it was 70-30 or maybe 60-40. So if you want to risk small, you can take a risk, but if you have one couple of trades, and if you want to risk maybe 0.2% or 0.5%, then you can. But if it is your fresh trade of the week, then I will not recommend you to take this trade, because it is kind of 50-50.
Yeah, the trade was
100.
Go ahead.
Yeah, NAS 100 really played. Of course, entry was really bad. I couldn't have taken entry, stop loss. I think 1-to-1 was hit. Maybe let's see. No, I would have never taken this entry. 90 point stop loss. Never. So yeah, it did play it in our favor, but my entry was, I was not comfortable taking this big stop loss and so high, like almost 50% of this range, So yeah.
Yeah, I'm checking out gold as we speak. Maybe I can switch to mine. Let me.
You can switch the screen and let's see what you think.
Yeah, gold to me, do we see that all the time when we compare notes, basically sharing how we break down the market? We tend, even though we use different things, we tend to come to the same conclusion. The area to be buying to me was that area, which is the order block. We had it's a bullish order block in a very bullish price action on the higher time frames. So that's one thing. It is with the trend, with the momentum on the higher time frame. And we already broke the monthly. This is a monthly structure that we broke out of, and this would be always, not only in breakouts or in mean reversion. I want to be trading from a place of strength, right? And the place of strength to be going long would be this area, or sometime later, perhaps that area. Although this is an H4, this is no longer fresh, right? So this wouldn't be a very good place of strength to be playing from, but this would, and that was created when we closed here. So all this area coming back. The moment to get in was when we were retesting that entry, or that structure, that H4 order block. And if we go to the H1, you can see that we have a very beautiful, and we have a couple of, it's not a quasi, but we do have a couple of structures which you can actually, when you move them together, you can understand that this is the area, right? That's one of the area, this one below, but that one below doesn't have H4 support. So what we have, this one does have H4 support, and that would be the area that I would be interested in trading. It would be something like so. Obviously it happened already, so and because that line doesn't have alignment, I would go with this one, right, where it has overlap with the H4 as well, plus H1, and I would be interested in taking a trade around after after price comes back and retests this. So if I go to the lower time frame, I would be looking for this whole structure, right? First time we get in, let me mark this. First time we get, if only TradingView can cooperate a little bit. First time we come into the area, that's when I start looking for the reversal signs. So as we didn't create on this H4, we didn't create anything yet. That means that this would be the head, and automatically I'll go back and consider this to be the left shoulder. That leaves me with this structure as the neckline, and that's my framework upon which I would base. And I don't have to look at the hourlies anymore, as long as they don't get invalidated. The area is already marked on the chart, as you guys have seen, and let's see if it would have given me an entry. Right, so that would be the neckline, and I would be patiently waiting for price to take out that neckline first. That neckline needs to be horizontal, not diagonal like it was. Okay, so like that. Then let's see. So I would gather this right here. We have 1, 2 invalidated. So that trade wouldn't have triggered me, right? The entries would be, this would be one entry for me, which didn't trigger, right? Did not trigger. And we have one which is based on the head of the quasi, right? Which is a 5 minutes. So it hasn't, it wouldn't have triggered on this time frame. Let's see other time frames. I would be able to take a trade from the 3 minute, for example, from here, and take a stop loss, do something like this, either below that structure, below the lowest low, and then target the whole right there. It wouldn't reach, it hasn't reached it, but that would be my my completion of the pattern. If you have an entry, if you have a structure that is before that, let's say in the opposing direction at the same time frame or higher, then you can target that as well as possible structure to target. So it, you know, I didn't see this when it was happening. There was I'm just was at this time I was just getting on the stream, so I wasn't you know, waiting for this to trade this, but I could. This is basically a valid, would be, if I were to be trading gold at that moment, that would be a valid entry to me. Something like that, right? You can even put structure the stop all the way down and target that top. If and this is without even looking at H1, because if you look at H1, I would target something else, right? I would be targeting this. That would be, I would consider that's where the market wants to go, which is that order block. So I will target that with the with the entry. Right, so that's H1 like this, so right there.
Okay. Michael is asking if my entries are always on the first FVG. FVG, yeah, after the liquidity, if it is a good liquidity actually, then yeah, it will be always on first FVG, whatever it is forming near that area.
What are your rules about this? Does it have to be the first, or it can be the
It has
second?
to be first only actually.
It has to be. Okay, so that's a requirement. It cannot. There's no choice there. It's either the first one or there's no trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Good. Let's take a look at perhaps what do we say if you take a look at the Dixie? What does the Dixie tell you, Samir? Because days like this, you want to know what the Dixie is doing. What is the dollar? Is the dollar strengthening? Is it extended? Is it weakening? What is your view? I'm gonna switch back to yours so we can take a look at the Dixie from your perspective.
Let's go to the weekly actually. We are living wicks like crazy. I think like we are just making a lower high, lower low potential, lower high, and a potential lower low. So on the weekly time frame, just some kind of support turning into kind of resistance. Weekly, I am bearish on this, and on the daily also look at this consolidation. I think this consolidation might can break to the downside because, as you know, 70% of the time the trend continues. So I will just I think this is bearish actually. So yeah, I'm not really bullish on this one on the higher time frame because the weekly are just printing lower lows, lower highs. This is a big consolidation on the, let's say, the 4 hour. Big consolidation on the 4 hour. Yeah, it can even take out these liquidity areas to trigger some buyers. And as per the weekly, I think we are bearish only.
Bearish only, so you say.
So
Okay.
yeah, because we are just as I only see the recent leg. So recent leg is giving us lower lows.
Yeah,
So I will
agree with
expect
you.
another lower low.
Yeah.
I will not look at this higher. I will not look at the price this way. Right now, the recent legs, it is giving you a decent pullback maybe to go to the lower side, and we are having a good consolidation, which is also a good point in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I will show my my looks or my insight on let's see, not my looks. You guys can see me already, but I'll show my graph. All right, so on the higher time frame, we obviously see price has been breaking the consolidation area we've had. It has been ranging for quite some time. I don't know if you should call this liquidity, but after zooming out, this does look like it took out the high, creating the illusion for the traders that we're going to continue. And what I mean is that we were looking at an area where for a long time that was the highest point. Price comes back into it, breaks it, and makes everyone think, okay, so we're going to continue. So because we were coming from below, this is the retracement to continue higher, meaning this, right? And now is the time to continue, only to go the other way, right? So that's the definition of taking liquidity, right? Trapping people to think one way and then going in the other direction. But so I understand where we came from, where we took out the previous range, actually the extremes are like so. We took both of them, and however, what I do see is that we did create a bullish structure on the monthly. It's not, it's super high, strong. It's a monthly structure, and it's still fresh. So even though this may not hold long term, I can still see this do some kind of a reaction before eventually perhaps going lower, or not and just go lower right away. That also is obviously part of the possibilities already. But this monthly bullish structure is something that I want to take into account. And there is a fresh order block that is now being has been created, that's now being retested. However, at the same time frame, what we see is a bearish outside bar, and that was the last structure on the weekly that was created. So that tells me that the momentum is to the downside, right? So yes, we are retesting favorably a bullish structure, which is this one, but we're coming from an outside bar. We shouldn't be creating outside bar right on top of that bullish structure. If that is confusing to you, allow me another few seconds to tell you what I mean, right? This is right. We touched this area. You can see that the market has been creating bullish structure, right? There's that engulfing, another engulfing, that order block created by the engulfing. So the buyers were coming in. However, at this moment, look at that outside bar, bearish outside bar, tells us that they took control. And an outside bar is a very strong indication, right? It's a strong signal that sellers have come in. And where did they do that? They did that even overlapping that bullish structure where supposedly the buyers are supposed to come in. That tells me that the buyers are quite weak. They're not even able to push price much higher. And I can see in the background or hear that we have news coming out, which also indicates the end of our stream. But I will not. I will finish this analysis for you guys. So we do say that the weekly is telling us a sell outside bar, a bearish outside bar, and that's also happening in a monthly. Remember, we talked about the monthly structure that is bullish. What does that happen? If price is actually going to push higher, we should see that on the weekly, on the lower time frame, the weekly, the daily, and so on. We should see reversal patterns or bullish order flow coming in, but we're not seeing that. We did have that little on the weekly, weekly bullish order flow here, but that has switched. And look at the wicks that we've been creating, been printing. All of that tells us that the buyers are not exactly in control at all, even though there is some a little bit of a very cute looking bullish structure right there. But let's see what we see on the higher time frame. The lower time frames. What I see is a quasi, right, on the daily time frame, right? So there is that possibility of a reversal, but a reversal to me is from lower levels, not from where we currently are. So I want price to be reaching that before considering that daily reversal pattern to be acting in, meaning. And that means in order for it to reach this, that means that it's going to have to drop. There's no other way. And if you consider that the weekly structure, that's where we are currently at, then I would consider that I want to be, my expectation is to expect price to reach that area and perhaps there look for a possible reversal pattern. If not, then obviously price will just continue and keep on its continue its trend. But I would be looking for a short from the weekly structure we have. And actually we do have we talked about this. This is the daily fresh order block that is now being retested. Let's look on the H4. Do we have an entry or do we have something? Right, this would be my neckline. A minute or two, and then let's see. We have that will be the H4. And while I'm talking, don't forget to like our stream, subscribe to the channel, and join our Discord community. I will be hosting another session in about 40 minutes from now. It's going to be fun. You don't want to miss that. So we have the, as you can see, we have no structure, right? There is one order block here, but that order block has been invalidated already. So there isn't anything for me to trade from, even though I want to be going short from the daily order block, but there isn't anything for me to trade, right? And that's it. And you can see actually with the news that the market has switched. Well, not with the news, was it? Maybe it was. The news came out just here, so it switched before the news already. But you can see the market is quite, dollar is getting weaker as we are speaking, which is, in line with what you would expect based on what we just explained, which is that we want to be. This looks weak from the daily order block, and we're probably gonna, the next area of strength or the next area of possible reversal is the structure we have below here, indicated with that yellow arrow. So that's something that you can use in your trading, because dollar is king. Yes, its rule is eroding perhaps, but tiny bits, still he is king. All right, so Samir, we have come to the end of our stream.
Yeah.
Any last words before we say sayonara and come back tomorrow fresh with new ideas?
Don't blow your count. Just take 1 or 2 trades now if you haven't taken. Just a little bit of risk. I think 1% is fine. And yeah, you are good.
Awesome, Samir. Always with wise words. Our host here, Samir, has taken care of you, looking after your interests. I would like to thank everyone for watching us today. And if you think this is helping you, watching, listening in, how we break down the market, how we trade, what we've done, what we're considering, and where the opportunity lies, then don't forget to like the session. It's just one click. All right, that's it. See you guys tomorrow, and be there. Bye-bye.